James Bond. A license to kill and also a license to thrill. Ian Fleming's legendary literary character quickly became a silver screen superstar, and then, once technology caught up, a video game star. And that is what I'm talking about today, James Bond 007 in video games. There are a lot, probably even more than you realize, and this is going to be a high-stakes mission to tell you all about them. I'm delving deep into the interactive medium to discover, do they offer the same kind of experience? Exotic locales, gadgetary goodness, scuppering and mustache-twirling villains' plans for world domination, maybe a side mission of old-school romance. We're looking through the barrel to see which of them lets us experience the thrilling life of an MI6 agent the best. Get your tux on, pour yourself a vodka martini or a cup of tea. Grab a controller because this is for your eyes only. Before I get into the very first Bond video game, I should give a warning. The first ever Bond game is not suitable for those with epilepsy. Some serious Fs were not given back in the day, and you know how the Atari liked to be all badass with its sensory overload, so that is your epilepsy warning for this video. Skip to the next game in the timestamps if you need to. The very first James Bond game, very aptly and perfectly titled James Bond 007, was a game released for early home consoles and computers in 1984. I'm going to start by showing the Atari 2600 version because why not? You can't miss the opportunity to have a wood grain system in a retro game video. However, I'm going to switch over to the 5200 edition, which is visually much better. They play a little bit differently, but same kind of thing. Released in 1984, this game is 6 years older than me. Therefore, I am automatically programmed to think it is a bit crap. But you guys know me, I'm willing to give any game a chance no matter how old, how new, how cheap, how expensive it is. And as Bond's first outing on a super simple machine that is now technically outpaced by your digital thermometer, it is alright. What I do appreciate about this one is that it is immediately a celebration of the franchise by being a best of compilation of various movies. Well, I say best of, it does seem quite random. For a side-scrolling vehicular shooter, you can imagine plenty of scenarios from the entire franchise, but of the 4 movies represented here, 3 are from the Moore era, and Diamonds Are Forever is the only one to represent Connery, which is a peculiar choice as I think many would consider it his weakest official Bond entry, even though I do have a soft spot for it. Those chase scenes in Vegas with 70s American cars that are basically mattresses on wheels, it's so charming. In this scenario, it's made of 2 parts. Firstly, on land as you avoid ground-destroying bombs, jumping over gaps with your extra springy vehicle. You have a 45-degree bullet which will imaginatively shoot the diamonds in the sky. It feels like someone's been listening to a Beatles song here. If you manage to survive the epileptic fit that this game will give you, you'll eventually get to the water section of this level where, if you do not have the manual, it will make absolutely no sense whatsoever. I'm not going to judge the game for that at all, I would never do so intentionally, but if you are going in blind, well, good, because then you won't have your eyes murdered by all the flashing, but you'll also be wondering when this level ends. So as you're on the water, not only can you jump, but you can now bob into the water too a little bit, and this is where the diamonds come in to be even more important than just adding to your score, because they light up the dark and can reveal a silhouetted oil rig, the one that Blofeld is on. If you don't shoot the diamond, you won't see it, and you will probably crash into it. You can't destroy it, but you can dip under it. However, that's not what you're supposed to do. Of course, it makes sense if you think of the movie. You are supposed to go there, so you have to jump and land on top of it. If the hit detection allows, that is. I haven't found it to be overly generous. Now, if you remember, none of this happened in the movie at all. In fact, rather charmingly, Bond rocked up in a Zorb, like what a boss. So the game is taking liberties with the overall narrative, but it's an Atari game, who can blame it? The second movie is The Spy Who Loved Me, whose villain wants to create a new civilization under the sea. But with this skanky green water, we cannot let that happen. If it was sparkly clean, then, maybe the annihilation of mankind may have been worth it, but this puke green sea, no mate, this is not the way to go. This is like an oversold package holiday. This is similar to the second half of the first level, but now you've got underwater mortars firing maybe splattered eggs at you, I don't know. And you also have an incredibly annoying chopper following you. Also, you don't need to land on an oil rig. Now you need to patiently wait for Stromberg's undersea base to appear, at which point you'll have to nuke it and then pick up the Bond babe who's escaped in the pod. It's finicky, and boy, do not miss. It is an absolute test of patience. The third level is Moonraker, and immediately you're going to fail and be very confused because these shuttles, when they reach the top of the screen, for some reason, they explode. And if you are above the surface of the water, when that happens, it is game over, boy. I had to read the manual for that. You have to time your submersion perfectly. In fact, timing is super important in every level of this game, and the enemies are there to put you off your timing in the worst way possible. For Your Eyes Only is the final level, and good lord, you are dodging depth charges from helicopters, you're dodging submarines, frogmen, and jumping over mountains. If you get through this, you either have the patience of a saint, or you're like Luna Lovegood, and none of the crap flying on screen seems to affect you. Whereas myself, I am Ferris wheeling for my life. I did not complete the game, it is too hard, but it is the final level. So this was developed by the Parker brothers, who were very prolific on the system. I had my fair share of experience with them when I did my giant Star Wars video game retrospective. They were ahead of the game when it came to licensed tie-ins before being bought by Hasbro. And this is alright, it's as good as it could have been. But it could also have been a bit more imaginative with the gameplay. I get being on water for one of them, but literally every level is on or underwater. You'd think Bond had a fetish for getting himself wet. It's gonna give a wrong impression. I know Bond does have his fair share of water-based escapades, but he also has some air-based shenanigans and land-based tomfoolery. Where's the balance? If the game wasn't so brutally hard, I wouldn't mind picking this up and playing it again if I really had to, but getting demoted to the first level after only a few lives lost, it will be a kick in the teeth. And it's not as though the first level is easy itself. Many an 80s kid must have tried that level so many times jumping on that bloody oil rig. In 1985, the latest Bond movie of the time was A View to a Kill. Roger Moore's final outing as Commander Bond. Feeling his age creeping up on him, he probably felt even more older when it was explained to him he would be in a video game. The second official Bond video game would be the first to directly tie into a contemporary movie. A license to tie in. If one must try and force a pun or a joke or something, it doesn't quite work. Anyways, A View to a Kill, financially quite a low point for the franchise, the second lowest grossing movie of the lot of them. But there were two video games based upon it, one by Domark, another by Mindscape, who I wonder, are they related to the current publisher Mindscape, who pump out a little bit of crap once in a while. Firstly, I'm going to focus on the Domark release, which is what one can see right here. Why this one? Well, it's actually what one would actually call a proper video game, and I would rather keep the viewers interested as much as possible early on. You know about the average watch time by now. But just because it is a proper game, it doesn't mean it's a good one. This game was released on the main home computers of the time, C64, Amstrad, MSX, and the Spectrum. I'm playing it on the C64 for this video, and it is one of those multi-genre games. We all know how those work by now, however this is focused on just 3. And they're all pretty miserable. And no, I'm not saying it just because they're old games. Well, maybe, but I like old games, I just don't like this. It is miserable. And I only played 2 of them because I couldn't stomach the thought of playing through the second section completely. Mission 1 is a driving thing, very ambitious for the time, especially from a first-person perspective and a top-down view. Yeah, you get 2 in 1. My god, those C64s must have been smoking when playing this game. You are driving around Paris trying to follow Mayday as she parachutes from the Eiffel Tower, and your job is to intercept her as she lands. However, there is some serious defilements of the laws of physics here, as this lady seems to be gliding forever and able to turn on a dime any which way she wants. I know collars were big in the 80s, but I'm not sure she could get away with that in a universe where Newton exists. All the while, you are trying to avoid crashing into other cars or police, and preferably not finding yourself in a dead end because the 3-point turn is far too mathematically complicated for a mid-80s home computer. As I said though, it is ambitious, but it's one of those technically impressive driving games that are just not fun to play. It is the old Dr. Malcolm quote that I'm gonna butcher: they were too preoccupied with the idea that they forgot to think about if it's actually fun, something like that. It's not, it's mind-numbingly boring. The second level has a bit more promise, but once again, the limitations of the controls really hamper what could have been a decent premise. So you're in a massive building with 1,000,000 rooms in it. You can see the building mapped in the corner, and it highlights where you are and where you've been, and it turns into an adventure type game, almost point and click, but I think that would have been 100 times better if it was. I might have actually had the patience to go through it longer. It's all about finding useful items, using them to get through, keys and things like that. Was it a trend of the era to have these room by room buildings? It reminds me so much of that Jackie Chan game, Police Story, which I played many years ago for my Jackie Chan video game retrospective that no one watched. I even went back and played it to feel the similarities, and yeah, it does feel very similar, but Police Story, being a beat 'em up, actually plays a lot better. No need to cause pain with inventory. Inventory is the bane of this game. There is a third gameplay style, and it is a side-scrolling game in a mine, apparently, avoiding rock falls and stuff, but I don't think I am missing it much. I just did not have the stomach to get that far, I promise you. And no, this game is certainly not worth exploring, even for curiosity's sake, I would say. Especially when doing it on original hardware, since the game takes 15 minutes to load. Remember that? I get back in the 80s, people had way more time on their hands. It was either go out to play, watch Noel Edmonds on TV, or wait for your computer to load. Normally that would be an easy choice, but not for this. That is for sure. I would avoid this one at all costs, unless you really have no choice but Noel Edmonds on the TV. Back in the 80s, when games were definitely at their most nascent, you'd tend to have either super simple arcade games, or if you were a PC owner back then, you may be treated to a text adventure or two, one of the most popular being the well-known Zork. Often cited as interactive fiction rather than a video game, I think that was a nomenclature decided by slightly pretentious people, stuffy people who thought video games were above them. I do see their point though. The contrast between Pac-Man and this text adventure game is incredibly stark. The genre has mostly died these days, but they were mildly popular with PC gamers and people who enjoyed reading, and it is time for me to play my very first text adventure game, James Bond 007, A View to a Kill. Don't worry, I am not spending long on this. But this follows the movie very well and could almost be described as a novelization. Text adventures by their very format need to be descriptive, and this did a really decent job of setting the scenes for me. I purposefully went into this without seeing the movie first, just to see what it would be like as an outsider. And yeah, you really need to watch the movie to understand what the game wants you to do, which I get, it's for fans of the movie, but when you're literally just doing the actions of the movie but in word form, I do find it difficult to see the point. If you've watched the movie, you'll almost know exactly what to do, kind of. If you haven't seen the movie, you might as well play with your toes while blindfolded. I don't see where the middle ground is here. You have to type your actions beneath the description prompted above. I'm sure the game originally came with a manual to help with suggestions and kind of words or actions it would expect, but as someone who in my professional life as an English foreign language teacher, my entire existence is speaking simply, clearly and precisely, so I actually did alright in terms of my responses. I got my verbs nicely understood, my actions, and it's kind of credit to the game in that regard. It's pretty clever. I mean, after watching plenty of old school Bond, I thought it would be fun to kiss Miss Moneypenny in a European pre-COVID greeting sort of way, of course, and it just worked. That's pretty cool. The game was ready for it. Inventory systems are a nightmare at the best of times. How many great games have stumbled over the finishing line with a slightly awkward menu system? Loads. However, with A View to a Kill, you can't see your inventory, you can't check your inventory, all you can learn is, oh, you're holding too much crap to pick something else up. Well, alright, tell me what I have and I will tell you what to drop. But I really struggled with this. I was literally defeated by my inventory in one playthrough. I couldn't pick up the damn car keys from a corpse while his killer got away because my hands were too full. Full of what? Tangible anxiety? Panic? Who knows, maybe 80s car keys really were that massive. And of course, that was not my only defeat, because these games love to trip you up. I was getting chased by a Russian soldier who pointed his gun at me, ready to fire, so I wrote shoot, you know, because I want to defend myself, obviously. But that was not precise enough, apparently. I should have said, shoot the Russian. But because I didn't, Bond thought I meant pull the trigger. Like anywhere, even if it's still hooked in your Y-fronts. So you do need to balance being simple and yet complicated within the realms of the 80s. Not an easy task for a 90s kid. Of course, we all know that pushing the limits of what the text and responses possible are is the main fun here. Like, how far can you go? How does the text respond? Sometimes it feels ingenious. Sometimes it feels like you're typing to someone on Amazon's customer service live chat. Like, I picked up a calculator, so I thought, use calculator. But then the game basically laughed at me for suggesting that I might want to do a dose of maths. What do you know, game? These kind of games are fun to mess with for about 5 minutes, but when I was pushing 30 and pushing a few failures along the way, I did get a bit bored. Maybe I'm not sophisticated enough for something like this. I mean, I can probably count the amount of books I've read on both hands. Although I think I'd just use a calculator to know for sure, but the game won't let me. Later came the second text-adventure game, Goldfinger, widely considered one of the most iconic and series-defining movies in the franchise. Many would say it's the best or one of the best. Personally, I would disagree. It is a good movie and it did a lot for the franchise, but as a film, with a story, plot and characters, it is one of the weaker Bonds. I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for that, and I might consider doing a video ranking my Bond movies and explaining my reasonings there, just to, get extra hate. But I guess it made sense, unlike the plot of the movie, to capitalize on one of the most popular Bond outings in a video game form. And color me intrigued, because the thought of text-commanded tactical golf got me more excited than you would believe. However, instant disappointment since the game begins in the Swiss Alps as you're being chased by Koreans. Don't you just hate it when that happens? I didn't get very far in it, since despite watching the movie not that long prior to playing, it's once again full of trial and error trappings. Which button to press in the car? Which direction to go in? Who knows until you actually do it? If Dragon's Lair was entirely text, it would be like this. Turn left, game over. Turn right, game over. You'll be getting beat up by more Koreans than the competitors in the annual Asia and Pacific Island Street Brawling Championships. Again, I would expect there to be a decently detailed manual to go along with this that might actually tell you what each of the buttons do in the car. Or does it really expect me to be Rain Man enough to remember that from the movie? Who knows, old games were brutal. It's easy to look down on text adventures, but I do think they are borderline ingenious for the era. The understanding of prompts makes them seem like cavemen were doing maths equation on their walls rather than badly painted deers. But just like any old game, it has its flaws that may make modern audiences struggle to resonate with them. And that is all I'm going to say about this. That's it for the two text adventure games. I hope you're still here. But before I do fully move on, it is worth mentioning Shaken But Not Stirred, which was technically the very first Bond video game, also a text adventure. However, I don't want to properly cover it since it is most certainly an infringement of copyright. It's not an official Bond product, just some bloke called Richard decided to make it and release it without actually asking anyone if it was cool. I don't know if it caused any lawsuits or cease and desist, but the company that made it didn't last long after release. And that is all you're hearing about Shaken But Not Stirred. Thankfully, for the sake of this video, we are done with the text adventure stuff, and we can go back to what one may describe as a proper, interactive, action-based video game. The Living Daylights, a Bond movie that I always found unappealing purely down to its name. I don't know about other places around the world, but where I grew up on a council estate in Sheffield, you'd often hear the phrase, "I'm gonna beat the living daylights out of you." I didn't really know what it meant, but I assumed death. And I did ask my mom to not say it every time I forgot to hoover the floor before she got back home from work. I'm a forgetful person. It just makes the name a bit weirdly awkward or childish from my perspective, but unwanted anecdote aside, this is a side-scrolling action game as Bond, or at least his Indian cousin, goes from left to right, but is ganged up on by hundreds of bad guys in the background. There's a bit of wild guns in terms of perspective, like a gallery shooter, but you're also trying to constantly move right, get to the end. What makes me think that this isn't the Bond we all know and love in this game is the fact that he's quite a clumsy bastard, because forget the goons endlessly shooting at you and taking minimal health off you, it's the rocks and drains that will literally drain your health as you stumble over them like an absolute moron. This is more like Johnny English than James Bond. And I know what you're thinking, Jordan, it's thou that art the moron, you're controlling him and falling over tiny pebbles and breaking a hip, sure, but The Living Daylights is a fairly ambitious game for the time, especially with the controllers available. Remember, even the C64 joystick was still an arcade stick with one button, maybe two if your dad knew the right people. In fact, did it have two? But they did the same thing for left or right-handed people, or something like that. Feel free to correct me about that in the comments. But the point is, you've got one stick and one action button in this game. And with the stick, this has you not only moving left to right, but also aiming at bad guys in the background and also trying to jump. You're jumping without a dedicated jump button. You're moving, you're aiming, you're jumping, you're rolling. All of these entirely on the control stick at the same time. I'm surprised it also doesn't ask you to squat and leave a dirty gift on the floor. And to jump, you have to do this sort of Street Fighter combo. You do right and then quarter circle up. I half expected Bond to do a Shoryuken. And I swear, Bond is living up to his cousin here proper and good, because he would fit right at home in an overly dramatic Bollywood production. He's bloody magnetic to these rocks on the floor. My initial tactic was to scooch up closer to them and then jump over them when the coast was clear. No, oh no, the prick needs no invitation to take a tumble. He's falling as soon as he sees the damn things. He is on the lookout for some compensation package, I'm convinced. So actually the best way to play this game is just leg it. Absolutely leg it. Aside from the poor controls, I really didn't mind the game all that much. It just needed twin stick controls, one for moving, one for aiming, and then two action buttons, jump and shoot. It really could work to some extent. I mean, it's the kind of game that you may find on the NES, and yes, it would only be slightly more playable, but I think it could make a fun two-player game, one person on a light gun while the other person moves the character and the platforming. And you know what, just as I was putting this together, I read that there was a re-release of this game that did have light gun support. It was reworked slightly and had Desmond Llewellyn narrating things over the top on a cassette. That guy would never turn down a quick payday, and good on him. He was a grafter. There are a bunch of levels, 8 in total, and they're all kind of the same in terms of gameplay. I like the second level with the silhouettes of the bad guys, but there's also a bunch of innocent bystanders in there who pop out too, and rather than looking at their clothes, you have to see their body shape, like are they being aggressive or standing like a civilian? Certainly you have to be a body language expert. Is he a bad guy, or is he just a socially awkward person who accidentally looks a bit dodge when meeting charismatic pricks? I'd definitely get a bullet to the heart if I came from behind a lamppost at the wrong time. I'm just awkwardly shifty, and not on purpose. It's a neat idea, but I didn't realize what was going on until after I blasted a good few and lost health doing so. Why though? Bond has a license to kill, surely can get away with a few collaterals. But after a point, it just gets frankly impossible. There's just too many things trying to kill you and not enough control at your fingertips just to do anything about it. There's an item system in here which I genuinely did not figure out. You get to choose a weapon at the start of each level, but it didn't matter which one I chose. It just didn't do anything. I'm probably missing something, but I'm not going to lose sleep over it, I promise you that. Live and Let Die was Roger Moore's first outing as Bond in 1973, but in 1988, for some insane reasoning, Domark, who owned the home computer license, decided to make a video game based upon it. It is a vertical scrolling vehicular combat game as Bond floors a speedboat and shoots anything in his way. I don't remember Roger going to the Arctic in a speedboat. Also, I admire the naivety of the developers for thinking the North Pole has mountains. Or maybe that's in keeping with Bond, and some supervillain decided to erect a giant ice pyramid in the North Pole as his not-so-secret lair. It's possible. The game is entirely simple, and for 1988, this is either showing the C64 getting out of date, or it was a quick and dirty jobbo from the devs. because it is a very basic looking game. Aside from the outrun style swerves in the river and some decent turning animation on your boat, it is not visually impressive at all for 1988. Maybe the other versions of the game looked better, but the C64 wasn't doing much for this game. There are only 4 levels, the first of which is a practice thing where Bond learns the ropes of his speedboat. There are only 4 things the boat can do in terms of controls. You turn left and right, obviously. You also control the throttle by pressing up and down. Acceleration is automatic, you just set the rate at which it goes. Preferably max speed, it seems to be the only way to survive this damn game. Next, you can shoot your machine guns indefinitely at turrets and other enemies that pop up. And finally, you can launch finite rockets by holding down the stick button and then fire. So, awkwardly, you have to slow down to shoot a missile. This will help take out bigger enemies and also doors that will eventually rear their ugly heads. Now you'd think, wow, this is a pretty hazardous place, you must die a lot. No, it is not the bullets, it's not the crashing into boulders, nor the explosions that follow that kill you. It's the fuel. Bonds accidentally got into the least fuel-efficient speedboat in the docks. What a twonk! Because running out of fuel is the only way you will fail the level. Crash as many times as you sadistically want, the level is only over when your fuel gets to 0, which it most certainly will if you crash a lot. In fact, you shouldn't crash at all, because if you do, well, good luck picking up the refueling tanks in time. You need to be inch perfect with this game. You need to remember the exact perfectly efficient route in order to pass these stages. It feels like I need TASBot levels of skill to get through them. And even then, the game teases you with obvious fuel pickups, but then gives you 0 time to maneuver your boat out of the way of the rock that's just a few feet down the river. I swear there are ones that are impossible to pick up without taking a hit and ruining your whole run. And these levels are not randomly generated, they are handmade levels, so there is the temptation of, oh, if only I could have the brain capacity to remember the layouts and routes. But no, I spent my entire playtime mostly thinking about how long is a reasonable length of time until I can treat myself to another cup of tea. This is a 30-minute game that feels like an eternity. Only 4 levels, but they go on until the end of time, which is 30 minutes if you know what you're doing. I don't, and therefore I could not witness the end of time. Now, the most interesting fact about this game that is widely circulated amongst 80s home computer fans is that, unbelievably, this live and let die game that has Roger Moore trying to find Santa's secret lair is that originally it was not designed to be a Bond game. I know, shock horror. No, this was a game being developed called Aqua Blast that looked promising, and Domark, supposedly wanting to please their license holders, forced the devs to change it to a Bond game. Some bloke at Domark saw the devs had made a speedboat game and thought, hey, it's like Live and Let Die. And instead of building around that with some other gameplay features to make it, a proper Bond game, it was an effort that'll do jobbo. And maybe that was for the best, if they tried to copy A View to a Kill with its driving and then its side-scrolling, it could have been equally disastrous. And I can only imagine the pain of awkwardly driving around Harlem in one of them. As it stands, it is a simple game that somehow became the best Bond game up to this point. Yeah, so far, this is the best. Maybe not the best in terms of inventiveness or ambition, but it's the most playable these days. It's difficult, but it's playable. The controls work, well, they could be better, but again, the limitations of the console meant one had to pull some Street Fighter special attacks just to get the missiles to fire. It's just, I don't know, in 1988, I feel like if this was an Atari 2600 game, half a decade earlier, it would be fair cop, but times have moved on. Sometimes keeping things simple can be better, but there was so much going on in the industry at this point that it feels like it just fails to stand out. It's still the best to this point, but I still don't recommend it. In 1989, the second and final film from Timothy Dalton was released to cinemas. At around the same time, there was a licensed tie-in from Domark. And man, I used that license to tie-in joke far too early. It's another one of those games where the gameplay is switched up over the course of 6 levels. The first stage put me in a very wary mood because it's another one of those vertical scrolling stages, and I was getting flashbacks of a game that I'm gonna talk about after this one, which I accidentally played first. You'll find out more about that in a second, but this is nowhere near as difficult as that, even if you do get mullered within your first few seconds of playing. There is a jeep speeding off and you need to catch it, and there are plenty of turrets that will try to snipe you down, which they can do very effectively. And then there are also buildings and trees, but a cool bit of mechanic that I didn't quite understand when first playing is that the faster you go, the lower your chopper is. It kind of makes sense since they do sort of like dip forward when going at full pelt, so I was just a bit confused as to why the trees sometimes blew me up and sometimes they didn't. I just thought they were panicky pines. You'll quickly get to the second stage, which is all kinds of awkward thanks to the primitive controls once again, but you do get used to it and I rather enjoyed it. It's top-down action while you're on the ground. If you hold down the shoot button, you first go into the aim mode for your pistol, which can be pointed, I think, in 16 directions around the compass, and that's really a lot for the era, where you would thank your lucky stars if you got 8 in these kind of games. You have to make your way upwards while taking out all the goons, in kind of a cover shooter sort of way. Ammo is not infinite, but there is enough to keep you going as long as you don't go crazy. You do have to snipe like a bit of a badass, or you can shoot some barrels to blow them up just to make sure. One neat little touch which even modern games very rarely do, so much so I can't think of a single game off the top of my head, is that if you get a bit too close to the bad guys, they will retreat. They'll bugger off up the screen sharpish while also firing off a point-blank shot at you. It's really neat, something they wouldn't have been expected to do, but it adds complexity to a simple game. The game goes through a variety of different gameplay stuff that follow the plot of the movie, like this one where you're supposed to grab hold of the rear of the plane, which you definitely need to have watched the movie to know that. I forgot, so I was trying to land on the wing or something, or like the cockpit, but no, you need to plant Dalton on the tail. Same with the swimming thing, like shooting a harpoon at the plane, but also submerging yourself to dodge the bullets. I think it's pretty cool. And surprisingly, probably not the hardest game out there once you actually know what you're doing. In fact, it's probably going to be quite easy, which is a strange thing to say since most of the games included here early on are brutally difficult, like soul-crushing. It goes with the era. However, this one seems really learnable, which I do appreciate. I don't have a whole lot to say about it since this is one of those that I don't have much to complain about, which is usually what lengthens the runtime on these extra retro titles. Complaining can add an extra 3 or 4 minutes to the runtime, but no, it's just a fine game that is decent and does a good but unspectacular job of giving the gamer a solid time. The Spy Who Loved Me is one of my favourite Bond movies. I think it's Roger Moore's finest hour in the tux. It's just a great Bond adventure with everything that Bond should have. It's got a ski chase, there's a bit in Egypt, there's an underwater base, Jaws is actually terrifying, and of course the submarine Lotus Esprit is fantastic. Well, 13 years after the movie released, there was a video game based upon it, and it is essentially a spy hunter type game. I've seen many people compare this to a shmup or a shooter, and that is probably apt, but it pains me to call it that. There's just something about driving a car that makes me reluctant to call it a shmup. Following the plot of the movie, sadly we don't start with the ski chase, which is a massive missed opportunity since the gameplay would lend itself perfectly to that setup. I don't know how they could have possibly overlooked that. But we begin in the Lotus Esprit, and immediately it feels like you're doing some kind of driving test, dodging cones, puddles, and pedestrians. It's one of those games, just like Live and Let Die, where the acceleration is always on and you adjust the power by moving the stick up or down. Rather uniquely, you can actually stop dead in this one. There is no timer as well, so you can just park up and roll up a ciggy if you feel the need. I find it kind of quaint how this throttle mechanic was pretty much the standard control, especially for home PCs back in the day. It is quite unlikable compared to modern games, but oftentimes they only had one action button to work with, and that would often be the fire button. So this was sort of a wanky workaround for acceleration. I get it, but it's always difficult to go back to something like this. It feels like you got two things on the stove at once, like you're stir frying some mushrooms, which is your immediate attention, the shooting and dodging in this analogy, but on the other hob you got some stew brewing that's always on the edge of burning. That's your acceleration for this analogy. It's not your full focus, but if you don't pop an eye over once in a while, you're going to be burning dinner. It is a terrible analogy, but I thought about it far too long to leave it out. Anyways, yeah, the first level you start avoiding traffic cones, oil spills, and pedestrians who are only worth a 50-point deduction if you kill them. No big deal. I mean, who's going for a high score in this anyway, when you've got an underwater base to destroy? The game is brutally difficult as it is, by the way, so you can forget about high scores. You'll be lucky to even finish the goddamn game. You'll notice that you can fire off rockets, which aren't really necessary for the first part of the first level. You want to collect as much gold as possible, though. To me, these remind me of the little Rare logo from the Nintendo 64 era. Is that just me? Anyways, you need this money to help equip your car with more weapons, as well as advancing further in the game. To be honest, though, I did not get far in the game, mainly because I couldn't, but more on that later. In this version of the game on Amiga, I like the fact that you can see the long-ass map on the left-hand side of the screen. This is super useful for when you transfer to a speedboat, because if you don't keep an eye on it, you could end up in a dead end and, well, being dead at the end of it. Bond has not worked out reverse on this boat. The second level is purely on the road, and this is as far as I could get. I know, shame on me, but to be fair, the game is a prick. Because this time, you have enemies that want to kill you, and you better hope you've got a lot of dosh in the first level, because you're gonna need it as they spit roast you to oblivion. You see this van that has a ramp? Well, that is Q. You can drive into the van and buy upgrades, health, and ammo, which is very much necessary. What is entirely unnecessary, in my opinion, is the fiddliness of getting in the damn thing. It might be easier to do this stunt in real life. I'm pretty sure I could pull it off after just a couple of wreckages. This, however, which knob in that van keeps retracting the ramp? And I'm talking about the person, the knob, not the knob. Well, after equipping oil to excrete out of the rear and rockets to blast up ahead, I mean, it's just no good. I cannot not get annihilated. It doesn't help that the non-road part of this area absolutely grinds your health so quickly, even if you just look at it the wrong way. Those bushes are even more deadly than the American presidents. I did look up someone who had a tad more patience than myself, and yes, you do indeed go underwater eventually, but not before you purchase the right equipment for your car. Again, that's where the cash is so important. I believe the second level will just loop infinitely until you get the thing that you need. Later, there is a light gun gallery shooter type of thing as well to switch up the gameplay, and I'm not going to say this game is a bad game, but it is unnecessarily difficult that it makes it tough to have the desire to keep trying. The Amiga version, that looks pretty sweet though. I think it was ahead of the time. In 1990, this looks like a great game. Doesn't play like a great game, but it looks like a great game. In the late 80s and early 90s, point-and-click adventure games were going through their golden era, with LucasArts putting out classics every other month, it seemed. Monkey Island, Indiana Jones and the like, some of the best games of the genre, and while everyone talks about those games all the time, it's easy to forget just what a slew of other companies were at it too. Delphine Software threw their hat into the ring with 1990's Operation Stealth, which it was known as when it released in Europe. However, for some unknown but pretty cool reasoning, when the game was brought over to America, instead of using the generic John Blames CIA operative, they changed the American character to a British one. His name? Bond. James Bond. The story was reworked a little to make it so that the CIA were borrowing Bond from MI5. Wait, but Bond works for MI6! Oh, bloody hell, they got the wrong James Bond. They got Jimmy Bond from Human Resources. Never mind, they won't notice. In America, Operation Stealth was transformed into James Bond 007 the stealth affair. I believe that is as far as the changes go, and this is a point-and-click adventure game rooted in the super early 90s gameplay of its era, warts and all, but I really do like it so far. Now, I'm the kind of person who says, I love this genre, yet I constantly feel unsatisfied when I play them because anything other than Monkey Island or Broken Sword, I just feel like they pale in comparison. I spoiled myself far too early. Correct that, my dad spoiled me far too early by having Broken Sword on the PlayStation 1. Thanks, Dad, for ruining a whole genre for me. Nothing else seems to scratch that itch for me, especially modern point-and-clicks. I don't know how or why they seem infinitely more banal compared to the older ones. But I think the Stealth Affair has potential to be a game I can grow to love, or at least admire. The game was released on DOS, Amiga, and Atari ST, so it didn't get, far in terms of reach or its potential audience, but the potential is there. I will admit, I didn't get super far into this game for reasons I will explain very soon. As either Bond or Blames, you are tasked with helping the United States government in tracking down a stolen stealth fighter, hence the name of the game. You're whisked off to the Banana Republic of Completely Made Up Here, but the first challenge is getting out of the airport. It's a solid introduction and will give many people 90s point-and-click gameplay PTSD with how old school it is. Pixel hunting to the extreme. Like tiny little buttons on newspaper dispensers or your equipment that has different functions depending on where you press, it is almost maddening in a charming kind of way. And there's also very little in terms of environmental guidance about how to go about your spy business. Like using the machine to fake your passport, maybe it's explained in the manual, but I didn't see the need to make a new passport when I already have a passport of my own. And it's not even my own, it's somebody, I don't know what's going on, I don't understand this part, but maybe the manual is going to be a big help in this situation. And normally, I am against hints in games like these, because at the end of the day, what's the point? You are playing them to use your brain, but there needs to be like a clever guidance, whether through NPC dialogue or the main character's internal monologue, maybe something in the environment to gently, subtly point you in the direction. I think this game literally expects you to be a spy. I have not read enough John le Carré novels to prepare for this. I'm not ready. It is good though, and it feels great as you slowly, and I repeat slowly, figure things out. It's a slow process for my increasingly backfiring synapses, and as an adult with a child, I don't really get those lazy Sunday afternoons where, the Formula One is on the TV in the background, and this could be played as slowly as you want. Sundays seemed to be infinite back then. Until Heartbeat came on the TV, then it was like, oh crap, I've got school soon. For me, right now, a Sunday afternoon might as well be a Tuesday night. Same thing. So I'm not in the right part of my life to stumble my way through this like I did with Broken Sword back in the day, but that's not what stopped me from getting far because, I was enjoying it. I was happy to keep playing, but the problem is, after an hour and a half, I got one of those, it's one of those point and clicks where you can die parts. At least I think I died. The game froze when some goons ambushed me and everything was locked out. And stupid Jordan here was extra stupid because it's not that I forgot to save, it's that I didn't know how to save. So really, I would have had to play the whole game again up to that point and no thank you. But I did get a really solid feel for what the game has to offer. Don't worry about that. Like doors. Why are doors so hard to walk through? Why can't I just click on a door and Bond is smart enough to realize you want to go through it? But no, you can't do that. Unlike, say, the Scum engine point and clicks, this has a very different interface and I actually like it more. I've never been much of a fan of, all the verbs down the bottom. It's disconnected and makes everything a bit slower. Whereas here, you right click on something, then you have all your things that you can potentially do, and then you can left click on that, or you can right click again to use it in conjunction with something in your inventory. I think it is a bit messier than it could have been, and visually it is a bit dull, but I think, it's a nice evolution in the framework of the genre. But it's also a little bit inconsistent, like, I knew I'd have to sit on this bench, but which verb would it be? Use, operate, examine? None of them. No, you just click on it. Oh, great. And going back to that point about being visually dull, well, my dear Bond, the rest of the game is not dull. Delphine knew how to get the best, most detailed pixels of the era. And from the screens I've seen so far, it looks fantastic, and no wonder they felt comfortable to make the game a pixel hunt thanks to the incredibly well-detailed artwork. The presentation is fantastic. This game isn't overflowing with humor, but I think it's touched the kind of point and clicks I like, where there is a mildly serious story, or at least the characters are taking it seriously, mixed in with some surreal humor, maybe some dry wit. It's not edging too close to Broken Sword, but it's on its way there. And if you are a point and click fan, you may want to give this a try, but just be very wary of its very old school nature. If you are interested in trying the game, well, you can play it on a modern-ish console, not in its James Bond form, but the pretty much same original version on Evercade. Operation Stealth is included in the Delphine Software Collection 1 alongside the developers of the games, the classics Another World, Flashback, and Future Wars, so it's pretty cool it's still available, even if not on a proper mainstream console. But don't underestimate the Evercade, okay? Can you believe it's taken 10 games before we've arrived at the NES? I can hear the tapping of American fingers on the table getting a bit twitchy, waiting for their nostalgia orgasm. And I think this is the perfect example about how the video game industry was, and how Europe and North American, their markets, differed. James Bond, an unquestionably British franchise, released 10 games, mostly on home computers. 007 on the BBC Micro. The only way that could get more British is if you doused it in tea and apologized for existing. It just shows that Europe was definitely a home computer sort of place prior to the 16-bit era, and even well into it, to be fair. It wasn't my scene. My dad was too drunk to work out computers. Consoles were much easier on the Sunday morning hangover. But yeah, it's completely contrasting to how the US market was. It was the early 90s, everything had to be rad and cool, Saturday morning cartoons ruled the homes of US kids, and stuffy old English Bond, Mr. 26 a day, he would not do, so they had to think of something cooler and hipper, and that would be James Bond Jr. I had only vaguely heard of this desperate attempt to cash in on action figures and morning cereal sponsorships, so I'm not going to pass judgment on the quality or sincerity of the show. I have no idea. I'm just going to focus entirely on the quality of the games. There were two of them, one on the Nintendo Entertainment System and one on the Super Nintendo, both of which released in late 1992. I believe the Super Nintendo version came out first, just about, but for the sake of visual chronology, I will start with the NES version. The NES game was developed by Eurocom, who may be familiar to Bond video game fans, having taken developmental ownership of the franchise much later on. 7 Bond games in total for those guys. Quite a serendipitous number, I'm sure you'll agree. This would be their first, although the next one would be almost a decade later. It's an action platformer with shooting elements, as you are presented with 4 missions for Bond's nephew. There are some nicely presented cutscenes to set the story and premise, and you are dropped into your first mission with a 40-minute timer. Holy crap, plenty of time, right? Well, let's just say that the levels in this game are really long, especially the first one. The first thing you will notice about this game is its worst aspect, and that is the enemies. Bullet sponge is not an adequate term for those bullet black holes. For an NES platform action game, James Bond Jr. is pretty long, but no doubt thanks for how long it takes just to kill one enemy. You're standing there for ages. The good thing though is that once they are dead, they are in fact dead. Yes, James Bond Jr. is actually killing people. They don't come back. But the sheer time and bullets it takes makes me think, I think I would rather they just die in one shot and then respawn, like if you came back. Yes, this game made me long for the days of respawning enemies. That's how bad the balance is here. The goal of Mission 1 is to disable all the rockets, and you are presented with a surprisingly open level to do so. I do feel sorry for the person who didn't check like one route and missed one of the rockets, but you can't miss them though once you happen upon them, since the sprites are huge. It's quite impressive. And there's a computer at each, which gives you a puzzle to solve, and oh lord, it is a sliding puzzle. My greatest weakness. The first puzzle solution is actually really simple, but because you don't know the controls, you end up mixing and matching it into an impossible oblivion with no hope of returning. Thankfully, you can reset it by exiting and then going back in. You press A and B to switch lines and rows, which is very weird, and it never actually makes sense, but you just have to be very careful with it, and it's not so bad, even though they do get tougher as the level goes on. If you get stuck on these, oh boy does it grind the game to a halt. You almost forget that there's a platformer going on. Speaking of platforming, the physics take a bit of getting used to. When I first played it, I thought the game was glitching out because the dude jumps so high and so slowly, and yet has very limited length. He'd be fantastic at the high jump, but terrible at the long jump. It is nice having the verticality though. Again, the first level provides probably the hardest part of the platforming in the opening moments, jumping on single block trampolines with screen transitions and annoying enemies buzzing around. All it needed for the cherry on top would be some random wind blowing like in Mario 2. It throws you right in the deep end. Thankfully, the game is quite generous. Your health doesn't deplete as quickly as you'd think, and if you do lose all your life, you can start pretty much from where you just died, so there is a lot of opportunities for just persevering with the game. One of the best aspects of this game is that it does the gadgets thing really well, which has been a very underutilized Bond trope so far in video games. Okay, we've had a few vehicle-based mischiefs, but hand-used gadgets have not been explored too much in an action kind of sense. But James Bond Jr. on the NES, I'm gonna give you a pat on the back. I could not have asked for much more in an NES game. It is hard to actually know you've picked something up, like a little text box popping up would have been, nice and polite, but if you press down and shoot at the same time, you can cycle through your gadgets. You'll get bombs, which are rather strong against enemies and can destroy certain parts of the environment. You also get scuba equipment, which is vital to the levels, as you need to go through underwater sections. There is even a jetpack, which runs out of fuel in about 3 seconds. Naturally, I wasted it every single time. The puzzle thing I mentioned is not in every level, like the next one has a safe hacking thing going on which is totally random and mindless, like there's literally no way to open it with intuition. It's entirely guesswork. That's really annoying. But the music and presentation is very solid. Yeah, it's a very late NES release, so you'd expect it to look like this, but I didn't expect to enjoy it as much as I have done. The game has its rough edges, there's no getting around that, and I wouldn't consider it an NES classic, but you know what? I really didn't mind it. Its heart is in the right place, it doesn't feel like a cheap cash-in, like it's not an LJN kind of game. And if I'm going to be controversial, I would happily play this over another platform action gunner game like a Mega Man. Sorry about that. It's just more approachable and therefore enjoyable. You have infinite continues on your first loop and basically start off from where you died, which is incredibly generous for an NES game. There are only 4 levels, but they are really long levels. While I wouldn't say I was rushing, I think those 40 minutes on the first level are a bit tight. And there was me going off to make a cup of tea thinking, I'll be fine. No. Hey, you don't need to speedrun it or anything, but there is a reason the first level is 40 minutes and the second is 20. Like, it's not an arbitrary number. And once you completed the game for the first time, you are asked to ghost and goblins it. There is a second quest that you need to beat to truly complete the game. I believe the only difference is that there is a game over if you lose all your lives, but there's a password system that makes it not so bad. As I said, this released on the Nintendo Entertainment System and the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, developed by totally different people, so let's jump over to the Super Nintendo version, take a look at that one. James Bond Jr. was also released on the Super Nintendo, but developed not by Eurocom but by Grey Matter, known for creating some of the worst games of the era. And boy is it a bad omen, because James Bond Jr. on the Super Nintendo is utterly awful. As I've said, I don't know much about this little Bond, but it strikes me that this should not be a James Bond Jr. game. It's clear as day this should be an Indiana Jones Jr. game. In ruins, grabbing ancient artifacts, dodging traps and snakes, bombing tribesmen. I'm sure while Bond would love to casually take down cultural stereotypes, he's stepping too much on the young adventures of Indiana Jones here. Maybe this was in the cartoon, maybe Grey Matter thought it didn't matter. Looking at their record, it's clear they didn't give a monkeys about most things when it came to video game development. Aside from a 2-second introductory platforming section, the game flings you into a side-scrolling shmup stage. And it's promising at first. You have 2 attacks, shooting forwards and dropping bombs to the tanks and turrets below. The visuals are actually alright in this part, but it quickly falls apart due to the myriad of reasons that make you want to punch a cow. 1. Good God, does it go on for an absolute age, it never ends. 2. The hit detection is way off, like so bad. 3. The yo-yo effect on the controls, like you jerk forward, but then the game pulls you back to the left very slowly. I understand why they would do this, and just saying it right now, it may sound quite reasonable, but it's either way too twitchy or way too slow. It's really hard to judge your positioning. 4. Oh my god, it's still going on! Level 2, or probably technically level 3, is the main part of the game where you're sliding around like you're on ice, which is especially funny when you do eventually get to the ice level, the pricks. You have a kick attack, which is useless because there's no way you can even get close to something to actually, like, make use of it. But your long range attack is, I don't know, throwing explosive cans of baked beans. That would be my guess. And I get it, you know, this is an American game, maybe they think something so exotic and foreign as baked beans would be hazardous. But playing it just made me hungry. I haven't had beans on toast for like 10 years. It's barely any better than the kick because this kid, he throws like he's bowling in cricket. What's with the gigantic arch? Hardly fantastic for hitting those tiny snakes on the ground. Yeah, look, it's Indiana Jones. It's one of those games that in between the main levels, they make you do something else. And you do have a section on a speedboat which actually controls okay. And then you have a jet fighter which is almost exactly like the helicopter level, but again, it does look pretty sweet. Like the visuals here, I am pained to say it, fantastic. It looks amazing. But James Bond Jr. is probably the epitome of why, despite it being my first ever games console, I don't have a huge unbridled love for the Super Nintendo aside from the big hitters. James Bond Jr. is the quintessential mascot platformer trash. Yeah, it's all of the extreme ends of shite, but it still reminds me of half of the Super Nintendo library. Very few will be as bad as this, but it's poisoned my appetite for the console. I should love the Super Nintendo. It's my first console. It's Mario World, A Link to the Past, Super Metroid, Final Fantasy VI, some of the greatest games ever made. And yet, all I think about are games like this. Games like Dr. Franken. Why my dad had that game, I have no idea. But it is branded into my brain, and it is what I associate with the console. Levels designed by someone who literally couldn't care less. Programmed by someone who was too busy having a midlife crisis knowing that he has to make a Wayne's World game after this one. Music composed by someone farting in a bath with a trumpet shoved up their arse. This game is terrible. It's such a shame because once again, there's some decent ideas just executed so carelessly. The fact that the speedboat section is the best part of this game purely because it's the one with the least amount of jank, that says it all. With the franchise releasing on Super Nintendo and Nintendo Entertainment System developed by 2 different developers, you can see that oftentimes the hardware, it doesn't mean jack when it comes to quality in video games. The NES version, I'd say, is perhaps a mild hidden gem in its own way, and it's the developers that made that difference. Eurocom cared and had the ability. Grey Matter remembered that life doesn't matter. The entire existence of the human race is meaningless in the grand scheme of things. There are 2 trillion galaxies out there. Who cares if James Bond Jr. on the Super Nintendo is good or not? Everyone should be having an existential crisis. If I had a gun to my head and was ordered to play one of them, I would beg for the NES version. Grey Matter would later go on to ruin your childhood weekends with rental classics such as Wayne's World, The Terminator, The Incredible Crash Dummies, and years later going down in a flaming wreckage with The Crow, City of Angels as their final game. And good. Truly, going through their list of games, there are criminals on death row with a less offensive rap sheet. Okay, so Nintendo couldn't provide a classic Bond experience, at least not yet. One decent game, and one game that makes you consider giving up gaming. It wouldn't be a Nintendo console to let the brand shine just yet, but how about Sega? Well, James Bond 007 The Duel released on the Mega Drive in 1992, and was Domark's final attempt at a video game based on the Bond franchise, and also Timothy Dalton's last official appearance in Bond media. He never got his third movie for reasons that are unknown to me, but if you wanted to see what his version of the character got up to after The Living Daylights and License to Kill, well, watching him prance about on a 16-bit Sega system was your only way to know. Firstly, what is with the giant head? He looks like an emaciated 70-year-old Michael Jackson action figure, and I'm sure that collar was a gadget from Q, because it looks like you could glide off a mountain with that bad boy. There's also something bordering on ironic that despite being published by Domark, it was developed by one of their internal teams called the Kremlin. Bond's second biggest enemy is now making him run around like a twat in a video game. I'm pretty sure it's not the real Kremlin. Like, I doubt Boris Yeltsin was coding this thing. Or maybe it was, and that's what led to him fending off a constitutional crisis in 1993. Stop programming Mega Drive games, start implementing your damn economic reforms. Even I surprise myself with the references that I somehow come up with in these videos. Usually, YouTubers, they reference The Simpsons and be done with it. They show The Simpsons clip and then they're done. They're done. Me? Oh no. I mean, even when I eventually do a Simpsons video game retrospective, I still won't reference The Simpsons. I will still rather gravitate towards Russian politics in the 1990s or something. The first level plants you on a boat with almost no clue about what's going on, but it's fine. Bond is looking suave, except when he's doing kung fu front flips while jumping. Like, simmer down, man. This is a stealth operation and you're like showboating. Maybe there's a pun in there somewhere. The idea for each mission is shown in the top left. You see that there are some babes to rescue. Each level has a classic Bond villain to fight, and they seem to just randomly appear. Jaws is the first one, and he looks a bit weird. He's a bit too lurchy for my liking. The levels are rather sprawling. There's a lot of verticality to them, which gives it that Euro platformer feeling, which is considered derogatory, but I kind of agree. I don't need massive levels that go off in meaningless directions, especially up, where it's so easy to fall down and have to start from scratch. In the Duel, it's nowhere near as bad, I will say that. It's just a bit of a feeling. And you also have to remember that James Bond Jr. on the Super Nintendo is a prime example of a Euro platformer, and that's made by Californians. The first two levels don't give much in the way of Bond feeling, but by the time you get to level 3 and you're in a volcanic layer, that definitely feels right at home, especially with the retro uniforms of the bad guys, which is much better than shooting mall cops on a boat. I should probably talk about the gameplay. It's alright. It's not aged super well, but it's definitely the most playable game in the Bond franchise so far. Bond himself is a bit twitchy, he's slightly overactive, like he's just done a line of cocaine before the level started, and I truly hate the jump with a passion. For God's sake, Empire Strikes Back on the NES had a similar rabbit-style jump, and I hated it there too. Maybe I wouldn't mind it too much about his speed, but it's one of those games where enemies pop out of nowhere at 1,000,000 miles an hour, so you need to resort to just edging slowly through the stage so you don't run into them or their bullets. You almost have to shoot before you move the screen forward. Enemies are really unforgiving here, not just because they pop out of nowhere, but their reaction times are insane. I feel like whoever programmed this also programmed the old Mortal Kombat games. They react before you're actually there. Anytime you're climbing a ladder and there's a knobhead hanging around at the top, you know you're gonna take a hit. Sometimes it's impossible not to. And you can only take 5 hits before losing a life. And to add to the difficulty, there is fall damage too. Or if you're high enough, it can outright kill you. One major annoyance is that some enemies respawn while others don't. It is really inconsistent and can lead you unexpectedly to getting shot just when you thought you'd taken care of the dude there. And even more of a kick in the ballsack is that the enemies drop ammo. Oh yeah, you have ammo, which I never ran out of, but you definitely don't want to neglect the drops just in case. But hilariously, if you don't pick that ammo up within a few seconds, it blows up, and that explosion can damage you. Jesus Christ, leave it out, mate. Health can be recovered by defeating the mid-boss, or by picking up one of the scant few supply cases, which I think are only 1 per level. with 4 lives and just 1 continue before being booted back to the start of the first level, the Duel is a tough game, but it's not impossible. I think for the era, it's got a decent difficulty balance. Yeah, it's unfair for the sake of it sometimes, some obvious dickish enemy placement, precarious platforming with an emphasis on prick, but they couldn't have let it be easy, otherwise there's no way the runtime would have been enough to give the players their money's worth, even for a rental. But it's not bordering on impossible. Frustrating? Sure at times, but it's the kind of game that, after punching the sofa a couple of times, you're happy to pick the controller up from across the room and try again, with more determination. And you know what, I kind of enjoy it. I do enjoy this game. I played it on and off maybe 4 times in total, when I was humming and ahhing about, should I make this video or not, and every time I came back, I seemed to be even more fond of it. So much so, right now, I would definitely pick up a loose Mega Drive cartridge if I saw it in the wild. I didn't complete the game for this video while I was actually recording, but I did a few months back, and it was a decent way to spend an evening ignoring my familial responsibilities. It would be a much better game if there were more gadgets or something to give it more of a Bond feel, because as I said, there's really not much that screams 007, aside from his sprite, which does look fantastic to be fair, and of course the bosses, but really, a quick sprite swap and this could be any franchise. The music is a bit Bond-esque and I love it. Honestly, it might be the most controversial, but I think it just suits the game's needs. This is 80s era Bond with an impossibly twangy Mega Drive bass. It's a match made in heaven. It smells like Miami Vice. Now, the Duel also released on the Master System a few months later in the spring of '93, but only in Europe. Sadly, Timothy Dalton looks less like a 70-year-old Michael Jackson and is now looking more like Ray Liotta. Who would have thought one person could look like both of those people? I don't think anyone's happy in this situation, no less Mr. Dalton himself. And while sharing elements with its bigger brother, I would consider them different games. The Master System version lacks the energy and the presentation, but it has technically more things going on. You get attacked by random animals now, you blow the bloody doors off, you have briefcases to collect. In many ways, despite the visual downgrade, it's the more accomplished game. There's more stuff going on. It's a slightly easier version, at least from the first stage that I played. Enemies are far less brutal in terms of their reflexes. It's slower, more considered. If it wasn't for these pricks of a sniper and random falling cargo, I might even prefer it over the Mega Drive version. Not quite, but I think it's a pretty good rendition, all things considered. Levels are now split up. Instead of one massive level, you have 3 mini levels within them, which spaces things out nicely. There are more sense of reliefs in this one. If you played and enjoyed the Mega Drive version as a kid, I think you should give this one a go too. It's definitely its own little remix, same yet different enough to stand by itself. An even more basic version also released on the Game Gear, which I've grown a fondness for recently. The handheld that was definitely ahead of the competition in terms of providing console-like experiences on the go. It did a solid job with Star Wars, and it's done a solid job with Bond. It's certainly based heavily on the Master System version, but it's like playing it in even more slow motion, which again actually helps out. I really don't mind it. It feels broken when you first start playing it, especially coming off the back of the other 2 versions because just how slow it is. But you get used to it and it's a pretty cool game for the system. As stated, this was Domark's final Bond game. And I know you're thinking that alongside the last game, the company probably faded into obscurity too. I mean, I think you need to be at least 40 years old to remember this company. And yeah, the company did fade, but not into obscurity. Shortly after the release of the Duel, Domark merged with a video compression company of all things, and that video compression company was called Eidos. And so Eidos Interactive was born, and they instantly went on to make the cultural defining Tomb Raider. It's not a bad legacy. But this game did also signal a period of inactivity for Bond, not just video games but also on the silver screen. Even when James Bond 007 The Duel came out, there hadn't been a new film for like 3, almost 4 years, with no sign of one in production. Dalton appearing in this game made him feel like a stranger, and Bond wouldn't return to our screens for another 3 or 4 years yet, and so with that vacuum of public interest, there would be no new Bond video games either. But that just made the comeback all the more special because, as you know, even if you've never played it, you know the legendary Bond game that really helped bring Bond back to relevance and is still keeping it relevant today. Yes, GoldenEye in 1995. What do you mean GoldenEye came out in 1997? Oh, you're thinking about the Nintendo 64 game? No, I'm talking about the original GoldenEye. The original GoldenEye video game. Tiger Electronic Handheld. Yes, GoldenEye on the Tiger Electronics Handheld Cheap Taco. The OG GoldenEye game. This one came first, I think. Actually, there's no official release date, but I would guess it came out first. And yes, it is absolute arse gravy of the highest plasticky kind. You can almost smell your Auntie June's perfume on it as she got it you for Christmas because she knows you like video games, but she doesn't want to spend more than a tenner on such an ungrateful little brat. I am rambling. That's because the game is what it is, bearing almost no resemblance to the actual movie. You control Commander Bond as you constantly get squeezed to death by Xenia's thighs. It's a solid way to go out. Apparently there are a few levels in this game, but lord if I can be asked to persevere with this one. On the left side of the screen, you are asked to run forward while taking on the bad guys who get in your way. You have a punch, a kick, a gun, and even one grenade to take out everyone on the screen at once. You are accosted from the front, rear, and above. That's where the lovable Xenia squeezes her way into the action. Hilariously, Bond can contort his whole body in order to get those behind him. That just looks way too painful, my man. And those in the front and back, they aren't a big deal once you get used to the controls, but it's Xenia, like the psychopath girlfriend that she definitely would be. I don't know how to get rid of her. The grenade works, but you only have one of those, and she keeps coming back for more squeezage. Sometimes she gets thrown off, but I'm not sure how or why, it just seems completely random. If I could figure out how to get rid of Xenia, I could probably make it past the first level, and see what other kinds of shite this handheld has to offer, but I think we both, myself and you the viewer, have suffered enough. There were actually two versions of this game. One came with an extra funky controller, and I'm led to believe it's the same or at least similar in gameplay, but I don't have full evidence for that. Either way, not worth playing. And alright, I have teased you enough. It's time to go to the one you wrongly thought I was going to talk about, and some may say that yes, it is slightly more legendary than a Tiger Electronics handheld device. Man, this is gonna be rough. A game so legendary, so good, so classic that I'm dreading talking about it because how on earth can such a crap wordsmith such as myself do it any kind of justice? A game so impactful on pop culture, it has not one but multiple documentaries made about it. And I'm not talking about like a kid on YouTube regurgitating other kids on YouTube who read from Wikipedia. I'm talking about people with actual cameras who interview people with a microphone. It's a game that defined not only a genre but an era. It is a bona fide epoch. You look at the timeline of the history of the Earth, you've got your pre-Cambrian era, the Jurassic, the Cretaceous, and now Earth is currently in the post-GoldenEye on Nintendo 64 era. Mark my words, scientists of the future will be using it as a tentpole. It's got remakes, multiple remakes, reimaginings, both official and fan-made. Very few games in history have had the same kind of impact. Just this year, it got inducted into the Video Game Hall of Fame with other classics such as Super Mario Bros., Pong, Street Fighter II, and Barbie Fashion Designer. GoldenEye 007 on Nintendo 64 was an incredible game at a special moment in time. Those hour-long videos about it on this very platform will do it far more justice than I can, but I can't just cowardly pass it off like that. I'm gonna try my mild, pathetic best to talk about it here. It is a game that deserves the full attention, rather than just being a part of a whole, from someone who is as passionate as they can possibly be. Now don't get me wrong, I love GoldenEye, but I'm not a man who's known for my passion, outside of Azure Dreams, Sega Marine Fishing, and Mila Jovovich. So as much as I bloody love this game, I still feel like I'm doing it an injustice. I'm one of those people that can say they love a game, but they don't know it inside out. I find that online, most people who really love a game tend to know it top to bottom. Every detail, every bit of quirky code, secrets, the glitches, the exploits, every piece of dialogue branded into their brain. It is scary how well some of you know video games. But me, Now, I like to have a little bit of mystery with my favorite games. It keeps the passion alive. I think if you open that curtain to see the Wizard of Oz squeezing one out on the bog, it would take something away. I need that barrier, that distance. If I love something, I don't get so close to it. This game is Bond to some people out there. Some people say it's Dr. No, some say Goldfinger is the definition of what Bond is, but to equally as many people, if not maybe even more, Rare's GoldenEye on Nintendo 64 is the beginning, the middle, and end of what Bond is to them. And it's kind of fruity to think it's not all that complicated of a game. It's barely a step up from Doom in terms of complexity, and that is no shade. You know, sometimes it's the simple things that are the best. My mom always used to reassure me with that line. And Doom is actually a good comparison because it's a first-person shooter that's still rocking the single stick. You walk forward, turn, and hopefully, fingers crossed and saying nice things to an angel, aim with the same stick. It is a 3-in-1. For a modern audience, or those who have moved along with game development and standards, it is quite difficult to deal with these days. GoldenEye is not a game that offers accuracy. In fact, I heard that when a mouse and keyboard player plays GoldenEye for the first time, they are instantly converted into a psychopath and go on a murdering spree. But as inaccurate as it is, and as petulant as the auto-aim is, you get used to it. Strafing with the C arrow buttons becomes second nature, and the enemies are mostly balanced to be as incompetent as yourself, at least in the early levels. It's not infuriatingly impossible or anything. Speaking of which, GoldenEye has some of the most legendary levels in gaming history, especially the first handful, which I'm sure most of us growing up definitely played more than the later ones. The first 3 levels are absolutely iconic. The dam mission as you bungee off it to the second level, the facility, dropping down the bog after smelling those sweet scents up in the ventilation system before making your cinematic escape with a short but sweet runway level. It is a genuine thrill. Every level is a change of pace. Some are balls to the wall action, some are more sneaky, some have extended objectives, some are a bit mysterious. I swear Statue could be a level in a horror game. The only type of level that is missing from GoldenEye is the pure undercover agent, where you're walking around amongst the enemies or civilians without a weapon in your hand, doing some proper spy stuff. That could have really been the cherry on the top for this game. Doing some investigation with gadgets and no weapons to protect you if you get caught. That would have been cool to have at least one level in like a casino or something. One of the finest gameplay decisions with GoldenEye is the difference in difficulty levels. Whereas most games would just make you get hit harder, have less life, fewer power-ups, it's kind of uninspired, but GoldenEye 007 brought to the table more tasks to do in the level. On the easiest difficulty, it would often just be get to the end alive. Not always, but that was literally the easiest option for the devs to go through. But on middle difficulty, it would add more things to do. The example of this is on the first level of the dam. Instead of just bungee jumping, you also need to destroy all the alarms. The highest difficulty has you delving deeper into the level to places off the beaten path to a normal player, deep inside the dam itself to do some technical thingy-me-bobs with servers and stuff that I don't even understand to this day. There's even an extra secret unlockable difficulty to do, but that doesn't add any more objectives. Overall, it's balanced really well, and it becomes a bit of a treat to go through the game again and again on higher difficulties. Personally, I always go through the middle difficulty first before moving on to the 00 agent difficulty, which is really tough, but if you want to play through it, it can double or triple the length of the game in an instant. And it's not in any kind of padding way, because you want to do it, and the extra tasks aren't over elaborate, they're just an extra spanner in the works, an interesting side thing that often makes you feel more like a spy, like you're actually doing your proper job, rather than just something Duke Nukem or Doom Guy can do. Sometimes it lets you go to a part of the level you didn't go before, or a room that looked kind of pointless, but it suddenly becomes an integral part of the mission. I love the level design to GoldenEye. While compared to today's FPS efforts, it may seem overly simplistic, but there is a balance here that developers and CEOs of today just can't or won't understand. Whether on purpose through genius or forced through technical limitations, or by complete fluke, these levels feel open despite being linear on the whole. There are exceptions to that, of course. The openness isn't overwhelming either, like it can be on modern open-world FPSs, nor completely smokes and mirrors like corridor FPSs that are super linear but have crazy things going on in the inaccessible surroundings. GoldenEye is too classy for that cinematic stuff. These levels have just the perfect amount of useless areas or rooms, a good enough dollop of out-of-the-bounds mystery to tickle your intrigue. Of course, separating likable design from nostalgia is a difficult one. Getting a boner over having a useless hut with some papers on a desk compared to modern games, yeah, okay, fine, but I'll still stand by it. This is more interesting than modern FPSs. There are 20 levels in this game too, which is a lot for the time and for a movie. I don't even think there are 20 scenes in the film. They really squeeze some nice content out of it, and the length and replayability really did go above and beyond. Like many games of the era, it came with built-in cheats. Now you could input these manually if you were rich enough to pay £2.99 for a cheat book at your local newsagents, but most kids had to deal with the fact that you needed to beat each level within a specific time and a cheat would be unlocked. Interestingly, the cheat would be linked to a specific difficulty level. So the ones linked to the easy level, Agent, you always felt really good about being able to do that with just a little bit of practice. Those on 00 Agent, I feel like most people didn't even try. But there are cheats for all skill levels. I think everyone, maybe even unintentionally, managed to unlock DK mode and maybe the paintball mode. But this adds so much to playing the levels again and again and getting really good at them. As long as you know what you're doing, which you should at this point, levels aren't all that long to begin with, so when you're tasked with doing one of them in 2 minutes, it seems tough but feasible if things go your way. I am not a speedrunner type of gamer. It's really not how I like to play video games. But even me, this game kinda gets me. I see statue, I see the time goal, and I'm thinking, you know what, I can do that. I'm gonna plan a proper route and a method, and I did it. Sadly, the cheat for that one is a bit rubbish, so I guess that's one of the easier ones to do, I don't know. Oh yeah. But you can see how and why this game produced one of the most popular and dedicated speedrunning communities. As I said, it's not something I'm into, but if I was to guess, I think GoldenEye is, or at least was, a top 10 speedrunning retro game. At least before, like, the speedrunner community pushed the game to where it just won't go any faster anymore. I think it's kind of dead now because it was pushed so much. It is a wonderful game that once you adjust to the controls, it's such a pick up and play title. It still feels fresh today thanks to its simple but compelling objectives, arcadey gameplay, and intangible personality. Some mechanics aren't explained very well in-game, maybe the manual mentions it, but stealth is a weird one. It makes very little sense, and it's almost impossible to realize how it works when you're playing naturally. And the fact that half the videos on YouTube that talk about GoldenEye in any real depth or regularity, people who I would call experts on the game, even they seem to resort to saying, yeah, this level has a constant stream of enemies coming at you, which makes it difficult, seemingly oblivious to the stealth. And this is not me calling them out, I'm calling out the game for not explaining itself. Why couldn't M's briefing mention it in some capacity? There are 2 missions which I would say, while not required, stealth does make your life infinitely easier. In fact, it goes from making 2 seemingly very difficult levels into being mildly nice ones. The first one is Bunker 2 mission, which has you escaping jail. After using your magnetic watch to grab a key and some randomly hidden throwing knives, you'll get a gun soon. If you use it, no matter what, streams and streams of enemies will come at you, unless you raid the room where they spawn from, which, you know, good luck with that. This level will become a big obstacle for you, where you'll have to try over and over again, and you'll feel like you're missing something. And you are missing something. The key is stealth. In order to use stealth successfully, you have to shoot 1 bullet at a time. If you shoot just 1 bullet, the guards won't be alerted to you massacring the whole base. And it doesn't matter, at least I don't think it does, how much the guards shoot. They can shoot you until the cows come home and no one will bat an eyelid. Maybe, I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Another option, which I distinctly remember is when I realized about the whole stealth thing, is the karate chop. I actually admire this mission because it's such a big tease. Archives went from being one of my least favorite levels to being one of my favorites. Like, you are being interrogated. For some reason, they left a gun and bullets on the table. Your instinct is to pick up the gun and take them down. But no, that is a red herring, and that will just leave you wounded from being awkwardly slow and then facing a wave of endless enemies. However, run up to them, karate chop them, and make your way through the entire level just doing this, and it makes one of the most annoying levels into being one of the easiest and funnest. It's pretty cool just karate chopping everyone before they can shoot anything off. And a kind of funny mechanic, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but if you get right up close to them as much as possible, even if they shoot, they can't actually hurt you. So Slappers isn't as kamikaze as it may seem, especially in these tight corridors with guards far apart. So, what is wrong with GoldenEye? Well, it is a console FPS from 1997, so there are plenty of things to scare modern gamers away. The control scheme will melt your brain if you jump in from the latest Call of Duty. I'm not saying it's bad, it's just unconventional to what you may be used to, and literally anyone going into it fresh will say they are terrible. They are not terrible, you're just not used to them. The game is balanced enough to make it work. One thing that sticks out to me as being tacked on and awkwardly implemented is the gadget usage. Don't worry, GoldenEye wasn't the first, nor will it be the last Bond game to fumble using items outside the realms of your weaponry. A camera, a bugging device, bomb disposal. With all the objectives in the mission, you are often required to use something that is not a gun. To get these, you awkwardly go to the menu, get totally distracted for 2 minutes while you vibe with the incredible watch music, you flick through to get to your items, often all the way past your weapons, and then when you press it, you're greeted with like nothing visible. You're never sure if you've done the right thing. Did you equip it properly? Some of them you can ruin the whole level by throwing them at the wrong place. It seems far too easy to balls up, especially when my brain freezes and I forget which button is the one to use it. Now, as I said, Bond games always tend to balls this up. I get having so many weapons and so many gadgets, it's gonna be unwieldy, and compared to some other games, GoldenEye can come across as downright graceful, even though I wish it could be better. The repeated levels, this is another minor issue, but 2 stages are repeated. Different objectives, but you're in the same place. Surface is visited twice, and the second time is perhaps the most boring level in the game because it's just so similar to the first, except now it's got a blood moon. You're half expecting skeletons to rise from the snow. It's not bad, but it's worse than the first outing because in this one, enemies are just constantly going towards you no matter what. The second is Bunker, but I actually think this kind of works because the first time you're here, it is under construction. The second time, it is fully complete, and it's pretty nifty to see what's changed over the years. That is one fantastic way to freshen up a repeated location for sure. It made me want to go exploring. And Natalia, possibly the character who made escort missions an unwelcome addition to any video game in the future, no matter how well implemented. Having this sickly looking lady follow you around a handful of missions and trying to not let her die caused many an expletive to be ushered. The best mission she's in is the one you can leave her in jail until the very end, when she literally can't ruin the game anymore. She is such a liability, randomly being killed by explosions, not getting out of the way of danger. Okay, she just whip out a magnum and do some damage, which is decidedly badass, but it's not enough to make the rage go away. Xenia. I still have dreams about Xenia from the movie, and I have a major complaint that she's not in this game anywhere near enough. We need more Xenia. And finally, some of the guns, as iconic as they are, they do look a bit dumb. I think every kid thought this looked like a pencil mixed with a Rottweiler, and the sniper, that is unquestionably a super soaker. It's bright orange for God's sake. What a way to stand out in the snow. No wonder the enemies shoot you from 3 miles out. Alongside having a legendary single-player campaign, GoldenEye is perhaps even more fondly remembered for its multiplayer aspect, and yeah, man, back in the day, this was the go-to Nintendo 64 game for multiplayer madness, for a good long time. I remember my cousin absolutely murking me. I also remember my best mate of the time trying for about an hour and a half just to unlock all the multiplayer characters using the cheat code. He was like 3 years older than me, and he was supposed to be the most skilled badass of the group, so it was his responsibility to do the borderline impossible cheat code, or at least that's what he told me as a kid. It turns out he was an idiot and the code is super easy and relaxing to input. I don't think he ever finished school. I always played the helicopter pilot because, I thought the helmet might placebo some more protection upon me. I don't know. Now, I often joke about having no friends to play the game with, but you can't have Bond retrospectives without talking about multiplayer. So I did bribe some colleagues to become my friends and play with me for an afternoon. I paid them in coffee. And to bring the party down a notch, as incredible and groundbreaking as the multiplayer was in the day, in 2025, it is more of a hard sell. When you invite busy working dads to play it, neither of them having played it in the last, 25 years, if at all, it was fun, but it wasn't the most fun we had that afternoon playing a variety of Bond titles. I'll get into them later. It was fine, no one hated it, but the controls are not inviting anymore. Most of the comments were at the surprise of managing to actually hit someone. But you can't deny this was a hugely influential game in terms of inspiring future multiplayer games. The rule sets, the weapon sets, the multiplayer map layouts, most of them going down in history and still haven't been topped. And that's what I will say, while the multiplayer gameplay may have been eclipsed, I don't think the maps have, at least in terms of future Bond titles. Nightfire and Agent Under Fire have some great moment-to-moment gameplay that I'll get into later, but they just don't have the maps of GoldenEye. If you are having a Nintendo 64 night with friends or family, of course GoldenEye should be in the lineup. You'd be chased out of your neighborhood if you didn't include it, but I think a couple of future Bond games will manage to bring more raucous fun to the party due to their accessibility. And once the beer starts flowing, do you think the accuracy of GoldenEye is going to get any better? No chance. GoldenEye on Nintendo 64 was one of the best-selling games on the system. It makes sense. A quality title on a console that didn't quite have the fertility rate of its PlayStation rival. If you had a 64 and you were older than 10, you were almost required to get this game. I still find it amusing though that it released 2 years after the movie and somehow managed to get over that hurdle through sheer quality alone. To me that asks the question, why don't we have more movie tie-ins of older properties? Like, if you've got a good game and a good name, maybe the release date of the film doesn't mean so much. What I'm trying to say is, I think they should make another Stargate video game. Nowadays, you can play the original version on Nintendo Switch Online if you want to. No, having a normal controller does not help at all. In fact, it probably makes things worse. You need that Nintendo 64 controller. You can also play a slightly updated version on Xbox in the Rare Replay collection or by subscribing to Game Pass. Personally, despite the updated textures and controls to be more modern, I don't really like it since everything is a bit wobbly for no reason that I can determine. Is that just me and my TV? Everything's just like wobbling about. However, did you know that GoldenEye was remade before that? And no, I'm not talking about that reimagining on Wii that I'll talk about later. I'm talking about Xbox Live, made by Rare themselves in 2008, before they were forced to eternally make Sea of Thieves. They remade GoldenEye as an Xbox Live arcade title for download. However, due to a rights dispute, it was never released. A fully finished game that never saw the light of day. It feels almost criminal, and there are contradictory reports as to who decided to put a spanner in the works. Some say it was Nintendo themselves, others say it was MGM. All I'll say is, thankfully you can play it anyway, since the game leaked online a few years back. Not the easiest thing to get going, but definitely worth a play. In fact, despite a few technical hiccups and lack of polish due to it not being the complete final build, but an earlier version, it plays surprisingly well, and might actually be the best way to play the game these days. It's a simple remake, but I think it's done what was necessary. It's the original, just a bit shinier, and not too much shinier. It doesn't have the wobbling textures of the later Xbox port, and it's smoother to play with a modern controller. In fact, there are mods to allow you to play with a mouse and keyboard if that's your bag, but surely that would make the game far too easy. I've only sampled it a little bit, and there is just one issue for it, and it is a massive one, I'm not gonna lie. In fact, the more I think about it, the more truly unplayable this version is. And that is the faces. Why did they make all the faces of the gods look normal? They look normal and boring. What happened to the Quasimodos and Dwayne Dibleys of the original? They were absolutely iconic. Each and every face is a legend. In this remake, they're just boring. And yes, I am aware all the faces of the original were based on the actual developers. I'm sorry for the person who looks like Dwayne Dibley. And while I'd rather not call them all freaks, they kind of are. And that's why British game developers were awesome. Just a bunch of nerds too ugly to go outside, good at coding and designing. And that's why modern games are crap, because everyone's into like beauty products these days. Stop it, okay? Be nerdy, be unsightly. You'll make better games. Anyways, I think that is all I have to say about GoldenEye. This has probably gone on for more than 20 minutes at this point, and yeah, it deserves that amount of attention, if not more. It is a legendary game, slightly in the you had to be there category, especially if you're going in fresh, but give it a few levels, get used to the controls, and you'll find it is still an all-time classic that will pull you in from beginning to end, and then more. Rare did a phenomenal job. It's still weird to think that Nintendo, of all companies, had the video game rights to James Bond. It's like finding out that Microsoft had the video game rights to Sherlock Holmes or something. Sony had the ironclad contract tying down Murder, She Wrote to PlayStation. Actually, Bond, Sherlock, and Jessica Fletcher going head-to-head at E3. Like, forget your giant enemy crabs or remembering your Ridge races, that would have been an iconic moment. But oddly, fantasies aside, they didn't really capitalize on the deal that much. I don't know what their deal involved, how many years, how many games, was it just one movie? I have no idea. But Nintendo only had one more exclusive video game during this era, and it is the often forgotten about James Bond 007. Yeah, the title doesn't help much. It is the exact same name as the Atari game I looked at the beginning of this video, but it is an interesting piece nonetheless. A lot of people like to compare this to Link's Awakening, a top-down Zelda game also on the Game Boy, and I can see that. However, I'm gonna be deeply insulting and say that immediately, within milliseconds, it reminded me far more of Star Wars Yoda Stories, which I covered in my Star Wars retrospective. If you played all three games, I promise you would agree with me. The adventure elements are far more in line with Yoda Stories. However, James Bond 007 feels like it was made by professionals, not lunatics. It's not a wonderful first impression though. I mean, look at his walking animation. He looks more like Mr. Ben than Mr. Bond. You get a call from M about the mission and some advice about how to proceed, and you're dumped into a Chinese village. Perfect, a great starting location for a Bond adventure. Somewhere exotic, somewhere we've not seen too much over the years. It feels new and fresh at this point in the franchise. It's a solid introduction in terms of what to expect. Walking forward, you immediately come across a broken bridge and a dude who needs a hammer to fix it. Well, if you pop into his house and search around, you'll pick it up and you give it to him, and there we have Basic Gameplay Adventure 101. And in all honesty, it doesn't get very much more complicated than that. And it ends up being one giant trade quest where you can see why it's been compared to Link's Awakening for that tiny part of that game. The first level, aside from that, and also finding the secret plans, is mostly getting used to the melee action. As you take on an entire Chinese village with Kung Fu, you block with one button and attack with the other. It is not very thrilling. You are going through the motions, but it's kinda cool rocking up to an NPC and chatting with them. Outside of the stealth affair, the point and click game, this is the first time we've been able to chat with just normal people, initiate dialogue. The first level is really short. After a boss fight, you are whisked off to somewhere in the Middle East, where you have to rescue 008. This is done by a series of connected events. Go here, pick this up, give it to him, speak to that person, find that place. You can almost smell the coding for this one, but as a simple Game Boy game, it's definitely pushing above its weight. Marrakech is just an unbelievably massive maze of a level. It feels positively gigantic with so many things going on. The hotel, the casino, the actual city itself, the black market, the sewers, the cave. This will be the level that will make you either fall in love with the game, or it will make you tap out like a wrestler who was in the Royal Rumble for just a bit too long. And it is a level that goes on a bit too long. I wholeheartedly admire it, but Jesus Christ, like hurry up. And also, give me some kind of map, please. And the game seriously does have its obtuse moments that would take unguided gamers quite a while to figure out. And you're not always sure what's going on, or what you're trying to do. It seems everyone knows what's going on except you, the player, but it's fine. It is a fun game regardless. Who doesn't want to attack people in caves with a machete? I mean, Bond with a machete, that's awesome. The combat is a bit rough around the edges. Once the baddies start getting more well-equipped, well, that's when you'll realize why the game throws endless amounts of health replenishments at you. You're gonna need them because you're gonna get hit a lot. Now, don't worry, you'll be getting pistols and machine guns too, and you'll be wasting ammo like a boss. The combat isn't especially tight. There is no room to swing Blofeld's cat in a lot of these situations. And it's one of those games where the perspective is completely off. Even if you're well behind the bullet in terms of perspective, at the back of the room, because the pixel of the bullet touched the toe of your sprite, you still get hit. This is some magical illusion that belongs in a Roger Moore Bond. Like, is this implying that I'm lying down the whole time? Or is the floor, in fact, a wall? Or maybe it was the Game Boy and it didn't matter that much. You know what I do like about this game? It does feel like an old-fashioned Bond adventure. It doesn't feel like it was inspired by the Brosnan revival. When M is talking to you, I'm not seeing Judi Dench for this one. I'm picturing stuffy, smoke-stained offices with worryingly flammable furniture and priceless art on the walls. This has got Berners-Lee M written all over it. I really have no idea how to date it, but it could be in the 70s. It feels like a period piece. I don't know if that was on purpose or if my mind was willing that feeling due to going through all the older Bond movies around this time. For the console, I really do think it's an interesting and ambitious game that has a lot of merit. On the other hand, I feel like the game loses its way in the latter half. When you're in the mountains and it feels overly random and it's kind of a boring location, I did lose my interest. And I feel I should probably like this game more than I do. I was expecting a cult classic hidden gem, but it's not quite done that for me. The two-genre mix of action and adventure style. And I want to stress action and adventure, not action-adventure, that's different. While I appreciate the effort, I don't think either gameplay style has come out particularly strong. The action is quite mediocre. The adventure, also quite mediocre. It comes together greater than the sum of its parts, mainly down to its uniqueness and the franchise and the console it's on. But I don't think it's anything too special. It is a curiosity. Would I have liked this game back in the day? For sure. It feels above average, but I think it had potential to be something really special. And maybe that's why I liked it, but also felt a tad disappointed. This game was developed by Sapphire, who are kind of new to the industry, but somehow got in Nintendo's good books as their third game was Nesta's Funky Bowling on the Virtual Boy. They were given another sympathy chance with the big N and were handed responsibilities for James Bond 007. And I think they did a reasonable job, the best they could do. And while they wouldn't develop a game published by Nintendo ever again, up until their final game in 2004, they were often a go-to dev for putting games on Nintendo systems, with loads of Nintendo 64 ports and portable releases of big console games. But strangely, despite being often forgotten about, I think James Bond 007 is their biggest game. And if you find it cheap in a retro game store for like 10 bucks, 15 bucks, maybe give it a shot. With the video game adaptation of GoldenEye being an absolutely huge success, being an instant classic, generationally defining video game, it's safe to say that with the latest Bond movie, Tomorrow Never Dies, people had huge expectations and anticipation. However, since the release of GoldenEye, Electronic Arts had gained the rights to produce video games based on the franchise, a 10-year exclusivity contract. I don't know how or why this happened, but one may assume that due to GoldenEye selling 8 million copies, the increasingly ambitious EA smelled money. Whatever the next game was, it would be a surefire hit. But development of Tomorrow Never Dies, the video game, didn't quite go as smoothly as it could. Perhaps the rights takeover timing put things on the back foot, but a bit like GoldenEye, the video game released much later than the actual movie. And not just late, it released 1 month before the next Bond movie. So Tomorrow Never Dies, the video game, released 1 month prior to The World Is Not Enough film. It seems ridiculous to think that 1 month before The World Is Not Enough hit cinemas, this was the fresh game on store shelves. Was it normal to be this fashionably late? Bond seems like the kind of person who would arrive precisely on time, even if he looked like he was being overly casual. This was developed by Black Ops Entertainment, known for pretty much nothing worth remembering. Okay, they did that Jurassic Park fighting game, which was kind of funny, but instead of trying to copy the classic that came before, they decided to go in a different direction. A direction I like to call generic PS1 game. Now it is a third-person action game, and it is all the worse for it. If you are one of those people who complain that the original Tomb Raider games have stiff controls, just wait until you've played this. Stealth is extremely poor. In fact, sneaking or stealthing doesn't seem to mean anything. Sometimes they will notice you, sometimes they won't. How or why? Who knows? It is not Metal Gear Solid, that is for sure. This is just a dumb romp through an underrated movie. In this game, Bond has 2 hands of sorts. At least it looks that way with the way the game is set out and how they are used. The X button uses the weapon, the square button uses the gadget, which you can now see on the left side of the screen. Although for this game, you'll mostly have your medkit assigned there because you are gonna need it. Bond gets taken down so easily in this game, and if you die, well, you may have an extra life to let you instantly respawn, but that's unlikely, and you have to start the whole level again from scratch. And there are only 10 levels, and that means some of them are quite long and quite difficult. Gadget usage is okay. There's usually the one main one you have to use in each level, and it doesn't get massively inventive, but at least it's something different every level. Fingerprint scanner here, a camera there. It still feels like video game Bond is still trying to find his feet when it comes to things outside of just blasting people. Gadgets and personal interactions are simple, but it is a step in the right direction. For me, a game like this and a story like this, it really wouldn't hurt to have more interactive elements with NPCs, civilians and such. I said that about GoldenEye already, however it feels like a bigger miss in Tomorrow Never Dies. Third-person gameplay lends itself a lot better in that regard, and there's more teasing here with dialogue. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think this game would be 100 times better if it went the same route as the Phantom Menace PS1 game, which is borderline unhinged. But those dialogue choices would have been great with Bond. The visuals are not good. I think even for the PS1 they are slightly below par for the year this released. Everyone looks like matchstick men. Environments are basic, almost in an unfinished way. When the most exciting and interesting object in your game is a printing press, you know you have issues. Bond looks more like Noel Gallagher, probably wants a champagne supernova rather than a vodka martini, and the draw distance is absolutely awful, staring into the blackness of the universe as you make your way through the most poorly lit printing press in the world. Health and safety would be having an absolute fit at this point. I know it's the late 90s and you can still get away with a few mangled employees, but it is a step too far. However, you can use this to your advantage because if you aim, you can just about see the enemies waiting for you, whereas they cannot see you. It is a good way to pass the levels in what can be an unforgiving game, but it also makes it trivial and a bit tedious as you inch your way through it. It's not just walking and shooting, however, there are some vehicular segments. The first and most common of which is skiing. Bond loves his skis. He is definitely fond of the posh pastime. Having done it once myself, I can safely say I hate it to my very core, but I'm not posh, maybe that's why. Let's just say it is hardly Roger Moore in his prime. It's again more awkward than fun as you push away enemies either side of you as you make your way down the mountain. It can lead to probably one of the most comical things I've seen in a video game in a while. That's prime comedy skiing accident. You also have a car chase, which is again awkward. You're meant to shoot 10 cars directly in front of you, but they drop mines every millisecond, making it difficult to actually shoot the bloody thing. I do appreciate they tried to switch things up, and I will admit they were the most interesting part of the game, but they are stretching their limitations a bit too much. Although playing this game, seeing the movie cutscenes play out, it really did remind me about how poorly Bond's car is in this one, like how badly it's aged. A 1997 BMW 7500iL, one of the least cool Bond cars ever. It's literally a granddad car now. Going back through the movies, all of his cars were cool then and pretty cool now, but old Granddad Albert's Beamer, it just don't hold up. One of the biggest omissions for this game, especially as we got into the 3D era, is that there is no multiplayer, like at all. I know it's a PS1 exclusive, and having only 2 controller ports out of the box probably didn't give them much incentive to make a proper multiplayer experience, but still, it's a surprising miss for the game. A point in its favor, however, is that this is the first game in the franchise to use the actual theme of the movie in its video game form, and it does let you delve more into the movie, like you feel like you're playing a video game adaptation. Better than GoldenEye does, which I guess could be a good or a bad thing. Do you want to know you're playing a licensed movie tie-in or not? It may actually cheapen the product for some in a weird kind of way. All in all, this is a bit of a damp squib. It's not a bad game, it's not terrible, but it's definitely a disappointment compared to what came before and what's coming up next. I read that initially Rare were offered the reins for this one, and I would have loved to see them have one more pop-up Bond. Black Ops Entertainment, they just don't have the same revered status as Rare, and this is one of the reasons. I didn't mind playing it here and now in 2025, but back in the late 90s, this would have been a big disappointment. In its own bubble, it would have been a mediocre action game, but in the context of coming off the back of GoldenEye, which was just as revered back then as it is now, it would have been very, very disappointing. Constantly playing catch-up with the movies, with The World Is Not Enough being unleashed to cinema goers in late 1999, Black Ops Entertainment needed a quick turnaround on another game to go with it. 1 year after the movie came out, so did the video game. A PlayStation 1 game that saw the developers take stock of where they went wrong and form it into something much more entertaining. Made in the same engine, but with upgrades and a shift to a first-person perspective, you've got your hands on a pretty decent Bond game for the Sony PlayStation. This follows the story of the movie pretty well, and I think it's all the better for it. Many movie tie-ins usually have some things in the movie but then ignore other parts that don't really fit video game form. Well, the fact Black Ops Entertainment decided to have a scene in the casino where you don't even kill anyone, it tells you all you need to know. But primarily, yeah, you're still murdering endless amount of goons. I like the fact that the game starts off slow, being a bit spy-like, using your gadgets to infiltrate the bank, then sneakily taking out security cameras, then copying fingerprints from the thermos. It sets the tone pretty well. There's also a pretty decent skiing stage. Still mildly annoying, but I enjoyed it far more than the awkward guff in Tomorrow Never Dies. But it does things I've been hoping to do as Bond. There is a 5-minute level where you are in the world's smallest casino playing blackjack. I know Monte Carlo is small, but this is Shenmue bar levels of small. In this level, you need to win 100 grand to complete the level. Thankfully, if you're feeling brave, you can do that in just 2 rounds, but you probably need a few level resets to get there. But it's cool, and you just do a little bit of spy work before that as well. Or, if you've got gambling problems, you can just enjoy this as long as you want, and your thumbs won't get broken in real life. I like the little non-combat segments. It's a nice little treat. Infiltrating the base in Kazakhstan while holding up your ID card like you're excited about a multipass. I love that sort of thing. But the gunplay is solid too. It feels a bit stiff and slower, so your reactions to enemies popping in, which they often do, can be difficult on the whole. In fact, I would say the game is quite tough on average. There are no difficulty settings, it's just one and done. So, with just 11 stages, one of which is tiny, it is fair to say they had to make each stage quite tough. Not painfully so, but you'll certainly have to restart missions a few times before you get to the end safely. A lot of prerequisite knowledge helps a lot, and even then there are some unfair moments. I like this game quite a lot, probably more than it deserves, but I do like an underdog, and this is certainly one of those, as you'll find out very soon, but I do have some issues with it. The first isn't a complaint in and of itself, because it is a purposeful design choice and it is one that should be respected. I just find it difficult to adjust to. The thing is, there is no auto reloading. You have to do it manually, which I respect the choice, but after years and years of playing first-person shooters, and especially while playing all the games surrounding this on it, I have no muscle memory to reload by myself, and it is a huge inconvenience. I always got caught out, and it is especially annoying when some weapons take an age just to reload. And that does bring me to a genuine complaint: switching weapons. Oh my lord, why is it so slow, and why do I always change to being unarmed? The problem is that there are two buttons for switching weapons. When a weapon runs out of ammo, you kinda wanna switch, but for some reason, it doesn't seem to matter whether I press the square button to switch backwards or triangle to switch to the next in line. I am definitely trying to take down a sniper with my fists. And for some reason, switching away from unarmed seems to take twice as long as the other weapons. It feels like I have two slots for unarmed. You can switch fast if you press switch again before the equipping animation starts, but that requires reading the notice fast and knowing how many slots the one you want is along the line, which is not always convenient when you're also paying attention to other things. And that leads me to my third complaint, which is integrated into the second one: the gadgets. For some reason, all of the gadgets are included in your weapon cycle, so instead of whipping out your machine gun in the middle of a firefight, you're getting out your camera to snap a few shots, or bug a telephone. And it just makes switching to the weapon or item you want even more of a pain. It is so slow because some levels have you with a lot of gadgets. Stealth is very iffy too. Sometimes it works fine when needed, other times you shoot someone with a silencer and then the alarm goes off immediately. I think stealth should have been a bigger tool in your arsenal. I guess another complaint, if you care about it, is that once again, Black Ops Entertainment failed to include a multiplayer mode. I don't understand how they could have missed this one. Yeah, the PS2 only had 2 controller ports, but multi-taps were not some kind of fantasy, and plenty of games on that console had 4-player support. It could be due to technical limitations for the console, but I doubt it. Like, Quake 2 was an FPS with 4-player support on the PS1, so I don't know, maybe they just didn't bother. The production is a step up from their previous effort. Visually, it is improved. Noel Gallagher decided to slide away from the role as Bond, and Pierce Brosnan is definitely here this time. The draw distance is far better thanks to the mix of level design choices and technological advancements, and the music is pretty good too. Although this does contain the most phoned-in John Cleese performance ever.
For more urgent situations, I'm giving you a flashbang, disguised as a small flashlight. This device emits a quiet, high-intensity charge that will temporarily blind anyone facing it.
Oi, John, you signed the contract, get into the booth. Or maybe the phrase booth reminded him of his ex-wife, Connie Booth, and he instantly went into a bad mood. And to be fair, if I lost Connie Booth, I would probably phoned in the rest of my life. What a loss. He is literally just reading lines and not even thinking of the context as to what he's saying. Sometimes he's decent, but he couldn't give a less of a shit about the contractual obligation.
007, I have a new device for you, a grappling hook embedded in your watch. May come in handy if you need to make a quick getaway. I would offer my new fishing boat to help you out, but it's not quite finished yet. Looks as if you'll need to find some other means of transport. Do you hear me, 007?
So, The World Is Not Enough was Black Ops Entertainment's second chance at the Bond franchise, and thankfully they pulled it off. This is not a perfect game, it's not even close to GoldenEye, but it's definitely one of the best first-person shooters on the PlayStation 1 that I've played. It is a massive step up in quality compared to Tomorrow Never Dies. In fact, it's hard to believe they are made by the same company. Although you can scientifically check that when you see enemies charging towards you and they do the exact same awkward zigzag. Like, stop cheesing me, man. I think if you have a PlayStation 1, you should probably have this in your collection. Yes, it is eclipsed by GoldenEye before it, and also the next game I'm going to talk about, but I think it's a good effort and a really solid movie tie-in that did it justice. It will frustrate at times, but it's worth a look. The The World Is Not Enough was not only on the PlayStation 1 though, there was also a release on Nintendo 64. In this video, I'm not being completely exhausted by looking at all the ports and slight variations between each of the games, but I'm mentioning this one because, well, it is a different game. For some reason, some pleasing reason, Electronic Arts decided to have a different team make the Nintendo 64 edition of The World Is Not Enough, and in fact it came out 1 month earlier than Black Ops Entertainment's PS1 game. I only did that one first to keep a good flow, but also because it turns out that the Nintendo 64 rendition is even better. At least to most people. The game was developed by Eurocom, coming back to the Bond franchise after making James Bond Jr on the NES. They got the job not because of that, but because they were working on 3D technology that really impressed Electronic Arts at the time. And it turned out to be a very fruitful relationship until it wasn't anymore, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Now, one issue that can pop up from time to time when I make these videos is that I often play the games back to back and then start writing the script like weeks, maybe even months down the line. And when that happens, let's just say memories start to bleed into one another. So when I got down to writing the script for this, I essentially had to play the games again just to remember the difference. But they are significant. The Nintendo 64 release has 3 more levels. All crossover levels follow a similar premise but are executed very differently from one another. It is fair to say that this Nintendo 64 rendition is a far more ambitious and expansive game, even feeling like a generation ahead in terms of complexity. It's like when you had an NES and a Super Nintendo version of the same game. Maybe the same name, but played completely differently. And this is not to throw too much shade on the PS1 version, I enjoyed that in its own way, but if you had a friend with a Nintendo 64 and they showed you this compared to your PlayStation version, you would feel a bit shortchanged. You would definitely feel like you had the shittier console. You'd be humiliated in the school playground. Maybe not every level, like the ski level. Why is there always a ski level? On PlayStation 1 is kind of on the rails. You go from small area to small area, but you have control over Bond a bit more. Nintendo 64, well, it is just a completely on-rails thing. I think the PlayStation 1 version is better in that regard. And then there are ones which are completely different, but I like equally, like the stealth part in Electra's Castle. Similar premise, very different, both enjoyable aside from the boss on the PS1 version. That made me rage. But even there, you can see the Nintendo 64 level is like 3 or 4 times the size. It's just so much less enclosed. Where the PS1 had set difficulty options, Nintendo 64 follows GoldenEye's mission setup, but expands even further. You have Agent, Secret Agent, and 00 Agent. Here though, they all start with the same objective, but the higher up you go in difficulty, the more submissions will pop up in the middle of a level. The raid on MI6 is the perfect example of that. Suddenly, out of nowhere, you are asked to go fetch a doctor for some poor sap who took a bullet. I love the idea, but the implementation is a little half-hearted, because as awesome as the idea is, a good few of the levels don't actually do this, which was also the case for GoldenEye, but this is just more cases. In fact, quickly browsing through a walkthrough and counting, only 4 of the 14 levels have these extra objectives popping up mid-mission. Perhaps they ran out of time, or maybe they realized it made some of the levels go on a bit too long. Like that raid on MI6, it just makes the level go on forever. And the difference between Secret Agent and 00 Agent is even more negligible since there are no objectives exclusive to the final difficulty. Definitely half-hearted, which will disappoint those who play through the first 2 levels on higher difficulties to see about this exciting new prospect of more objectives, only for like the rest of them in the game not really doing it. I can imagine feeling that something is wrong. The potential was wasted, and it means there is less incentive to replay levels. However, due to the different difficulty levels, this version can be easier on the whole. Where the PS1 game made me want to scream into a pillow from time to time, this is a pretty chill game. You can have a pleasant couple of evenings playing through the game on the base difficulty without too much of a sweat. On Nintendo 64, they've handled the gadgets much better than PS1, by which I mean they've retained the GoldenEye way of not mixing them in your weapon cycle. You have to go into the menu to select them, and it's even better than GoldenEye because they have their own section. It's laid out way better. There's no flicking through pages, accidentally scrolling past the one you want, then scrolling down to find them. No, it's fixed here. There's also a jump button now. Wow, magical. And yes, you do use it on occasion. The game is still a bit slow, so all the chase scenes really have very little impact or urgency. You're being chased by a deadly chopper, or you're chasing a bad guy on the rooftops and balconies, but you're still doing it at a very sensible stroll. There needed to be a sprint button or a mandatory increase in Bond speed during these parts. It could be dynamic, but it doesn't, so it takes the sting out of the scene. And the gunplay is good, but the auto-aim is a piece of finicky shit. Let's not understate that. It's almost as bad as Tomorrow Never Dies on the PS1. Sometimes it locks on perfectly to enemies that even an owl will struggle to turn its head to, whereas you can be literally pointing an inch away from their heads and it still won't lock. But I want to stress that these are nitpicks because on the whole, TWINE, as I'm going to call it, on Nintendo 64, is a really great game. There aren't any what I would call legendary levels, they're all just pretty good. Will I remember them in detail in a couple of months from now? Probably not. Not as much as GoldenEye, that's for sure. I think I'll remember the stealth mission in Electra's mansion, but even then, I might remember the PS1 version more easily due to how many times I had to do it to complete the damn thing. But yeah, iconic they are not, they're just solid. The weapons are fantastic, and there are a lot of them too. The variety in each level is great, especially for those chase scenes that I talked about, since it seems every bad guy is carrying something different, meaning there's not a lot of ammo for each weapon, but you pick up a good variety along the way, forcing you to try them all out. They're great to use, they feel good and impactful, none of them look like a sharpened pencil or a super soaker, so it's a win in that department for sure. It's a game that's better than the PS1 release, but it also makes me feel sorry for that one a little bit. Like, I love a good underdog, and this Nintendo 64 release is the one that people seem to remember. No one brings up the PS1 version, despite being a different game. It's like they don't know it exists, so I say give both a chance. Compared to GoldenEye, which I do feel is its main competitor, it feels more like Bond. The gadgets are there, the story is presented much better, there's voice acting, proper cutscenes, no movie clips, but that's fine, and the gameplay is satisfactory. It doesn't have that arcade, tense gunplay of GoldenEye, but I don't think anyone should underrate it, and thankfully because of it selling so well back in the day, there are copies to go around for everyone, and it's fairly cheap. It's just a shame it'll never get the same treatment as GoldenEye, which has had multiple remakes and a Nintendo Switch Online port and so on. This will never get that, but if you have a Nintendo 64, you should definitely pick it up. The console is known for its culture-defining FPSs, and this should be amongst your collection. Now, there are some audacious people out there, probably on Reddit these days, that will swear that they love this game more than GoldenEye, and I can see why. It's definitely a more polished game, it feels like it has a bigger budget, the production value is way higher, and as a piece of Bond action, it's not hard to see where they're coming from. Personally, as fun as the game is, it doesn't quite reach the legendary status, but as the main follow-up to GoldenEye, the true spiritual successor, so to speak, they've not done a bad job. Rare were too busy working on Perfect Dark to do this, but I'm kinda glad because it means we got both, two really good first-person shooters on the Nintendo 64. Now, I did forget about one thing with this game on N64, multiplayer. When my colleagues/bribed friends were over, I did forget to whip this bad boy out. And by the time I wanted to get this section finished, they were all on their summer vacation with their families, the selfish gits. But one super great thing that the multiplayer for The World Is Not Enough has over GoldenEye is bots. Yes, you can play the multiplayer by yourself. It is a feature that is fairly common, of course, nothing revolutionary, but it is something that GoldenEye is sorely missing. Playing by myself? Well, the maps seem pretty cool. In fact, a couple of them are borderline copies of GoldenEye maps, but I don't think anyone could seriously consider this aspect as being superior to GoldenEye's multiplayer. It's fine, but it is plagued by how slow it is, like your character movement, reloading. It feels like a geriatric version of GoldenEye's multiplayer. The biggest culprit is in the complete lack of attention to respawning. You can literally just respawn a meter away from another player in the same room as you. It is not balanced at all. It would be fine and fun enough over an evening for sure, but you'd have to give the win to GoldenEye in this regard. And I've gotten to the end of this TWINE console duology, but I still haven't addressed the biggest question every mid-30s male has been shouting at the screen since this section started. 32-bit Denise Richards or 64-bit Denise Richards? Both are perfect. Did you know that TWINE also had a third version? Yes, on the Game Boy Color. And as much as I began to think, you know what, EA really do care about the Bond franchise, doing the best they can with what they've got, well, then I played this. It's not a bad game, but it is so by the books that it is kind of painful. Now, I recently watched the movie again to refresh my memory. I've just played the console versions of that movie, both of them, and now I'm playing the Game Boy Color game, and I feel like I've just had a stroke, because genuinely, I don't have a clue what's going on here, where or what relation it has to do with what I've just experienced. Okay, so maybe this is the bank heist, I guess. This castle segment, maybe. Alright, this is probably the docks, but you have no feeling about this when playing. You are numb to the story and plot development in this portable version, but, you know, who cares about the plot in a Game Boy Color game? The barrel scene is kinda done well, even if the sprite looks more like George Lazenby. And the title screen, Jesus, is this like a horror game? If there's ever a Game Boy Color game on The Conjuring, they need to hire this pixel artist. And in the cutscenes, Bond looks like he's got a Hitler mustache. I know, it's a Game Boy Color, I know it has its limitations, but you're supposed to work around these limitations, not settle for a Conjuring video game starring the leader of the Third Reich. The music is also poor all around. Alright, I've gotten that off my chest. Let's give the game an actual chance to explain itself. It is top-down, you have to get to the end of the level, and you do so by occasionally pressing buttons to open doors and shooting guards. Every enemy in every level happens to be dressed exactly the same way, and they all have the same health. They're also all extremely dumb, since if you know they are there, you can just shoot them from off the screen. 4 bullets, that's all it takes, and that's all you'll be doing all game. Press the button 4 times and you know he's down. Rinse and repeat, inching your way through the levels. Alright, there are stealth segments that are extremely brutal since that technique of cheesing the game can't be used. And there are some occasions where there's not enough room to get them off screen from you. And when there's an actual firefight, you'll find out that it's entirely a case of who gets the first shot in. Because at that point, either you or they will be stun locked, and there's nothing much you can do about it unless you run away. Which isn't helped by the fact that you're often getting stuck on shit, like somehow getting stuck on this doorway, in a stealth mission that led me to getting caught. Now that is quite far in the level, and it's really hard, and requires so much patience, and to get caught off on that due to some crappy programming, it is heartbreaking. Definitely deserved a rage quit. And this is often a result of poorly thought out perspective, similar to the other Game Boy game that I talked about. You are getting caught on things that are closer to the screen than you actually are. So once again, either Bond is laying down on the floor, or the developers couldn't care less. Somehow this forklift is blocking the path. On some stages it's more prevalent than others, like in the docks, you can't even tell which plane of existence you are on. And things get even more existential when the game randomly decides it's now a side-scrolling thing, and all hell breaks loose with reality, like whose, what, where, how, why? It is truly a bad idea. Someone on the team should have raised their hand at this point and said, look, this is very ill-advised, Jerry. Let's do the world a favor and just do something else. You can't force a top-down game into a side-scroller without changing the whole physics, at which point Jerry would have screamed about Link's Awakening, and then they quietly leave him in the room alone to have his meltdown. Bless him. There's very little involvement in the gameplay. Occasionally you pull some switches, maybe find a secret passage, and if you've been a really good boy, it may allow you to blow up a wall with a bomb. But frankly, it's just kind of soulless. I didn't hate The World Is Not Enough on Game Boy Color, but I think The World Is Not Enough on Game Boy Color hated itself. I mean, when I felt like I definitely played enough to make this section of the video, I still didn't put it down. I still just carried on. Maybe it's because I didn't really need to think too much. I kind of always knew what was ahead. You know you're going to be shooting 4 bullets into those green buggers from as far off the screen as possible. I wasn't enjoying it, I was just going through the motions. So it's not a game I can recommend, but it's not offensive. It would be better than playing I Spy in the car ride to Skegness. It does its job in a minimal capacity for distraction, which means it is a short section in this video. They are the most difficult games to talk about. 007 Racing is not a game many people talk of fondly. The name alone is enough to bring up dread of pointless racing tie-ins of that era. Super Bombard Racing, anyone? Ants Extreme Racing, Crazy Frog Racer, it was a trend that had the air of shovelware about it. And looking through a list of Bond games and seeing 007 Racing pop up, you've already given up hope of it being anything interesting. But the name definitely did this a disservice. I will admit I didn't complete the game. I managed to do 8 out of 12 missions before my sanity decided to call it a day, but racing is certainly not what this game is about. Yes, there is a small amount of racing, but do not expect to be throwing blue shells at Oddjob, although that would have probably been a much better game. This game probably should have been called 007 Vehicular Carnage if I wanted to be extreme, or if I wanted to be a bit more modest, 007 Vehicular Missions. It is a vehicular combat game rather than a racing game. You spend most of your time blowing things up rather than getting to the finishing line, so to speak. It all starts rather nicely. When booting up the game, you are greeted with a nice montage that celebrates all things vehicular in Bond's history. It almost brings a tear to your eye, and you do feel pumped up. And the first mission immediately sets out your expectations of what is to come. It has you blowing up some doors, picking up a babe, dodging some tanks, picking up a Stinger missile, taking down a chopper with it, and then making the jump to safety. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is about as exciting as the game gets. That's probably the most varied mission in the game. I don't want to say it's all downhill from here, but for me it's clear they wanted to make the first one look cool and snazzy, maybe for a demo, sell the game to some poor sap who got hyped up about it. The following missions are far more basic. The second mission has you in New York as you collect transmitters before a bomb blows up. You cannot tell me this wasn't inspired by the Die Hard trilogy game. In this one, it's also like the movie Speed. If you slow down too much for too length of a time, it's game over. And this really shows off how imperfect the controls are, because they are either too twitchy when turning or massively unresponsive when reversing and accelerating. The game cannot decide what kind of a pain in the arse it wants to be. I mean, this mine planting mission absolutely devastated my patience, lining up the mine in a specific part. You don't want to be at a complete stop because when it blows up, you are going to take damage. So you're accelerating and reversing and juttering all over the place. You got foot soldiers shooting at you. You've got a plow truck trying to take you down. And here you are doing your best Mr. Bean driving impression. And speaking of damage, oh boy does this game love to damage you to an extreme extent. Not only will you be booking yourself to a psychiatrist the moment you turn off the power, but you can't get brushed by a fart without it draining your health. And considering there are so many fiddly aspects to some of the tougher levels, you are gonna be frustrated. It will be extremely rare for you to complete a mission the first time of asking, since they are very strange in their difficulty spikes within the missions. And also, the limits are only really doable once you've got a grasp of what it expects you to do, like giving you 15 seconds to escape a compound without knowing where the hell the exit is. Yeah, there's a minimap, but it glitches out at low health. Thank you. It is a massively clunky game that I don't think I would have had the patience for even as a kid. I appreciate that every single stage is different, like the one with a proper race, hey, that's pretty cool. The one and only moment where the oil slick comes to advantage, or at least I'm guessing it does, there's no way of telling what happens. There's one where you control your car via remote and have the most ball-squeezing experience as you try to navigate in the dark via fixed camera angles, picking up and dropping those bloody mines again. If the universe was sitting next to me at that point, I probably would have suffocated it with a sofa cushion, doing everyone a favor. The production value overall is actually pretty decent. Like, the voice acting is solid. The music, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say is exceptional. Remixes of the Bond themes are really well done. And some of them, well, Bond hasn't been this funky since The Spy Who Loved Me. There could have been more cutscenes for sure. I mean, there are some, but they are very sparse and something tells me they just ran out of cash or time to do them. For the Top Gear fans out there, there's obviously a decent selection of Bond cars, but not enough to cover every single one. The DB5 is obviously the star, and the blue BMW, I can't remember the model, is also lovely and much better than his last Beamer. On the whole, 007 Racing is not a game I would recommend. Honestly, it would have been better if it had in fact been a racing game. Less effort to make something serviceable, and there would have been so many possibilities thanks to the car heritage, gadgets, allies and villains that Bond has had over the years. It's kind of an open goal. Making a vehicular combat game with linear constrained levels was always gonna need far more effort to keep it alive and fresh. I will give it credit that the mission objective types are nicely varied, but you just don't have the mobility or the mechanics to make it truly enjoyable. And as we would soon see when we enter the next generation of gaming, there would be a Bond game that could handle vehicular carnage far better, even when it was only a small part of the gameplay.
Do be careful, 007, that paint is incredibly hard to find.
With a new generation of consoles rolling in, starting with the PlayStation 2, then GameCube and then Xbox, you can bet EA were ready to get on board with bringing Bond to the 6th generation. It did not take long. Just within the first year of the PlayStation 2's Western release, Bond arrived in Agent Under Fire. It was one of my earlier PS2 titles that I had, but I eventually traded it in. And before I played it again for this video, memories of it were vague, as is always the case for that era for me. It didn't leave a massive impression on me that stuck with me to adulthood, not like Time Splitters, which was around the same era. But now, playing it as an adult once again, man, I did not appreciate just how good we had it back then. This is a brand new Bond adventure, not based off a particular movie. It is its own story, which is always a fun prospect. It's an audacious story that involves clones, something which Bond has flirted with before, although I think with Diamonds Are Forever that was cosmetic surgery rather than clones, but it's pretty much the same thing. You'll have noticed that Bond doesn't actually look like any of the actors. This is a new take on the character. And while he's probably a bit too hench compared to what I'm used to, I grew to really like it. Pierce Brosnan, I believe, wasn't completely signed up to do a new Bond movie while this was being made, so they had to play it safe. But he looks a bit like Brosnan. In fact, he looks like an American trying to look like Brosnan. His voice is that of character actor Andrew Bicknell, and supposedly modeled after him too. And I think the Agent Under Fire developers were being generous if that is the case. But he's great. It wasn't too long into it that I wouldn't mind if the real Bond looked like this. And I am rambling off the script here, just looking at my footage, but I've changed my mind, right? What does he look like? He looks like Pierce Brosnan trying to do a Roger. That's exactly what it is. The plot is a real whirlwind of intrigue. It's not Shakespearean, but it is shaken, not sturdian, if you can afford me that joke. It's a great Bond adventure. Twins in tight leather trousers, have I died and gone to heaven? The locations are delightfully Bond, the busy streets of Hong Kong, a retro-style base in the Swiss Alps, just like on Her Majesty's Secret Service. There's a bloody oil rig. You cannot have a Bond movie without an oil rig. They nailed it. It's like they cherry-picked some nice tropes without it being overly fan-servicey. I never felt like it was wanting me to pay attention to the developer's knowledge of the series, wanting me to clap like a seal. It felt natural, although you can tell the developers were definitely giving nods to the retro entries, like this monorail thing. Look at it! It's interesting to note that despite being on the PlayStation 2, with a controller that is essentially the same as what we have to this very day, the controls for this game still have not settled into a modern setup. No. Maybe they were going to modernize it, but the shadow of GoldenEye was looking over, because by default, the game controls how GoldenEye controls, which is ridiculous when you have two analog sticks. But instant advice from me, before you start any mission, okay, change the control to setup 3, which is basically the modern setup. It's also weird how you can't change the controls in the middle of the mission. What's that all about? The gunplay is really solid and fun, although a bit twitchy and imprecise still. There's too much dead zone either way when aiming, but there's plentiful of auto-aim to help out. There's a decent variety of weapons, and they all have good animations, not too slow like some of the games out there. The mission structure is more standard. In fact, I don't recall seeing a difficulty level to choose. I think it's just always the same, and missions are varied. Your standard FPS levels with big gunfights, you have a driving section and on-rail levels too. It's all over the place, but in a nice way. The gadgets are great, still a bit cumbersome. They almost nailed the implementation. Because of the extra amount of buttons on a new controller, what with the dual analog sticks being ubiquitous at this point, you now have a D-pad completely free, and you can press up and down to switch weapons, and left and right to switch gadgets. Brilliant. It separates them nicely, both within reach without needing to enter the menu. And I should add that this is for the third controller option, but the problem is, and it is a small problem, but it is a problem that trips me up every single time, when you switch to a gadget, for example the laser cutter, you will assume that you need to press the fire button to use it. But no, that just switches back to your weapon. Instead of pressing fire, you need to press the circle button, at least on PlayStation 2 and on the control settings I chose. It is impossible to readjust my brain to that. And sadly, despite the control options, changing gadget usage to the fire button is not available. This could and should have been the perfect implementation of gadgets in a Bond game, but it wasn't quite there. And you do use gadgets a lot in this game. They're not exactly inventive. You get a laser to cut padlocks, very signposted. You get a remote to press buttons from afar. Always a laugh to see what chaos you can do with those. A claw to pull yourself up to specific grates. They are used simply. There's no ingenuity going on, but it's just enough. Because these few things will let you approach levels differently, in a minor way, but still interesting. There was often times I was making my way through and I'd look up and see a grate for the hookshot and I thought, oh man, I could have tried that way. And if you want the best score to get gold, which unlocks cheats or enhancements, you'll need to do these because these are often the trigger for Bond moments. If you do cool things in a level, you'll hear the jingle pat you on the back for being a badass spy. Each level has a set amount and you'll want to find them all. Although the scoring system is a bit all over the place. I think Pokemon Snap had less random systems than this. I accidentally unlocked a couple of cheats, one of which meant I now had a golden colored pistol through the rest of the game. Don't worry, it's not a one-shot kill, I'm not cheating. And yet some levels where I thought, hey, I did awesome. But nah, the game's like bronze. Yeah, just bronze, mate. I didn't feel as much incentive to play through the levels again, unlike GoldenEye, but that first playthrough, boy, will you enjoy it. There are some genuinely exhilarating car sequences. Yeah, they are set pieces, but somehow they feel integrated into the world, like I found them myself, rather than them being destined to happen. They play surprisingly well, and maybe the best driving segments in a Bond game. At least up till this point, and it kind of makes sense because apparently during this era, the driving parts were always made by the Need for Speed team. That is some pedigree. The whole vibe of this game is great too. The boob physics are better than in 2025. Although you can tell the developers were American because everyone's driving on the wrong side of the road in Hong Kong. Agent Under Fire is a fantastic little game. After playing this, I was in such a good mood. I'm not 100% sure as to how, but Agent Under Fire really livened up my day. I wouldn't say it's an all-time classic, but as a Bond's first outing in the 6th generation, and a really early one at that, man, it is so good. I didn't give it nearly enough credit that it obviously deserved back in the day, and neither did the press. Especially more mainstream outlets, Edge gave it a 5, GameSpot a 6.8, EGM 4.8. What the hell were they smoking? It is not a masterpiece, but it is damn good fun. It's got a fine mix of dumb shooter action with solid considered gameplay styles, a bit of choice in how you approach certain missions, gadgets being used a lot, it's Bond being Bond. You feel like it was made by fans of the franchise. It's a roller coaster ride in a good way. The on-rail sections are some of the best we've had, and the vehicles are excellently choreographed, a genuine thrill. And you know what? While it may lack the iconography of GoldenEye in terms of its multiplayer action, I think it plays better. Yeah, I said that. It's a fast-paced game of chaos with fun weapons to decimate your friends with. The controls are accessible, and it is the perfect 4-player FPS. Well, I'm sure loads of you would choose to play like Time Splitters at a get-together first, but you will do your friends a disservice if you don't whip this one out afterwards. It's a lot of fun, and unlike GoldenEye, your friends won't moan too much about the controls. At least not after the first 3 minutes where everyone has to go into the menus to change them to something normal. All in all, look, on eBay, you can get this for your 6th generation console of choice for between $10 and $20. Do it, okay? It's far more fun than any modern first-person shooter. It's not a masterpiece, but it is very underappreciated.
Nightfire.
Now, we need to talk about Nightfire. Nightfire followed Agent Under Fire a year later, and I frankly cannot believe it. I loved replaying Agent Under Fire, but Nightfire feels like it was a much later game in the generation's life. That is how different they are in terms of polish. Eurocom were brought back on board after skipping Agent Under Fire, and you can already see who else is back on board. Pierce Brosnan is taking the starring role, and this is a sequel to Agent Under Fire because it stars Bond's associates from that game too. Without getting into spoilers about the story, it's pretty interesting and up to this point, probably the most coherent story in the video games. And this is a fantastic video game. Just as Agent Under Fire is just as fun to play today as it was back then, Nightfire is too. But it's even more refined, even more polished, without taking the soul out of it. It's Agent Under Fire, but better. And that's a high standard, in my opinion. I think this section of the video is going to be fairly short compared to if I was talking about it in a bubble, because really the only thing I can say about it is that it is Agent Under Fire, but better. This game is more Bond than actual Bond. The Japanese bathhouse where you're rescuing geishas, it just hits a spot. It's goofy without shouting it from the rooftops. It's casual about it. There's the classic badass tux reveal. You feel like this is a great homage to the franchise without being too fanservicey. It has perhaps one of the greatest openings of any game, better than the dam in GoldenEye, if you ignore the first real mission, which plays immediately upon booting the game up for the first time, like a sniper thing. It felt was a strange way to start the game, but once you kick into the main campaign, you are infiltrating a castle party, and you get a game that I think is way ahead of its time. In order to get to the party, you need to find a way inside, and you can do so via different routes and different methods. You can shoot the whole place up, you can stealthily take the quietest route, you can hide in the back of a truck, or make your way around the exterior walls. There's probably not a huge amount of ways, but it feels like there are, and it helps that the level oozes atmosphere. It is fantastic, and when you get inside and you're undercover, it is basic, but it feels good not whipping out your gun. Until you have to, then, fair enough. And I do believe it is a top-heavy experience since the game, after this, there's nothing quite as ambitious. It's like that they had to make a big first impression. But that leads to, slight disappointment that the rest of the game doesn't quite live up to that. If this mission was in a demo, you'd have played it to death and then went out and bought the full game. In an unflattering comparison, I have to look at 007 Racing, who also blew its carburetor a bit too early. It is a minor complaint because the game as a whole is still a hell of a lot of fun. The driving segments are great too, just as on par with Agent Under Fire. However, the on-rail shooter segments, they're probably fine too, but I do think they go on just a bit too long in my opinion. The downhill snowmobile thing is physically and mentally exhausting. It could have been, a tad reined in. Like most games of the era, it's not wholly forgiving when it comes to failing a level. Checkpoints were still not ubiquitous in the industry, and believe me, I do like that. It feels like it forces developers to balance their games much better rather than letting the player just brute force their way through. So what if they keep dying at this one point? They just respawn a few meters back. When you've got no checkpoints, developers have to be careful. And why am I talking about this? Well, because of the submarine level. Oh my god. It's half a stealth mission, and if you get seen, it's back to the start. It's also extremely long, health pickups are few and far between. It's absolutely badass driving your car underwater, but if you fail, near the end you will be raging, like I did. There are things that I don't like about this game. It's not something that's endemic to this game especially, but the stealth mechanics are, shall we say, a bit unbalanced. Like in the actual stealth missions, the enemies are dumb as hell, whereas in the normal missions, they tend to just see you and shoot you from miles away. I think the game would be perfect if that was toned down a bit. I know they're on the lookout for you and are more aware, but chill out a little bit, okay? Find some balance and you've got yourself an undeniably pristine Bond experience. There are a large amount of people out there who would say, rather staunchly, that Nightfire is the best Bond game. GoldenEye is always the obvious answer, but Nightfire has its proponents. And I can see the argument. Nightfire is not as iconic or revolutionary, but as a video game, it's very nicely put together as a package. Personally, I would still edge GoldenEye onto the gold medal podium, I think it just has this mercurial balance that I'm not even sure the developers knew what a masterpiece they were creating. Lightning in a bottle. And I hate to say accidental because that might take away from the developer's hard work, talent, and genius, but I think that often plays a part in the recipe for creating an all-time classic. And believing it was all intentional, scientifically calculated for maximum fun, makes it more boring. I like the alchemic serendipity in there too. They knew what ingredients were needed, but when they mixed it all together, it just became too good. It became gold. Nightfire, on the other hand, copies that. It copies what made GoldenEye so good, and then adds more production to the table. New technology, it's fancier, snazzier, it's more of a video game. It's more rounded and complete. GoldenEye feels comparatively arcadey side by side with Nightfire. If anything, it's ridiculous to think Nightfire isn't better than GoldenEye, but Nightfire, as better as it is, just doesn't have that je ne sais quoi for me. But I will 100% give Nightfire its due. It is a great game, and perhaps we are at the peak era of first-person shooters for James Bond, because I think not long after this, and as we'll see a bit later in the video, FPS has went through a phase of being mostly dumb, brainless mush, which can work and be fun, but it's lovely to play something reserved, considered, art almost. In terms of multiplayer, again, a good few people will tell you, especially on the GameCube, the multiplayer eclipsed that of GoldenEye. And again, I invited my bribed friends to play with me, and we played the multiplayer on PlayStation 2 rather than GameCube, which is where I played the single player, mainly because a PlayStation 2 multitap and 4 controllers was much cheaper than 4 GameCube controllers. Of course, you need to spend more than 30 minutes with each multiplayer feature to really get to know it. Of course, we enjoyed it. It is absolutely fun. That ski level is legendary, but I do think Agent Under Fire might be just a tad more exciting. It's faster, it's a more frenetic game. Nightfire is great, but it is slower and heavier, just naturally because of how the game was made, which coming straight off the back of Agent Under Fire, it was like being jerked by inertia. Still fantastic, definitely worth playing. You can play with bots and the map designs are really fun. So of course multiplayer is highly recommended too. I know there is a while to go in this video yet, and of this kind of era, we also have another well-regarded game that's coming up very soon, but as a first-person shooter, GoldenEye, Agent Under Fire, and Nightfire, this for me is the ultimate trifecta of Bond. Bond does not get much better than this. These 3 titles are essential. All 3 are great in their own way, and this video has reached its peak. We are at the top of Everest right now, looking down upon the other games that have gone and those that are yet to come. But don't switch off just yet, because while the peak may not reach this high again, there are some really good games to come, and also some dog turds to laugh at. But while I have just praised Nightfire, before I move on, I also have to drop a turd on it a little bit. Not the console game that we all know and love, but the PC version. I don't think this is widely realized, but on PC, despite sharing the same story and same kind of levels, it's a completely differently designed game. The levels are there, they're just different. And it's also truly awful. I mean, that whole PC Master Race theory would have come crashing down with this thing when it released. Now, it could be that playing it on modern hardware caused it to have more issues than it did on initial release, but I could not stomach playing this past the second level. It just feels broken. The stealth section might be the most perplexing thing I've ever played. This PC release was not developed by Eurocom. In fact, it was developed by Gearbox. Yeah, Gearbox of Borderlands fame, amongst other fantastic titles such as Alien Colonial Marines and Duke Nukem Forever. And let's just say this fits in more with that crowd than Borderlands or Brothers in Arms. I don't know what their situation was when this project came onto their desk, but it feels like it's Nightfire made via Chinese whispers. Or at least the only communication method they had was via 2 cans and some string. I should have played this version far more for its own section in this video, because really, it is its own thing as much as the next version I'm going to talk about, but the second main level made me give up and call it a bad job, and it really is a bad job. But if you're new here, which statistically you are, and you've enjoyed this video, here's a reminder to subscribe, okay? I would love to dedicate more time to this channel, so help me out and leave a thumbs up too. Maybe hype the video if you're watching it on release. Nightfire was not just on home consoles or PC, but it was also ambitiously ported to the Game Boy Advance. And I purposely meant port rather than being a portable version, because against all odds, they did pretty much bring the console game, squeezed it to within an inch of its existence, and fitted it onto a Game Boy Advance cartridge. I mean, any more compression, cuts, or squeezage, there would be a philosophical question about if it actually existed or not. But regardless, I am impressed. I mean, there's going to be people out there who's going to say this is the worst game ever made. Not here, ladies and gentlemen. It is a 3D first-person shooter on the Game Boy Advance, and in early 2003, a few months after the home console release, it was developed by JV Games, who I'm pretty sure got the job because they made an early GBA game called Backtrack, which was the first, or at least one of the first, FPSs on the system. Maybe Doom was the first, but that was ported by David A. Palmer Productions, who, if you watch my Star Wars retrospective, you will all know how I feel about David and his Caravan Holidays. Now, unlike Backtrack, which played very much like Doom and was like a one control stick ready, with Nightfire they did not go the easy route, making it play like Doom, nice and arcadey. Oh no. Nightfire on GBA has precision aiming, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm laughing at just saying that out loud. What absolute idiots. What on earth were they thinking? And I call them idiots, but they were awesome idiots because it makes for a super special and unique game on the system. This should not work, and it almost doesn't, but it does. They've made it work as long as you don't have too much arthritis in your fingers. But, you know, if people could stomach Monster Hunter on the PSP, they could get used to the controls on Nightfire for GBA. They take a lot of getting used to, and they are way overly ambitious for what they should be. So you walk around like normal with the D-pad, and you can strafe with the shoulder buttons. That is expected. But when you want to precision aim, you hold both shoulder buttons together, and that locks you in place, but now you can free aim. And you have to do these weird shortcuts for almost everything, like hold B, press up to jump. Hold B, press down to crouch. You want to change your weapon? Well, hold both shoulder buttons and press B to cycle through them. It is frankly insane. It is incredibly cumbersome, but it works, just about. And the game is balanced enough that it is very slow paced. It has to be. The movement is slow, the actions are slow, and therefore the enemies are also a bit slow. In more ways than one. Occasionally it does ask more of you than the controls are willing to do, but I am impressed. The idiots did it. And I am joking when I call them idiots. They're only being idiots for being so ambitious for literally no reason. They did not need to do this at all. They could have slapped a Doom clone wrapped in a Nightfire skin on GBA and it would have been fine. It would have worked. Nobody would have questioned it. In fact, it would have probably been a better game. But no, they settled for doing something far more difficult and insane. However, this game, man, this game is harsh as hell. Again, no reason for it to be as demanding as it is, but boy is it. My jaw dropped to the floor when, after a good few attempts, I finally completed the first level, only to be greeted by the fact that I didn't complete it good enough. I was rejected passage to the second level because my point score wasn't high enough. What? How does this game have the balls to be so demanding of me? Who does it think it is to judge my skill levels? Like Mr. Miyagi? This should be more like the drunk bloke at the back of the pub who smells like mothballs. I feel offended, and the point scoring is ludicrously arbitrary. You are judged on time, the amount of kills, how much health you have, accuracy. Oh my god, accuracy. You are judged on accuracy with this game. How very dare it? You've got enemies moving side to side like they've got some sort of hyperactivity disorder, while you slowly force the aiming reticle around the screen like you're trying to move the stones that built the pyramids. Actually, I was only rejected once, but as you can tell, it kind of hurt my pride. That's not to say the game is a walk in the park though, unless that park is in Normandy 1944. Then maybe, because bloody hell, it is a demanding game at times. And if you fail a mission, it is back to the beginning, no checkpoints for you. That is normal for a lot of games, even the home console version, if I remember correctly, I just talked about that. But you feel it way more here since levels feel long and the slow movement really adds to the despair. knowing you have to go through all of that again. Now, I should reiterate, I do like this game, but you have to expect frustration. It nails the important aspects of the main console release in terms of levels, and you can see how they handled the shrinkage just to keep the bare essentials. And I mean bare, by the way. The party infiltration level before all the action kicks off is about 5 seconds long here, but it also differs in some narrative aspects too, with an alternative take in some small areas, which is fun. Some cool things that I like, well, it is a Game Boy Advance game that has a P90, the coolest thing Belgium have ever made aside from waffles. Naturally, this makes it the coolest Game Boy Advance game ever made. Unless there's another GBA game with P90s, then they could do a battle to the death to see who is the true coolest. Does Adventures of Mary Kate and Ashley have a secret P90 unlock code? Let me know. I love the underwater section, by the way, because it doesn't feel like it's underwater. And you have a laser type weapon, and it makes it feel like it's a Moonraker game. The Moonraker game that humanity really deserved. Even the enemies spinning helplessly, that's like spot on. That's cool as hell. Visually, of course, it is a bit rough. Distant enemies can be a pixelated mess, like you just gurgled them and spat them out onto a 16-bit portable device, masquerading as a 32-bit portable system, you cheeky sod. You're often resorting to just shooting the one pixel that's slightly darker than those surrounding it. Discerning between friend and foe is impossible. It's best to just wait and see if they start shooting you first. Environments are small and simple, very truncated renditions of their console counterpart, but due to how slow you are, it feels like they are twice as long. It probably works better on the original Game Boy screen compared to recording on a GameCube that is now being blasted into your massive TV to show off. Anyways, I like this game due to its ambition, and it was fun to play, if very frustrating at times. It is a change of pace in multiple ways. I would probably buy a cartridge for like $5, $6, $7 if I ever saw it. Why not? In 2003, Pierce Brosnan had already wrapped up his final movie as Bond. Die Another Day is not considered a classic by any stretch of the imagination. However, to remedy that lackluster end to his Bond career, he still had another opportunity to play Bond in video games. Everything or Nothing was planned for home consoles to release in 2004. However, for some reason, the Game Boy Advance version was released a good few months earlier, so despite it being a token portable release, we're gonna need to look at it first before the main one. This would have been your first taste of a brand new story in the Bond universe starring Pierce Brosnan. One that's considered a follow-up to Die Another Day, and yet if you played the GBA version first, you would hardly call the plot a masterpiece. And you will certainly not be interested in why you're doing what you are doing. You'll just be extremely confused as to why Jaws and Willem Dafoe are popping up in this game. Yeah, that's definitely Willem Dafoe, but more on that later. All you will really get out of it is something nanotechnology. A slightly generic world threat, especially these days, but back in 2004, maybe the idea was something newish. Gone is the first-person shooter gameplay we found in Nightfire GBA, and now we're in a top-down isometric perspective, which is the go-to perspective for the cheap licensed tie-in on the Game Boy Advance. I'm getting flashbacks of New Droid Army from my Star Wars retrospective, and even shades of The World Is Not Enough on Game Boy Color. It looks alright though, certainly not the worst visuals on the system, although Bond's brown hair, that's a bit weird. Now, D-pads and isometric camera angles don't often go together well, for me personally, but I think this is one of the main perks of playing the game on the Game Boy player via the GameCube. Because of the GameCube's unique controller that has little notches in the analog stick, it works perfectly for directing your character in this game, at least for the main portion of the gameplay. Sadly, it does make the controls feel overly snappy with the camera jutting around with every slight directional change, but oh well. The alert meter is probably the game's biggest innovation, at least for the franchise. I can't think of another example off the top of my head while making this video, but I believe it's the first game in the franchise to have some sort of meter to give you a hint at how close you are to being spotted. And even if it's not the first, I feel like I should give it credit for being here. It feels like something this kind of game wouldn't care about. They could have released the game without it and nobody would have really noticed. Not that stealth on the whole is anything too graceful here. In fact, what's considered a stealth takedown is you legging it as fast as you can to the enemy while they are walking away from you, knocking them out. The only way this would be stealthy is if James was only wearing his socks, which actually sounds rather charming. You sneak around in this game, but you're so slow, you will never catch up to the patrolling guards. As you go through the story, you'll often be bothered by the lack of real estate on the GBA screen, and the impressively large character sprites give the feeling of not being able to see far enough in the distance or get a scale for the levels that you're in. Everywhere just feels kind of the same as you take down bad guys and get to the end. Secondary tasks are now a perk for the series, like almost synonymous. But here they are generally very boring and uninventive. While you're on the way to killing all the bad guys, pick up 5 key cards along the way, that sort of thing. All it does is make you need to walk around to like dead ends of the levels. You're never even excited to try it because all of the areas of each level looks identical. No place on the map feels bespoke. Like if you told me the maps of this game were procedurally generated, I'd probably believe you. But you do get style points, which can be put towards upgrading your stuff, and there is a massive incentive to do them because it basically doubles the points you get, almost breaking the game because you can just boost Bond as much as you want. You can also get these style points in smaller numbers by doing stealth takedowns, but I don't think it's possible to do a pacifist run in this game, as interesting as that would be. There are quite a few upgrades to get, standard ones like increasing your health, your armor, and your accuracy, but then there are interesting ones like regenerating your health over time, or starting the level with a health kit. Gadgets are few and far between, and mostly out of your hands, pressing B in the correct spot, that sort of thing, and the gameplay overall is a bit boring. The environments are quite dull and repetitive, which is impressive in itself since it's full of locations that should be interesting. A casino, a graveyard, a jungle, but every section just looks copy and pasted, and it really brings the game down. Repetitive gameplay, repetitive locations make it a license tying to forget. It's not bad, it's just dull. And that's why, despite having some good things about it, it's really hard for me to recommend. And on the Game Boy Advance, this is a really short game. You're only going to get like 2 hours worth of gameplay from it as you whistle through the plot at a million miles an hour, at least if you can follow the plot. It's different from the home console release in many ways that honestly, they don't even feel like they're based on the same plot. Playing them next to each other, I could barely see the same game. I will give a lot of praise to the soundtrack though. They did an excellent job of making the GBA sing. I'm currently writing this paragraph with the game on pause in the background, and when I'm not looking at it, there's no way I would say this is a Game Boy Advance game. Some of the instruments sound great. There's even super minimalistic voice sampling of either Judi Dench or someone who sounds very much like her. And there's even the theme song in here, which doesn't sound so great, but you can't have everything or nothing. I don't think Everything or Nothing on the GBA is a bad game. It's serviceable. Perhaps that's me coming from some awful GBA games of the past, especially during my Star Wars retrospective. In comparison, this game was a delight. However, it's definitely disappointing in its lack of ambition. Nightfire was hugely ambitious on the GBA, and even though it wasn't great, I enjoyed it. I respected it. This felt like I was just playing just to pass time rather than enjoy myself. I played it during my lunch break at work, and it felt exactly like that. It felt like I was using it as a machine to make my lunch break feel longer than it actually is. Now this is the main event. Admittedly, I did play them quite far apart. I played the GBA version far more in advance, pun not intended, but I'll take it. And playing the PlayStation 2 version, I barely even recognize them as being developed as the same game. I mean, literally nothing comparable aside from, oh, Jaws is here, and oh, there's rappelling from the building for a tiny part. But for me, they might as well have been created in a separate vacuum. One in a Dyson, one in a Henry, and I'll let you decide which is which. So this is a brand new story, written by Bruce Furstein, who wrote GoldenEye, The World Is Not Enough, and Tomorrow Never Dies movie scripts. Danny Bilson, who seemed to have been an EA staffer, and Paul DiMeo, who dabbed in both games and movie scripts. And it is an interesting take. As hinted at in the GBA portion, it's about nanotechnology, and it's quite a while before you can get to the nanotechnology part. There's a decent callback to the movies with the main villain of the piece, Willem Dafoe, doing a Russian accent as he references Max Zorin as being his mentor and wanting to, sort of get revenge on Bond. And if you don't know, Max Zorin was played by the incredibly over-the-top evil Christopher Walken in Roger Moore's Last Adventure in the Tux. I actually like that movie, mainly because I would also like Grace Jones to beat me up in a judo match, but it is a nice random callback to one of Bond's more B-tier villains, at least in terms of nostalgia. It's nice that it's not Blofeld or Goldfinger for a change. The production on the story is really good for the most part. Dench is here and is fantastic as ever, now that she's finally got to grasp of what a video game is, as is Cleese. He's not phoned it in at all, and he is fantastic too.
Have you met my new assistant, Miss Nagai?
I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
And you won't if I have any say in the matter. Now, pay attention, 007.
My only complaint is something that always happened during this era. It was getting by this point, but it does feel like cutscenes are too rushed. I'm not asking for Metal Gear Solid stuff here, but you end up feeling like you missed a cutscene or something, like suddenly you're fighting Jaws and you don't know why, and I still don't know why. There is a super fancy intro to this game, and I think it holds up spectacularly now even to this day, rivaling with the best of the Bond movies. Whether on my CRT or through my retroting, man, it is crisp, clean, and somehow makes me feel fresh and quenched just watching it. And the music is prime time mid-2000s R&B, which is peak. And that is coming from someone who has no right to determine that, but I love it. It's more memorable than a hell of a lot of movie themes.
It ain't nothing more than an empty space. Give me everything or nothing.
When we come to the gameplay, well, they've been brave. They've gone back to being a third-person perspective. It was made by EA Redwood Shores, who went on to be known as Visceral Games before they closed in 2017. And it's odd to see them shift to this third-person gameplay. These are the dudes who made Agent Under Fire, a belting little Bond game that they did a great job with. Apparently they did this because they wanted the player to feel more like Bond. And to feel him, you need to see him. Which is why most Predators do their business at nighttime. No see, no feel, no law enforcement, but also because they wanted you to use Bond's new hand-to-hand combat techniques, which are barely used in the game. But hey, Bond is a brawler, so I do like they tried to add this. It is a step up from slappers, but I didn't use it aside from in the most desperate of moments when I ran out of ammo, which was actually quite often. It's very possible in this game. In some ways, it tries to be realistic, like Bond's not going to carry 12 ammo clips with him. He'll pick up maybe one clip from one dispatched bad guy, and even then, you'll waste a lot of ammo in this game, at least I did. The less than accurate aiming meant that I often did feel like I was struggling for bullets, and this invited switching weapons, trying everything out. Sadly, I wasn't a huge fan of the weapon switching thing. I appreciated the slowdown, it gives you a lot of time to think, but it slowed the game down a lot because I always wanted to switch weapons, or I had to switch weapons. And yeah, the targeting is one of those that feels both awesome because you don't have to do anything really, you can rely on the game to do the hard bit for you. However, it's really not perfect and you truly are left to its mercy at times. While you can change the target and you can mildly focus your reticle, which is useful for stealth headshots, but when you're in the carnage of a firefight in close quarters, it can let you down quite a bit, and you're running around like a headless chicken. There will be times you'll be begging just to be able to look down the barrel yourself and take care of business. A huge feature of this game is the grappling, which will be going up and down conveniently rigid vertical platforms. It's cool, but it's so there, like all the time, that it makes it seem so video gamey. Just the sheer amount of them that you'll come across in the levels. I get it, it's a mechanic, they have to use it, but it's also quite on the nose and doesn't always result in anything fun or groundbreaking. Yeah, the occasional firefight, but often you're going so fast it's not really worth taking the time to shoot them. It does give levels a nice bit of verticality though. The other major gadget is a spider scout thing which can blow up, and again, it feels a bit too video gamey thanks to it only being used in very specific spots, which are always highlighted for you. I do like the cover system here. It is a huge part of the game because the levels are so long and there are so many enemies popping up all the time, even when backtracking. There are loads of opportunities for cover and shooting around or over things. While it's not as scientifically refined as like Gears of War, which would later go on to define the mechanic and become synonymous with it, Everything or Nothing does a grand job in and of itself. It wasn't the first, but it was an early example of a 3D game in a 3D environment doing it and doing it very competently. And as I said before, the stealth moments where you do have a small chance to aim for a headshot I love it. I just wish the game had more stealth, because for me, it was more interesting than the full-blown war zones. There are lots of vehicle levels in this game, and on the whole, I do like them. They're not as silkily, satisfyingly smooth as what came before, but they're pretty good. Whether when controlling the vehicles yourself or the on-rails blasting sections. And, saying something is too over the top feels like an eye-rolling criticism, considering, the previous games I just spunked over, but Everything or Nothing feels like it somehow didn't see the line that was advised not to be crossed. It is relentless in the action-orientated sections. I mean, how many rocket launchers can Bond take to the face? I mean, really, come on. But when there are slower moments, my eyes were definitely wider, because although small, there are like mini places to drive around in, and even one that feels like I'm playing GTA 3 or something. I swear they based the map on Liberty City. Yeah, it's tiny, you can't really do anything, but those moments when you're a little bit free makes the game feel so much bigger than it actually is. My major complaint about the vehicular sections is that the climax or set piece don't land as smoothly as previous games. For some reason, it is far easier to flub the set piece, which takes all the air out of the epic feeling they should be giving. I mean, on your fourth try of trying to catch a falling babe, or biking onto the back of a taking off military plane, you're not really in the epic zone anymore. You're well over it by that point. Whereas Nightfire and Agent Under Fire, while the levels weren't gifted to you, those precise moments were, so you always felt that rush where the rush was supposed to be. Here, I rarely felt exhilaration just because it already pissed on my own shoes 3 times by this point. But the presentation is absolutely great. It is the best looking Bond game up to this point, with fantastic locations and really well done character models. Previously, games made him look like Pierce Nipple rather than Pierce Brosnan, but not here. This is the peak Brosman. And not only him, but this is the most ambitious attempt at creating a Bond world up to this point, and maybe ever. To be honest, I could be getting ahead of myself since I make these videos in chunks for Patreon, but I'm not anticipating any small cities in a GTA style in other games on this list. I could be wrong, but it feels like it shouldn't have these small open sections. It feels like it's pulling above its weight. Everything or Nothing gets praised as being the last true great Bond game, and for me, it is good, of course, but a slight step down. I don't like it as much for sure. I like what it's going for, I just don't think it quite nailed the landing as well as it could. I just think it's a bit too clunky thanks to its third-person nature. Not being able to aim naturally has its perks, but when it doesn't work and I'm starting to think Pierce Nipple is back after all, it can get messy, especially in the open areas. Constantly getting shot from absolutely everywhere with not much consideration about enemy placement and how to approach things differently, you can practically see the ambushes coming a mile away. I shouldn't complain too much because it does its job for sure. They set up the Brosman's last hurrah in a far more dignified manner than the movie producers did. It feels like he had the final say in the tux, and frankly, it is the best Brosnan will ever look. He's been immortalized for the aliens who will pop down to our planet 2 million years from now, and when they boot up Everything or Nothing on PlayStation 2, they will see him and they will think, wow, what a guy. Personally, I would not rank it as highly as some of the previous releases. I just can't in all good conscience do that, which will upset some people because I know it is a hugely popular release, especially for those who don't like first-person shooters too much. So it is a really solid title that finally made Bond in third person pretty good. It is worth noting that there is a multiplayer mode here, but not just online, but couch co-op, which I'm annoyed I didn't get to try out, but apparently you and a friend can take on the campaign together as 2 random agents, and that sounds awesome. In fact, it sounds like it would make the game even better, as long as they didn't double the enemies as a result, because there's already too many enemies, but yeah, maybe I'll get to play that one day.
Well done, Bonders. That helicopter is in position.
With EA's license in full swing, they obviously wanted to capitalize on the brand while they had it, and so less than a year after Everything or Nothing, they would publish GoldenEye Rogue Agent. And what a piece of marketing BS this was, absolutely taking the piss. Everyone thought it was a sequel to GoldenEye, but no, it has literally nothing to do with the movie or the game called GoldenEye. It's called GoldenEye because there is a character with a golden eye. That's bullshit. I mean, they didn't even cheekily separate the golden and the eye, because then they could have said, hey, it doesn't say golden eye, it clearly says golden eye. It's you who misread it. No, they didn't bother. They didn't care. They wanted that golden eye hype wrapped up in a mediocre first-person shooter. Now, there are people on the internet who would consider Rogue Agent's gameplay to be awesome. Do not listen to those people. If it wasn't for the likes of Archimedes, Edison, Alexander Fleming, or the bloke that invented the pogo stick, those people would still be drawing on cave walls. This is a game for the Neanderthal, which is fine. I've been there many times myself. I believe a good comparison would be the Star Wars Force Unleashed games, where there's a 1 ton of destruction. It feels good to get something off your chest with no need to be clever about it. But the thing with these games, these kinda meathead gameplay styles, there was at least some variety and some cleverness that they hid pretty well. Rogue Agent does not have that. This is a dumb shooter for dumb people, and I do enjoy it a little bit. Not much, but a little bit, and it's certainly the biggest step down in quality we've had for quite a while when it comes to the big console releases. It is a much weaker game. It was developed by EA Los Angeles, who developed a PlayStation 2 era of Medal of Honor games. Yes, the all-time classic Frontlines and the equally praised sequels like Rising Sun and the others that I'd never played. There is a massive pedigree there. And there's a decent budget put into this game too, but it is dumb nonsense, sadly. It's an endless stream of bad guys to kill. There's no sophistication to it, no poise. It's for people with larger than average brow ridges. Most of the marketing went on the key features of the gameplay, one of which was the dual wielding gunplay. It is a bit confusing at first, and it's not as smoothly implemented as it could be. If you pick up a weapon with the X button, I played on the PlayStation 2 by the way, it will go to your right hand. If you pick it up with the square button, it will go to the left. You can mix and match with a decent variety of weapons, from handguns and my favorite, the P90. Some weapons are too big for this feature, but a lot of the time you can dual wield, which only becomes super useful if you shoot one while the other is reloading. The natural instinct is to give both barrels, but if you're stuck with both doing their slow reloading animations at the same time, you are defeating the purpose and you're sitting like a duck for the endless amount of goons shooting at you. Sadly, the adverse effect of this is the lack of precision aiming. The dead zones are kind of off the scale here, as you swing your gun imprecisely trying to shoot a dude across the other side of the room without being able to zoom in. And when only wielding one gun, your brain automatically goes for that aiming function, only for you to fling off a grenade that has no chance of hitting its mark. It is frustrating, and even close combat can be quite stiff. I found the game 100% more bearable when I went into the options and saw there is an auto-aim feature. Stick that on and the game goes from being a frustrating mess to a mindless arcade roller coaster. The weapons on the whole are pretty fun. The sticky mine gun was an instant classic in my opinion. You're often running out of ammo though, which is fine because there's always something to pick up and you'll constantly be switching weapons from the floor, which I wish could have been more responsive. Standing around like a melon getting shot from every direction while you wait for the button to register, that is a bit annoying. Another thing is the damn Mr. GoldenEye, who has powers, which can be increased over the course of the campaign. Frankly, I found them all to be a bit pointless and grossly underused. The first one allows you to see more enemies through walls, but only super thin walls. Why is this pointless? Well, because there's no stealth in this game, and any enemy hiding behind a wall will only be there for half a second anyway, because they can't stay still and have to run around like a headless chicken. There's zero benefit to knowing that they're behind something. The second allows you to mess with electronics and weapons from a distance. You can stun enemies, paralyzing their weapons. That could have been interesting, but in the time it takes you to think about it, then lock it into position and then use the power, you might as well have just shot them instead. Same with messing with electronics. I didn't see any function that would have been better than just going all guns blazing. Then you have the shield and the Jedi Force power, which feel better, but they don't add a whole lot. And this is a game where you're gonna constantly get shot. Did I mention the endless amounts of enemies endlessly shooting at you from everywhere at any distance? I'm not sure if I did. But the game knows its AI is overly stimulated because you get body armor drops every other enemy, plus your main health regenerates over time. That is poor balance. And finally, the other gimmick is hostage taking. If you melee an enemy, you can use them as a meat shield at a sacrifice of one of your weapons, and you're already very meager nimbleness. It is treacle mode, and most of the time, unless you are in a very desperate situation with little health left, I didn't find much need for it. You can see where in the planning stage of this game they thought, this is going to give variety, the eye powers, the hostage taking, the weapon setup, but it's just not enough. The former two are way too situational, and the latter is what it is. It's cool, but it doesn't liven up the fact you're just endlessly mowing down endless amounts of enemies. It's so repetitive that after the first level, you are exhausted. You're begging for a stealth level. You're praying there is a visit to a casino to play blackjack, but no. Enemy 7033, come on down. But as I said, in the right mood, it can be fun. The story feels like the dumbest plot in Bond history. I feel sorry for the new guy who accidentally brainstormed the idea at a meeting and the higher-ups went with it. And then I feel sorry for the writer whose children were held hostage until he finished writing the script for it. And I was disappointed to read that the story was written by the same dude as Agent Under Fire and Nightfire. And I suppose it's not the writing that's bad, it's just the entire premise. It feels like a comic book story where all the great Bond villains are together in one and there's a war between them. Oh my god. Outside of a bunch of 10-year-olds role-playing on the school playground, it's just a low IQ idea. What would happen if Goldfinger and Dr. No were at war with each other, and then Xenia came in to fight, but not before Pussy Galore came to the rescue, only to be thwarted by Oddjob's hat? It's embarrassing. Bond fan wankage you'd find on the last page of your least favourite naughty website. And it's a massive shame because this is the first game where we've played as a bad guy. A lot of the marketing was spent on letting people know, you ain't doing this for Queen nor country, you're doing this for... it's not really explained. The quality of the storytelling just doesn't tell you. Well, okay, you are a disgraced 00 agent now working for Goldfinger using Scaramanga's tech as an eyeball, and it doesn't really do anything interesting with it. You're a bad guy killing different bad guys. You're not an evil dude, and it's not like there's some cool redemption arc either where it climaxes to you and 007 teaming up once you've seen the light. That would have been a cheap but easy way out. But at least it would have been something. But they don't even do that. It's just like nothing. You're a bad guy who's not really that much of a bad guy, and he continues being a middling bad guy. Okay, sure, the thousands of corpses left in the wake of the campaign may show some lack of humanity, but Bond does the exact same thing. The story is rubbish, and the premise is rubbish. However, the presentation is top-notch. Ken Adam worked on the art direction here, and it's to the game's credit. Many locations ooze that 60s and 70s style. Not all of them, there's only so much you can do with gloomy rooftops, but I was impressed how it felt retro Bond in many aspects. And even the characters and their characterizations, as much as it pains me to say, really well done. Goldfinger is Goldfinger, Dr. No is Dr. No. Pussy Galore lives up to her name. It's glorious. It's painful that this story exists, but the characters are written well in the fact of how they may have spoken in a movie, animated respectfully, and voice acted very professionally, some of them with their original actors. You know Christopher Lee was probably in the recording booth before the staff even arrived in the morning. That legend was up for everything, and he did a great job, as does Judi Dench. And the imitators do an amazing job too. Honestly, Pussy Galore, Dr. No, Goldfinger, if I didn't know they were imitators, I'd have thought they were the real McCoy. It's just a shame this excellent production value is lost within a chaotic migraine of a game. Yeah, you can have fun once you flick the auto-aim button up and ramped up the sensitivity to maximum, but don't expect anything thrilling. No epic moments, no standout set pieces. Why? Because the game tries to do it all of the time. 100% max setting, full throttle, go, go, go. And so nothing stands out at all. It's trying too hard. It needs to chill. It needed to be a bit more sophisticated, like Bond should be. The gimmicks and gameplay evolutions all fall flat, and it's got nothing else to hang its hat on. Whew, I did not expect to talk that long about Rogue Agent, but I'm not done yet. As we've seen from the recent few big Bond games, a portable edition would follow the main event, this time gracing the Nintendo DS. Rogue Agent was from late 2004, which was right around the DS's launch, but it was a bit too much too soon to make the deadline, and so the DS version would release in the summer of 2005, which is still an early game for the console and an early ambitious title. I believe it was the first FPS on the system, which surprised me because I always remember playing Metroid Prime Hunters on my dad's original DS model pretty early on, but there's some Mandela effect going on since Rogue Agent came out on the DS a year earlier than that. What? That's crazy, that can't be right, but apparently it is. And with that in mind, before playing, I decided I was going to be quite forgiving of this. Many early DS games were very gimmicky or didn't really know how to fit with a new kind of input. And as always, I am hopeful of the portable underdog. Sometimes they can be better than the main event. And let's face it, Rogue Agent on the DS had all the opportunity to be so. The bar was hardly high, and maybe the lower hardware specs could make it, chill a bit. The controls, though, are an arthritic's nightmare. My finger joints are still trying to recover from this, and that's mainly down to Rogue Agent's gimmick backfiring for its portable release. 2 weapons. So, you control Mr. GoldenEye with the D-pad to move forward and such, but to look around, you use the touchscreen. Fantastic, it's what I was hoping for. However, in their infinite wisdom, probably from the demands of the CEO, you still got a weapon in each hand that can fire independently, and they are mapped to the shoulder buttons. Can you feel the problem that will occur? I don't know what I'm going to call it, but for now I'm sticking with the pinky predicament. You are supposed to use the stylus on the touchscreen and also use the shoulder button to fire as well. I tell you what, my little finger is now firmly locked into place. On the other hand, it's turned into a fine earwax picker. Thank you, Rogue Agent. Apparently this game was designed to be used with some sort of thumb strap, a quickly abandoned peripheral. That was Nintendo basically admitting they didn't really know the strengths of the console that they designed, or how to work around it. I guess you could make it more bearable this way, but I still don't think my right hand would have come out unscathed. I can imagine the muscle at the base of my thumb would be twice the size thanks to the extra workout. And I also realized that while finishing up this segment, I was using a 3DS XL to record this, which, at the time, you may remember, did not exist when the game was made. It was made with only the original DS model in mind, which is much smaller. I'm not saying it forgives its insanity, but it is probably less cripplingly painful to play. You can also get rid of the touchscreen for looking around purposes, and you can use the face buttons, which in the past some games have boldly attempted, most of which not turning out particularly well as a result. And as painful as it is, the default controls do actually work smoothly, it's just, quite painful. For a dinky portable version, this is the first one that actually feels like it's attempting to be the same game as the home console version. Our Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance renditions up to this point have either been very cut down imitations or feeling like they were made on another planet. Rogue Agent on DS feels like Rogue Agent on PS2 if it was made on a DS. Of course, corners have been cut, it's not the whole shebang, but it is incredibly recognizable. You're playing through the same kind of levels with the same type of structure, you'll be hitting the same points of interest, key set pieces, and so on. Visually, it's probably looking a bit rough from the footage, but this is captured on proper hardware. I do that as much as possible these days to get the proper experience, and I think that's especially important with games with unusual controls. But on the smaller screen, it's alright, it works well enough. The gameplay is quite slow, but when playing the occasional FPS game on the DS, they tend to be slow almost as a requirement. It feels like you're in a diving suit, trudging your way through the levels. But it works in its favor. I think if it was overly pacey, it could be difficult to keep up with the action with all the enemies and stuff going on. Picking up ammo is a bit of a weird one. You have to physically pick up ammo, although it's not entirely clear if it is picking up extra ammo or you are exchanging your weapon for the other one on the floor, even if they are the same thing. It gets even more confusing when you pick up a dual-wielding weapon of the same type. There's some indecipherable mathematics going on under the hood that just really doesn't make sense when it comes to the ammo count. But considering how often you'll be picking up and switching weapons, it's not that big of a deal. Speaking of weapons, they are well represented here. Good renditions of the main game. It's a DS with a P90, which makes it the best DS game ever made. And you know what? I really enjoy the railgun a lot more in this game compared to the home console release. I think that extra bit of precision in the aiming, thanks to the stylus, really adds something. Whereas playing on my PS2, where the controller has more dead zones than Meg Ryan's face, it wasn't particularly satisfying to use. In fact, the game is much better when you're not dual wielding. Like the assault rifle, okay? It's a bit of a boring gun, but it's powerful, and you cannot have another gun on the go alongside it. It just feels so much better playing this way. Now, for the DS, there was also a multiplayer feature where you could connect via download play. I think you could connect 8 DS games together if just one person had a cartridge, and even if you didn't, you could play with bots. And that's pretty interesting. Not bad for a very early DS game. And honestly, look, this is not a good game or anything, but I was compelled by it. Probably more than its home console counterpart, mainly because it's more gimmicky over that compared to, over that one's genericity. Is that even a word? Genericity? I don't know. It feels more unique, and for the time, probably a cool thing to have on the go. It's not aged well, of course, and I wouldn't recommend it to most unless you are a DS collector, but if you are, maybe give it a shot. EA had one last Bond video game up their sleeve before they would give up the license, and I think it's one that's often forgotten about when it comes to Bond games. From Russia with Love released in late 2005, and I do believe there was a brand fatigue with the Bond games. The poorly received Rogue Agent probably didn't help, and the last Bond movie was 4 years ago in Die Another Day. Again, not exactly a well-remembered one. Brosnan was long gone, and Casino Royale wouldn't be out until next year. The 6th generation itself was also getting quite long in the tooth, with people excited about a new generation on the horizon. But for this video, this is the one I was most excited about jumping into, because From Russia with Love is one of my favorite Bond movies. It's just a great spy movie with an interesting plot, a great set of characters, it's really grounded, and don't get me wrong, I do enjoy my over-the-top Roger Moore movies too, but the fact that this is just a nice Cold War spy thriller, it means it stands out. It would also be Sean Connery's final payday when it comes to Bond, because not only did he lend his likeness, but he also lent his voice to this game too. That means Never Say Never Again was not his final thing, which is good, because it's the one Bond movie that for some reason I cannot watch. Why would I watch a worse remake of one of Bond's best movies? Yeah, I love Thunderball too. I like all Bond movies except Never Say Never Again, because I can't watch it past 10 minutes. Tangents aside, while this retains a similar structure and premise to the movie, it's actually far more expanded. Written by Bruce Furstein, who wrote GoldenEye, Tomorrow Never Dies, The World Is Not Enough, and some other games we've talked about before, this is a third-person shooter game again. And if I was to be cynical, I would say it is a decent texture swap of everything or nothing. They feel and play very similar to one another, which is a good thing. For most of the weapons, there's no manual aiming, which is the most unlikable thing about the experience. You're relying on the game's programming to choose the enemy you actually want to lock onto. Thankfully, when you do lock onto the enemy, Bond is insanely accurate. So much so, you actually feel like you're more like RoboCop than a human. It's cool though, since it feels quite arcadey in that regard, and enemies are really easy to take down. The game loosely follows the plot of the movie, but expands on things between scenes. What happened between Bond going from here to here? Have you ever wondered that? Of course you haven't, but the game thinks you have. According to the game, what you've been doing is mowing down hundreds of enemies each time and blowing up a few helicopters. You'd think the movie would want to capture this on film. It is incredibly comical. What was a suspenseful movie is now an all-action game. And the best part of the movie, when they're on the train, which is like a third of the entire movie, here you're on it for like 5 minutes. And what are you doing? Mowing down endless waves of bad guys. I love it. Also, some great scenes in the movie were cut down for this video game adaptation. That lady fight in the gypsy camp, it's like 10 seconds long. What the hell? If anything was worth a set piece in a video game, it should have been that. One misfire here is the ammo types. For some reason, each weapon you have has 2 ammo types. Why? I honestly don't know, and switching between them, you have to go into the menus and faff around. It is very strange, because even if you run out of the normal ammo type for the weapon, it doesn't automatically change to the special ammo. So most of the time, you're just switching weapons rather than switching ammo. I really have no idea what they were thinking here. There's also a cover system for the game, which on the standard difficulty didn't actually feel important to use at all. You can easily survive most waves of enemies by charging head on. There's enough body armor to go around for you to take on most things without too much of a worry. Like Everything or Nothing, there's also Bond Focus again, which, I didn't feel like I needed to use it at all. Perhaps this and the cover mechanic come into their own when you play on the highest difficulty, but on standard, it feels like a waste. Entire mechanics of the game not needing to be used. It feels like they didn't quite get the balance right. Gadgets are also a bit of a letdown. Only the chopper really comes into being useful at some point during the levels, and it is often quite predictable, like you fly it through a vent, which you use to destroy the lock on the other side. Okay, how many times we're going to do that? I guess you could count the jetpack as a gadget, although it's more like a vehicular segment. Either way, this might be my favorite part of the game. It just plays nicely. Yeah, it's really easy, but very satisfying as you lock onto enemies and blast them away. Pretty good set pieces overall. The car levels are a bit less interesting than Everything or Nothing. The map you do get is much more linear, but at least the car is really quite classy. There are 14 missions in the main story, but there are also unlockable bonus missions, which are granted by hitting targets in other levels, like finishing under a certain time, taking down a certain number of enemies, things like that. Of the missions, I do like the variety. They tend to be quite long on the whole, and there's often something different going on. You do have your standard linear action parts, but then there are the vehicular segments and even sniper parts where you have to protect Kerim Bey, who is my favorite Bond ally of all time. So it kind of feels restless. You don't always get settled into one thing. And as humorous as it is, they totally did not respect the source material. You are always interested in seeing how they can blaspheme it next. And as awesome as it is to have Sean back in the role, I can almost imagine the awkwardness in the game developer's office when they were handed the audio files and heard Sean wasn't exactly in his prime when he was doing his lines. Like, I love Sean. He is a legend, and I am very, very happy he's doing the voice himself. I wouldn't want it any other way. But with all respect in the world, he sounds absolutely ancient here. Half the time you cannot understand what he's saying with his shh being almost a parody at this point, all of which gets acoustically lost within his aging Scottish cheeks.
Is there another way to the station?
No, we have to get past the tank. Can you do it?
It's difficult, but not insurmountable. Wait here.
Can we celebrate him being here? Absolutely. Can we also truthfully say that he totally doesn't fit the role right now? Yes, but I do love it. Visually, I think the game is great. To paraphrase Sean Connery himself when promoting the game, Bond in this game looks better than himself in real life. The model work and facial features are very nice. Environmentally, I think it's a bit simple in many levels, but the unique locations, once in a while, make up for the more generic places. I played this on PlayStation 2 and I was staggered by the poor performance that the game exhibits. It's honestly more janky than GoldenEye. At least GoldenEye is pretty consistent with its poor frame rate, whereas From Russia with Love seems to have an unlocked frame rate and can't decide whether it's 60 or 20 frames per second, at least with how I'm playing it, and it did take away from my experience. But on the whole, it is a pretty fun game. I know I've complained quite a lot, but I did have fun with it. I don't think it would ever go down as a Bond classic. It feels like it's heading towards blockbuster spectacle more than ever, and anyone who loves From Russia with Love may be a bit perplexed by it all. One of the reasons people do love that movie compared to a lot of other Bond films is in the fact that it's different. It's slower paced, definitely more of an espionage thriller than an all-action romp, and yet the game changes it into an all-action romp. I mean, it's fine, and it's a decent amount of fun. I just find it an odd choice. If the movie was made today, it would definitely go along with this game more than the original movie, that is for sure. It's fun, but I do think it's on the downward slope in terms of quality Bond games. Half a year later, this game would be released on PlayStation Portable, which I didn't play a whole lot for this video, but it seems like a nicely faithful port of the big console release, a bit more difficult, in fact a lot more difficult. Enemies feel way more accurate and deadly, but also due to the controls, thanks to the system itself with only one analog stick. I think it would be cool to play, not a bad one for PSP owners. And that is the end of Electronic Arts' EA adventure in the Bond universe. It is incredibly easy to laugh at EA now. Partly back then too, but I think if gamers were offered to switch the EA of today with the EA of the early to mid 2000s, everyone would say yes in a heartbeat. They were so good. They made awesome games and they published awesome games. Yes, they had their endless supply of sports games even then, but it wasn't their be-all, end-all. And even those weren't as money-grabby as they are today. EA were badass, and they did the Bond franchise so much justice. Okay, not every game was perfect, but on the whole, they did so much good for it. Sadly, losing the rights to the Bond franchise was entirely voluntary on their part. They ended the deal early, saying they wanted to move away from licensed properties, shifting their focus to original IPs, which I think this was the turning point for the company, where they went from awesome to just relying on FIFA, Madden, and The Sims. But the rights were given to Activision, and that is the era we're heading to now. With Activision firmly in the publishing seat in time for the second Daniel Craig movie, you can bet they had a game ready for Quantum of Solace. It seems like it would be a quick, easy marriage. Activision, owner of the Call of Duty franchise and the studios that made them, they made the obvious decision to use the Call of Duty engine of the time and rope in Treyarch, who just released World at War in the same year. So this is basically early modern Call of Duty, just with a Bond skin. I know a lot of people praise the series at this point for their cinematic campaigns alongside addictive online multiplayer action, but the former never did much for me personally. I was far too pretentious about my experiences with first-person shooters. Like, give me Red Faction over Call of Duty any day of the week, at least in terms of the campaign. But as always, I try to go in with an open mind, even if my expectations are overall quite low. This is my first time playing, and what surprised me was that Activision decided to make up for a missed opportunity, and I think they named this game wrong, because this game should have been called Casino of Solace or Quantum Royale, because it's effectively two Craig movies mashed into one video game. And it's confusing as hell for anyone who's kind of forgotten the movies like me. Honestly, Daniel Craig's movies have been water off a duck's back for me in terms of memory, and in the video game medium, where somehow, despite having much more runtime than a movie, allowing more breathing space, somehow the narrative is more condensed. It jumps between timelines, jumps between going after one bad guy or the other, and as Bond always does, it jumps between women at every scene. It's really confusing. The gameplay, though, is solid. I really didn't mind playing this game. It does err on the generic side of things, but I feel like it could be much worse. It has its ups and downs. When things are getting slightly slower, and you're sneaking around, silently doing headshots or takedowns, that feels really nice. And even some of the chaotic shooting action feels good too. By the last couple of levels, though, it starts to descend into an endless stream of bad guys coming in waves and waves just to pad things out. There's always like 2 waves too many, and it is quite predictable. The guns do feel good though. You can tell this is a Call of Duty game. I would say that the kickback is pretty insane, but it feels fun and smooth to use the weapons. It lacks any kind of depth in terms of using which weapon in which situation, but yeah, you can tell it's a game developed by the Call of Duty team, and you can tell why those games stood out as the kings of FPS. The shooting feels good and smooth. One thing that separates it quite a lot from Call of Duty though, at least in my memory, I could be wrong on this, but there is a very important cover system. You're pretty much required to stick your back to a wall at all times, otherwise you're toast. It works okay for the most part, although it can be finicky at times, and the dismount isn't exactly graceful. I could be doing something wrong, but it felt more awkward to stop taking cover than it should be. And anytime there's crouching cover, if you leave the cover, your man here is standing up like a moron. Early on, the game teaches you about switching from one cover to another, which is neat, but it felt like none of the levels were set up like that. Opportunities were limited. But I thought it was quite cool how, even though it's a first-person shooter, this cover system very efficiently turns it into a third-person shooter. The transition is seamless, and I didn't even realize I was now playing a third-person game at those points until thinking about it later. Now, not many people enjoy quick-time events, not even since they first appeared, or especially to this day. They are looked down upon. For me, it depends, and I don't mind them here. I do feel it's a bit lazy that some boss fights are done entirely by QTEs, but I do like the fact that takedowns use it. If you want to save some bullets, or you get too close to the enemy, you can instantly take them down with a click of the R3 button, and then whichever QuickTime event comes up. I thought it was cool, and it looks cool too. There is little to no usage of gadgets here, which is a missed opportunity too. You do hack into doors, which is a boring minigame, and there's some interaction with security cameras that seems extremely pointless. Like, I genuinely don't see the point in that. And again, maybe I was doing something wrong here, perhaps due to what I'm used to in video games, but shooting security cameras set off alarms. Like, what? That's not supposed to happen in a video game. Not a big deal though, since all it does is spawn like 2 waves of enemies, which are quite disposable. In terms of doing anything outside of getting to the end of a level, well, you're kinda out of luck. And this game is kind of out of inspiration, because the only thing you can do is examine smartphones that are laying around. There's usually a handful scattered around each level, and they'll give you some more backstory, but it's just not interesting at all. Corners do feel cut somewhat. While there are some slightly cinematic efforts when it comes to cutscenes and set pieces, all the between stuff is conveniently hidden behind a tracking system at MI6. You hear the commentary about Bond's actions rather than seeing them yourself. It's barely interesting hearing M and the other dude who sounds a bit too much like Daniel Craig explaining what's happening. Like, they're jumping out of a plane and doing something extremely dangerous and Bond-like. Let me see it. It's also 100% shooting. There's no driving sections in this game, which feels like it's going back on the tradition at this point. It's entirely possible that the team making this just didn't have enough experience with that sort of thing before, or it just wasn't in the time or budget to make it happen. It's also really short. For a game that's taking on 2 movies, it barely lasts longer than the movies put together. It's like 3 hours or something. And it barely climaxes past the endless amounts of enemies coming at you. The ending it's just bad. The whole story is incomprehensible. I don't know how you can have 2 movies with 2 complete stories and somehow butcher them together, Frankensteining them together for no reason. My guess is that as a licensed tie-in, they just didn't have enough time or actual insider knowledge or information about the Quantum of Solace film. I think there's only like 2 or 3 levels dedicated to that movie, but now I'm not sure because it mixes them together so weirdly, I'm doubting my own recollection about which movie is which. Overall, it's a decent game. It's not bad, it's just there. At this point, despite things often getting ridiculous in Bond games, especially with the original stories, this is starting to take the cake. It lacks any kind of good pacing, it's all out action, which there is a time and a place for, but it's so one note. I'm sorry to Craig fans, but the stories here are just weird mashups and not interesting enough to make me think that the game is anything other than disposable. I played it, I finished it, and I came out no different, except I was now 3 hours older. Now, Quantum of Solace also appeared on the Nintendo Wii, which is a pretty decent standard definition rendition of the game that I just played. I really didn't play it because it's just the same as the PS3 version, just looking a bit more ugly, so yeah. However, if you want something rather different, then you'll have to look towards a different standard definition console. Quantum of Solace, developed by Eurocom, a familiar name for Bond gamers. This is an entirely different game based on the movie. Well, that's what I was told to expect. It's not a totally different game, but it is different enough to be considered its own separate thing. I don't know why they decided this version would be different to the others. It's not like the PS2 couldn't handle the same things as the Wii, but maybe they thought a clean break would be better. And yeah, it kind of is. Eurocom did a good job making a fun, run-of-the-mill but enjoyable third-person shooter. Popular at the time, cover shooters like Gears of War dominated the scene, and Bond fits in pretty well with that. While it has the same level choices and often an eerily similar design at times, but played through a third-person perspective, there are also plenty of times where the game goes completely its own way. It's as though Eurocom only got a sample of what Treyarch were working on, but wasn't enough time to fully cooperate with them before the deadline. The cover gameplay is far more advanced and necessary than ever before. You can see they really worked on getting it to be a core part of the gameplay. Sadly, at times it does mean you are often pressing too many buttons at once, and if you leave the game for a couple of weeks and then you come back, it can be hard to get back into. I think it could be simplified just a tad, but keeping the complexity. Unlike the other version, there's lots of trial and error stealth sections, but at least there is a heavy dose of checkpoints that you can quickly go from again. While I did die a decent amount of times in both games, I felt the stealth here was quite a bit more harsh. There's also an insane amount of recoil, and the weapon feedback is surprisingly weak. the game doesn't really give you the feeling of hitting someone, so I don't think the action is particularly satisfying, and this could be a personal thing, but I find a third-person perspective in all these gun-blazing games a bit more cumbersome than a first-person. But when it comes to the chase sections, I do think there's a lot more urgency and I feel the chase. Perhaps the best in a Bond game. Of course, it's all heavily scripted, and it can seem extremely false once you decide to, go and make a cup of tea, come back, and then walk to the next scripted point a meter away, and then the dude is still there waiting for you to make his next dash. The boss battles do seem better as well, because, there's actual gameplay, not entirely quick time events, so it feels substantial and has decent cinematics, at least for the PS2. The character model for Craig is excellent for the console, especially facially. However, the supporting cast, not so much. I mean, this lady, one of the most beautiful women on the planet, they made her look like 70 years old. The environments obviously pale in comparison to the HD version, and I do think for the PS2, they are a bit basic, and for me this just shows the leap in graphics between PS2 and the PS3 era. I think at the time, it didn't resonate with me as much as it should have done, but looking back, it really was a graphical leap. Everything looks so much more weighty and chunky compared to this, but looks on everything. And literally no one talks about this game. It barely even gets a passing mention. And it is a shame because it's pretty decent, not amazing, not an essential addition to your PlayStation 2 collection, but certainly in the upper half of best Bond games. My best guess as to why this PS2 version is different to the PlayStation 3 version is maybe that they were worried that if they were the same, people would just buy the cheaper PS2 release instead of the more expensive HD version. I don't know, I can't remember when the PS3 stopped being backwards compatible. But yeah, most people enjoy this PlayStation 2 version more than the HD version, and I can understand that. But as I already said, I just enjoy these third-person shooters a bit less. And that's probably why I would rank Everything or Nothing a bit lower than most people out there, and why I would choose to play the PlayStation 3 version of this game over the PlayStation 2 one. It feels more clumsy. It is a better game in many ways, but the pure, simple, reliable FPS made by a team who know exactly what they're doing make me side with the HD version. But if you're less inclined to have a slight bias against the third-person perspective, you might want to add this to your PS2 collection over the HD one. Either way, this wouldn't be the Quantum of Solace game with the fewest polygons, because there's even more Quantum of Solace for you. We are not done with Quantum of Solace yet though, since we have to take another step down in the hardware department. We are going portable, we're going Nintendo DS. And what we have here is not only one of the more unique games in the James Bond video game pantheon, but also on the DS in general. It's one of those curious games where you hold the console sideways, almost like a book. Usually with those, there's a decent reason for doing so. Some, visual novel adventures did that to create more of a book feeling, or, comic book kind of thing. The Guitar Hero game so you could use the peripheral. However, Quantum of Solace seems to do it for no reason other than, why not? Let's be different, because it doesn't do anything that couldn't have been done by holding it normally. Okay, the screen would lack the extended vertical peripheral vision that it has now, but at no point during playing this did I ever think, boy, am I glad I've got that extra verticality. It's a bizarre choice. That doesn't necessarily make it a negative choice, it's just strange. The non-touch screen is dedicated to the map, which you think would be cool to have there at all times at only a glance away, but most of the time, I forgot it was even there. You move Daniel with the stylus dragging the ruggedly handsome man around the environment. It's not super precise. You feel a bit drunk as you can't quite get the perspective of where you're really touching, but once you are moving, it's easy to adjust on the fly. If you tap his body, he will go into crouching mode, which can help with the stealth when it decides to work. The in-depth tutorial, which I failed more times than I'd like to admit, is quite good at showing you the ropes in what is a super quirky control scheme, but nothing that mobile games as of today wouldn't also consider doing. Unlike mobile games of today, however, the DS still has buttons. As you can imagine though, Holding the console sideways in one hand with the stylus in the other, you're not exactly spoiled for choice when it comes to easily accessible buttons, so despite the game allowing you to press any button as the action button, hilariously going as far as to listing every button on the damn console in the tutorial, the only sensible one is to use one of the shoulder buttons, specifically the one that is now at the top, depending on if you're left or right-handed. That is close enough for your thumb to press without being too much of a stretch. So while theoretically you have many options, the only one grounded in reality is this. You've got your stylus, you've got your one shoulder button. Combining them together, you get a clumsy game. The shoulder button acts as a sign you want to get into combat. You hold it down when you get close to an enemy to initiate what I would call the punch-out mode. Sadly, you have to hold it down the whole time. If you let go of the button, you will stop fighting. These fights have you swiping left, right, up, or down at your pleasing, but the best strategy is to just block the enemy attacks by tapping on the correct side in time, and this stuns them, which will allow you to go to town. If you manage to catch them when they're trying to block, but you go the opposite way, you are invited to pull off a Street Fighter combo to take them down completely. While the input could be fussy at times, it was still my go-to offensive technique. Because obviously, you can shoot enemies too, but if you hold the shoulder button and then tap an enemy, Daniel will shoot at them with whatever gun he has equipped. Speaking of which, if you got a boner out of the Resi 4 inventory Tetris, then this game is even worse, because each ammo clip is its own slot, and because I favored the melee combat over the firefight, I found myself having to throw ammo away. It's not helped that you also need to pick up poker chips, which you cash in at the end of the level to help you upgrade your stats, and each of them take up a slot of their own. As do playing cards, but at least you can attach them to your equipment of sorts, which I found interesting in the fact that they added modifiers to your stats and you could swap them in and out. I don't think I played the game enough to truly see what they had to offer, but it is a neat idea. Once you get used to the controls and the combat, the game appears to be rather easy. As I said, I much prefer going to the melee combat route rather than shooting because it was the safer option. I felt quite invincible while I was doing it, whereas shooting, the game would often roll and miss, and there's not much you can do to get out of the way. The more difficult sections of the game were the boss fights where you are being attacked from all angles, and the stealth segments where it's game over if you get seen even once. Again, the AI is either dumb or I'm not quite grasping what the game really wants me to do. I also do appreciate the non-threatening areas of the game where you can actually just, chat with NPCs, get overly obvious hints from them. I always enjoy this in Bond games, and although it is super bare and simple, I like that they tried it a bit. Even though you're running around with a machine gun in your hands, they're still pretty chill about it. The story is told very similar to a visual novel style, such as like Hotel Dusk, and it's nice to hear the real voice actors very nice and clearly over the DS's speakers. I think the presentation overall is decent. Okay, you appear to be fighting the same people over and over again, but for the DS, it's good. I just wish some of the environments were a bit more interesting. And the running animation, he's a bit too slinky. I don't know how to describe it, but Daniel Craig is a bit too slinky. Overall, due to the controls and weird perspective, it's a janky game, clunky as hell in a totally unnecessary way. It didn't need to be like this at all, but I admire they tried. They tried to be different. They tried to give the players something you couldn't really get elsewhere at the time. It is a unique experience. It doesn't make for a great game by any means, but it's interesting. It is not a top-tier Nintendo DS release, but there'd certainly be no shame in having a copy in your collection like me. Yes, I have this game, and you can still buy a brand new copy of this on the DS very easily for an extremely cheap price. Speaking of which, one of the best ways to support me and my adventures on YouTube is by purchasing video games with the links down below. I have an entire channel dedicated to physical video games, so go check that out. It's called Physical Paradise. Now before I move on, there was actually a mobile game of Quantum of Solace 2, but I decided against doing mobile games for this video. Initially I was going to do them, but due to the reception of it during my Star Wars video, pretty much everybody skipped those parts, so yeah, I'm going to refrain from doing mobile games in this video. So we're moving on to another game. Now, Daniel Craig is firmly in the role of Bond right now, and him succumbing to the contractual obligations for his face to also be plastered in the form of video games, in 2010 we would have the first original Bond video game in more than half a decade, by which I mean a game not directly linked to a specific movie. Bloodstone is a brand new Bond adventure with Daniel Craig in the role, and this is Craig's chance at getting the same treatment that the Brosnan got with Everything or Nothing and Nightfire. For me, this is effectively a lost Craig movie. And you know what? It might be the best thing he's done in the franchise. I like this more than his movies. Developed primarily by Bizarre Creations, who are mostly known for their Project Gotham racing series, it feels incredibly strange that they were given the reins of this one, considering they've not done anything of the sorts before. It reminds me when BioWare made that live service game for no reason. It just feels a bit wrong, and things did go wrong because this was their last game published before their owner, Activision, shuttered their doors. 2 months after Bloodstone, Bizarre Creations was no more. I'm not saying it's down to this game. I mean, we can see, even for this era, it wasn't quite a full AAA experience. A decent amount of effort was put into it, but not their full force as a studio. That went into Blur, which released earlier in the year, and is often considered maybe not the best, but at least one of the more underappreciated games in the genre. A genre that Bizarre Creations were good at. What I'm trying to say is, even before Bloodstone was released, I think the writing was probably on the wall for the studio, which is a shame, because they did a really decent job here. Okay, it still doesn't live up to the classics, of course, and this probably had 10 times the budget of Agent Under Fire, with double the amount of people working on it, but it still can't touch that kind of purity. You know, this was well into the era of imagination drought from developers. Games were getting bigger, more expensive, designed by executives rather than, designers. It does have that systematic sickness that would morph into the mostly soulless games we have today, but against all odds, I still came out rather enjoying this title a lot more than I thought I would do. At the end of the day, it's still another third-person cover shooter, with not much going on aside from the shooting of endless bad guys, but they nailed what they needed to nail. It's just a fun romp. And against all odds from previous Activision games, it has a very followable story, and it actually suits Craig. It feels like a product of Craig's Bond. His likeness and attitude would be pasted into past Bond ventures, as we'll see later on, and that does not suit him one bit, but I'm getting ahead of myself. But Bloodstone feels like a Bond game that could only star Daniel Craig and Joss Stone. What? Oh yeah, did I not mention that Joss Stone has a starring role in this game? Remember her? It's almost like when Natasha Bedingfield had a small part in From Russia with Love. And with both singers, their careers disappeared with the memories of their respective video games. I can imagine it's easy to take the piss out of the game for having a, semi-famous singer shoehorned into your video game, but I think she does a fine job, actually. She really surprised me, and the fact that Joss Stone was driving a Koenigsegg around Siberia, it didn't bother me as much as you'd think. Now in this game, there's a really nice intro level. It has a bit of everything, a bit of shooting, a bit of a speedboat ride, a car chase, a bit of dench. This would have really made a solid demo for the game. Gives you a really good taste of things to come. The car segments in particular are very impressive. These are a big showpiece for the game and are handled extremely well, as you'd expect from Bizarre Creations. You can feel they really wanted to show off their skills with these parts. They're not as expansive as some previous games, like even Agent Under Fire had a bit more freedom, and this pales in comparison to Everything or Nothing especially, but the sheer spectacle with this one is truly worthy of a AAA game, despite how on rails they are. They are not insta-win though, definitely some trial and error here, but I really did enjoy them. Okay, they are some ridiculous moments, but on the whole it felt epic and grounded, with some semblance of reality. Well, that is until the giant dumpster truck destroys half of Bangkok, but I'll let that one slide. The actual normal gameplay is, once again by the books I suppose, third-person shooter with a big focus on cover-based gameplay. And yes, the story tends to be an excuse to get Bond into another room with another set of bad guys to take down. I won't shy away from that criticism, but I feel it's handled better here than in other games where Bond is basically Rambo. There are quieter moments. It mixes stealth with action very well, and the stealth gameplay is solid. I feel like I could get away with the stuff that Bond usually does. Corner takedowns are very satisfying, and the game really shows off Craig's brutality very well. And these are very useful too, since each takedown gives you a focus shot, which allows you to insta-kill an enemy or two in a pretty badass fashion. It's like the everything or nothing, but handled much more smoothly. Part of me feels the developers of this were inspired by Uncharted. It does feel like an Uncharted game at times, with some of the set pieces and rough and tumble parkour, climbing, death-defying jumps, good stuff. Definitely not Roger Moore's Bond, that is for sure. And Bloodstone has really nice pacing somehow. Despite all the blockbuster pomp, it does have a breather here and there, which I appreciate, giving you the time to actually take in the environments around you. Do some mild undercover work that's interspersed with the stealth parts, the action parts, the chases, and the vehicular carnage. The balance is well thought out. Gadget usage is incredibly minimal, but you know, this is Craig's Bond. He ain't got time for umbrellas with sleeping gas or a monocle with x-ray vision. He's just got his boring phone that he never needs to charge. Actually, that is the true invention here. What, is this powered by the deaths of your enemies or something? It lasts forever. Apple need to get on this straight away. And the presentation in this game is excellent. I said it's not like a full, true-blooded AAA game from the era, but it's still a beautiful game in my opinion. And this is coming from someone who is not massively nostalgic for the PlayStation 3 era. I was definitely on a gaming hiatus in my personal life. Like, I didn't even get one close to launch. I had friends, I had a girlfriend, I had a band to play in college, university. Aside from playing a ton of Call of Duty Black Ops and losing my sanity and personal hygiene to Football Manager, there wasn't much going on in my gaming life. And so on the whole, I don't really care for this generation whatsoever, but I do think that visually it holds up very well even to this day, and is definitely the best looking Bond game ever made as up to, as I'm making this video. I'm sure First Light will surpass it easily, but if that doesn't, that would be weird. Playing this on my PlayStation 3, honestly, I almost felt a tinge of nostalgia in my heart for the first HD generation. This is what the game's done to me. But then I remember, oh yeah, the online, the patches, the updates, the DLC, the overblooming, the style over substance gameplay, and that good old piss filter, and then I stopped being nostalgic for it and turned into an old man shouting at a cloud. But back to this game, and the design oozes style everywhere. Whether taking in the sights of Monte Carlo or rocking up to Siberia, you can see the developers were really giving this an authentic look. Siberia in particular, I don't know if it's authentic, but if someone told me that this was a real Soviet architectural style, I would go along with it. It's a bit awe-inspiring. It almost makes me want to start a revolution. But in the end, I just start feeling hungry. It's super rare any kind of world design gets a reaction from me these days, but this game, it definitely did. It feels like the developers cared to try and get it right. It's also got that little fuzzy static thing going on that Mass Effect had, which, is a stylistic choice. I think they were trying to make it more like a film, but I don't think it's quite that. I don't think it's the correct effect needed, but it looks more like a comms link like you'd see on a sci-fi show. Interesting choice nonetheless, though. And by the way, the title sequence might be the best there is when it comes to Bond video games. It's got the silhouettes, it's got the imagery. It feels like it could be an authentic Bond intro. It's just missing the cheeky nipple glance to get dads excited. Where's that? And a little tangent here, a funny little quirk about this game that probably only affected about 20 people in the world. You may notice that half of the game footage that I've been showing you is actually the Japanese version. So I have a Hong Kong PlayStation 3. I live in China. It's just the most convenient to get. The PlayStation 3 is not region locked, so, it's all gravy. I played the US version of this game for the first hour and a half, but once you get to a certain part of the game, when it comes to hacking the cameras, the game is broken. Like on a system level, the X and the circle buttons are swapped between the Western PlayStation 3 and the Asian one. And when it gets to this hacking minigame, there is some oversight because it tells you to press X, but X on the PlayStation 3 is to cancel or go back, and it won't accept the input mixing a US game with an Asian PlayStation 3. So you genuinely cannot complete the game, and therefore, very begrudgingly and slightly cheesed off with the game, but mostly at Activision for never patching it despite it being a known issue, I had to play this game again from the beginning, but this time with a Japanese copy where the inputs were adjusted accordingly when it came to that minigame. And there was me, thinking I was an idiot for not understanding what it wanted me to do, but no, damn Activision. But you know what? Despite me playing half of it for a second time, I still enjoyed it, again. And as a Bond ROM, I think it's exactly what a Bond fan would have dreamed of. It's not as classy as GoldenEye, it's not as crowd-pleasing as Nightfire, but I think for Bond fans, especially of the Craig era, and maybe for those who are not intensely into gaming, but, fancy seeing Bond in a video game, this is probably the non-gamer's Bond game. Your uncle pops round for a cup of tea, he sees the game case next to your PlayStation, and he's intrigued. This would be the game for him. I don't want to say it's a simple man's game, it is a game for those less engrossed by the medium. It has mainstream appeal. Although reviews at the time were not exactly glowing. I think like 60 on Metacritic or something. I think this could very well be the most underrated Bond video game. Of course, it still doesn't touch the classics, but I do think it is worth a second look in 2025 or 26, depending on when I finish this damn video. I went into this expecting something run-of-the-mill, like Quantum of Solace, but I came out with the impression that the developers actually cared about the Bond franchise. I'm pretty sure if Activision weren't the publisher, they'd have probably had fewer explosions and enemy waves just to add that final touch of class that it needs, but on the whole, it is a good game in my opinion, definitely the best Activision Bond game. While most Bond games are not readily available for purchase anymore due to expiring licenses, I think this is one of the biggest victims of it being lost. With older games, it's easy to emulate them on your console of choice, but when you get to the HD era, this is a tough one, especially since the 360 era and PlayStation 3 era are either tough to emulate or they're not reliably playable via any kinds of backwards compatibility. Xbox valiantly tried for a short while, but not with these kind of games, so the only real way to play them is on the original console. And yeah, I had to buy another PS3 for this video. I do have one back in the UK, but I wasn't about to get my mom to send it over to me in the post, so I bought this Hong Kong one, and I do want to give another shout out to my Patreon supporters. This video would not exist without their financial support. Despite being delisted from every store digitally, the physical release is still quite cheap. Maybe not dirt cheap like some PlayStation 3 and 360 games, but $20 on average seems reasonable. And since I highly doubt this game will ever appear anywhere ever again, I would certainly pick it up sooner rather than later for your collection. It's a good game. Once again, Bond would not just grace a home console, but he would also find a nice companion piece on the portable system du jour, the Nintendo DS. Developed by N-Space, this time they've decided on a third-person shooter. They're just copying the main game from behind the back of Craig. And, there's a promising, ambitious start to proceedings. While it's truncated, I'm still impressed by the beginning as you take control of Craig in the middle of his parachute landing. They didn't even do that on the home console. It's got your speedboat section. I was going to call it out for being false advertising, but speed doesn't necessarily mean fast, it's just the measurement. And this speed is, taking your nan out for the afternoon. It's positively serene as you gun down equally civilized enemy craft. After this though, the game descends into a by-the-books slow action game. Fairly fun though, it retains a solid cover system, although in this game it's more essential than ever before because holy Hannah, the millisecond you pop your head out of cover, you are taking damage. I don't know what these goons have been taking, but I'm pretty sure they've all got gold medals at the Olympics. This is really the biggest flaw of the game. You take a lot of damage very easily. However, it seems the developers knew this, and instead of fixing that, the enemy AI, which might be quite difficult to do compared to just, giving Daniel Craig more health, because yeah, you can take a bit of a beating. So much so, I decided to test how much of the game would just let me get away with stuff, and I started running past all the goons, but it didn't entirely work for this game. Outside of the story connection, there's very little resemblance to the main console game outside of the first level. I was comparing them side by side and it's very unrecognizable. I can't remember taking down a chopper with an RPG on a rooftop, but here I am. If I didn't know any better, I could easily confuse this game with the Quantum of Solace story since it kind of has similar locations and situations. So one of the big things about Bloodstone on the home console was the driving segments. I mean, the game was developed by Bizarre Creations, the kings of arcade races. They were huge showpieces of the game, and so they had to be put in the DS version. And yeah, this is probably the worst downgrade in gaming history. I shouldn't laugh, but the amount of budget and effort and difference between the two versions is bordering on comical. It might not be half bad here if it let you control it like any other racing game would, but no, it's a weird, borderline, uncontrollable mess. And I'm not singling out the stylus turning either. I mean, even when using the normal buttons, it not only looks terribly, but plays terribly too. Thankfully, these are less common in the DS release, as well they should be. The presentation here is okay, let's just say nothing took my breath away, environments are a bit bland, and there's obviously no grand spectacle like I complimented the Big Daddy release for. It's all a bunch of boxy corridors and small rooms with PlayStation 1 style graphics. There's a lot of browns, greys, and earth yellows in all the early levels, which makes everything feel like one long level. It blends together. Things do get a bit more vibrant with some interesting colors in the casino level, and for some reason, like seeing a fruit machine in a Monte Carlo casino just makes me laugh. I know they probably do have them in real life, but it's not the kind of image I've ever had of, a classy joint. Seeing millionaires playing baccarat, where there's etiquette, a dress code, where numbers aren't spoken, but everyone is a high enough roller to know what the deal is. It kind of ruins the mystique walking past a bunch of fruities with middle-aged alcoholics blowing their dole money on it in the hope of breaking even. One slightly funny thing that made me do a double take is in the intro credits, which I swear it said Asian Fleming, which I believe is what people called him every other Saturday night. And it's not a bad game, all things considered. A few tweaks here and there could have been a very good third-person action game here. If the cover system was more consistent, and if the enemies didn't shoot you the millisecond you popped your head out, it would have felt like a much better, polished game. As it stands though, N-Space did a solid job in bringing Bond action to the little dual screen. And I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but I do think that overall, this is the best Bond game on the Nintendo DS. We've got one more to go in a bit, so, spoiler alert there, but it is the game that is just the most playable. It lacks the frustration or anything overly gimmicky to get by. I wouldn't completely recommend it to any DS owner, but compared to many games on the system that I have experience with, it's one of the more impressive titles for something 3D. A third-person shooter on the Nintendo DS that's kind of okay. Yeah, why not? GoldenEye 007. It feels like we've been here before, for about 20 minutes already. But no, this is not GoldenEye 007 for Tiger Electronics Handheld, or its lesser-known Nintendo 64 counterpart, or the cancelled Xbox Live Arcade remake. This is a different remake, so different you can possibly call it a reimagining. Basically a new game with the GoldenEye framework. It's GoldenEye if it was fan fiction that somehow got made into a Hollywood blockbuster with a $100 million budget. Man, so many people were excited by this game. Eyes lit up when it was announced at Nintendo's E3 event as a Wii exclusive. It was like the prodigal son, it was returning. But I think this was another case of the marketing playing tricks on us. Now, this did originally release on Nintendo Wii in 2010 as a timed exclusive. It came with your classic Wiimote controls to make it one of the premier first-person shooters on the system, alongside Metroid Prime. This is probably the second best game of this genre on that system, at least that I can think of off the top of my head. However, a year later, it was released on the HD consoles of the era, built in a new engine with better graphics and very small gameplay additions. The PlayStation 3 version is what you'll be seeing for this section. I could have had two segments for this video, one for the Wii, one for the HD Reload version, but I didn't fancy playing it twice to say basically the same thing about it. And there's no doubt the PlayStation 3 release looks fantastic in my opinion, so I am caring about your eyes. This is a modernized version of the story with Brosnan, an artifact of the 90s. Well, in came Craig to replace his face and his voice and his actions. With the Cold War over and not wanting to be considered uncool for being set in the past, this one is set in the present day of the time. That means lots of elements needed to be shifted. Watches are now boring, so now it's all on your phone. Apparently, Daniel Craig worked closely with the writers on this one to give ideas of how his version of Bond would respond to things compared to the Brosnan. And the end result is a giant gunfight with endless waves of enemies on every level pretty much all of the damn time. And again, It's a bit like Call of Duty. It's from Activision. It was the most obvious option for them. Controls are modernized compared to the original GoldenEye. It's a bit like Quantum of Solace, but even simpler. In fact, at times, it does feel like a texture swap of Quantum of Solace, right down to the story presentation. On the Wii, the big selling point was the pointer controls for the super accurate aiming, so pretty much the opposite of the original. And even on PlayStation 3, you could use the Move if you wanted to, but playing on a standard controller is perfectly fine. Now you can use iron sights and it's definitely recommended, otherwise you'll have a much harder time of it. Hip firing with some of these machine guns is not the wisest thing to do, the spread is just a bit too much. Taking cover is also far more important here compared to the original. You can't just strafe your way to victory in this one, so you'll have to hide behind stuff all of the time. Which is why I find it incredibly strange there's no cover mechanic. You can't just stick to objects like you could in previous entries. And yeah, it's way more important to stay out of the way in this one. But you know what? I think it plays better as a result, because you'll be ducking behind stuff, but when you're aiming while ducking, you automatically pop up a little bit. While it's less official in terms of, cover, it's less finicky, less likely to freak out, less magnets involved. Unless you play on the highest difficulty level, you automatically regenerate health if you don't get hit after a short amount of time. This is a mechanic that is popular today with almost every game. Personally, I think it gives the developers an excuse not to balance their game well. Like, too many enemies? Never mind, you can just hide for 10 seconds and be okay. If you do play on the highest difficulty, then you do have to pick up armor in order to heal yourself, which is closer to the original game. But let me tell you, the levels in this game are relentless in the amount of enemies they throw at you, and it is very easy to die, even on the default setting. To combat the long levels and easy to perish nature of Bond, the game has like a million checkpoints. Anytime you fart, you reach a checkpoint. And this alone seriously makes it a completely different experience compared to the original. Forget the weird story fanfiction rewrite, it is the gameplay that completely changes the flow and feeling of what GoldenEye is. You go from shortish, arcadey, compact levels that, depending on the difficulty you choose, can take multiple attempts to complete. Here, well, the levels are extremely long, they go on forever, and yeah, you may die, but you're powering through the entire campaign thanks to the checkpoints and levels that are connected into one long narrative. You ain't going back to that dossier to read M's briefing or Moneypenny's raging jealousy. There's no mission select screen here, at least as you're going through the story. It is a long campaign with levels that last forever. And they've done this because it's of course the modern thing to do. Having individual levels, that's just for babies. Which is sad, but I kinda get that they had to do that. The story is modernized, gone is the Cold War, in are smartphones, gone is the Brosman, and in comes Craig to replace him with his version of Bond, and the levels are now grouped together, that they kind of were in the original, but might not have been so obvious if you didn't actually read the dossier before the mission. As a fully coherent story, it does work. Whether the story is good though, well, that's definitely up for debate. Gone is any semblance of, interesting mission goals. Aside from getting to the end of the level in one piece, the only side missions that pop up pretty much entirely revolve around scanning things with your phone. I get smartphones were still kinda new at this point, and it probably looked like high-tech and modern, but it's just boring. I had absolutely no desire to go out of my way to track down map number 4 to scan. Maybe there are unlocks and stuff, but it didn't add anything and was definitely a downgrade compared to the original, which, they weren't incredible or anything, but naturally interesting. This feels like a checkbox that was begrudgingly checked. The gunplay is fun, I can't deny that, but it's massively exhaustive and so unbelievable it's almost childish. Aside from the odd occasion where there could be infinite spawning guards, the original game was quite conservative in the amount of enemies in each level. You could almost give them all names. It was interesting getting around them. You often thought about how you would take each of them down. GoldenEye Reloaded, there is no thinking, okay? It's thousands and thousands and thousands of enemies pouring in at every opportunity from every orifice. Who's paying all these hundreds of people to willingly die in order to steal one helicopter? Bond has never lived in reality, but one could suspend their disbelief. There's less suspension here than in Fred Flintstone's Ride to Work. When playing a game, I don't expect the biggest question on my mind to be, who's paying for all this life insurance? Or building insurance. I'll admit, the tank level in the original is probably one of my least favorites as an adult. It certainly lacks the cool factor it once did for me as a kid, and this reimagining actually makes it more fun and interesting, but you are literally destroying skyscrapers in your attempt to escape. You take down 20 choppers, and there are rocket launching dudes ready and waiting on every high-rise building to try and stop you. It's just so over the top. And I don't like Bond when he's so over the top. None of the movies are ever like this. Okay, maybe the ice surfing thing, but you know, we can forget that part, right? That's one part of one movie. I honestly think the decision to swap the Brosnan with Craig was a bit of a PR disaster for Daniel, at least in my bubble. Obviously not his fault at all, but you just can't take away a legend from his own game and then replace him with the newbie. It's like replacing your family dog with a new one, not because the old one died, but because it wasn't as fashionable as the new one. It's distasteful and disrespectful. And I hadn't watched any of Craig's movies before I heard the news that this actor swapping was gonna happen, and it made me not want to watch his movies. Like, who does he think he is, erasing the previous actor's work and claiming it as his own? Yeah, that is a bit over the top, but there definitely was a bit of resentment towards Craig's Bond thanks to this, I think. And honestly, the other characters, of course they wouldn't pay for the rights to use the faces of all the actors in the movie. I understand there are financial limitations to things like that, but at least do your best to make them not look, you know, utterly painfully generic. 006 is like, what even is he? He's just some bloke who gave your car an MOT. Zukovsky looks like an unemployed geezer in the pub who spends all his dole money on tattoos. And Xenia, I mean, she's mildly attractive as far as PlayStation 3 graphics go, but this is Xenia we're talking about, one of the most intensely attractive movie villains in history, and here, she looks like an NPC in Nightfire. Have we regressed this much? And that is a good comparison. Look at the supporting cast of Agent Under Fire and Nightfire and compare them to this generic nonsense of a game. Like, what happened? This is when games were going for realism somehow, despite the over-the-topness, but it just fails. And I do hate complaining about this game because actually it is pretty decent, but they labeled it GoldenEye, the fools. Like, the approach to this game from the publisher doesn't make sense. Like, people wanted GoldenEye, so what they did was give them GoldenEye that wasn't GoldenEye. Here is the thing you wanted, but now it's different. We know what's better for you. And I'm not trying to disparage the game in its own bubble. It's a fine FPS, and in fact, as a Wii exclusive at the time, it was a bona fide essential release. It's a good game, but I can see why some people felt they were led astray. I feel like I've been led astray 15 years after the event. I knew what I was getting into, and yet still, it somehow annoys me. But there are some things I do want to praise. The nightclub section is pretty cool. There's a real vibe going on here. It looks nice, and I would have loved to have spent more time in it before, it descends into all guns blazing territory once again. Some undercover spy work would not have gone amiss. And no, scanning faces on your phone, that's not enough. Statue, the level. I like it in the original. As I already stated, it's one of the few cheat unlocks that I can do pretty easily now. It's a weird level that has a weird atmosphere. However, in this reimagining, I really like it quite a lot. The stealth aspect is great. And yeah, I would like to say, this probably has the best implementation of stealth out of all the games that I played. Bloodstone's pretty good too, but GoldenEye may pip it to the post. The guards are just dumb enough to make it not harsh, but clever enough not to be a walk in the park. Honestly, they did a great job with that level and stealth. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if I heard that some people think that this is a better game than the original Nintendo 64 release, and as always, I can respect people's opinions, but in my mind, the Nintendo 64 release was made with creativity, made by developers having fun, pushing the boundaries and setting new boundaries. GoldenEye Reloaded is the opposite. It feels like it's chasing trends to chase the money. What was once a pioneer is now a safe copycat. And that's a bit sad in my mind. It's too ridiculous, it's too unbelievable. If it was called anything other than GoldenEye, I'm sure people would look on it a lot more fondly as a Bond game. Because it does have its moments. If you have a relaxation session between levels, it's fun. And of this bunch of modern Activision-led Bond era, it's the second best one. I was originally going to say it is the best one, but I played Bloodstone after this, and no, Bloodstone's got it for me. Now, GoldenEye 007 would also be the fourth and final Bond game released on the Nintendo DS, and I'm curious as to why a franchise as adult-orientated as Bond seemed to favor Nintendo's portable system with its idiosyncratic setup over the PlayStation Portable, which only had one Bond game in From Russia with Love, a more powerful system that would have suited the watered-down ports much better. Less effort for sure. The obvious answer is numbers though. The DS is where the money was thought to be, but I do feel it's a shame there wasn't another version for Sony's system. And also it would have been far easier to make this damn video. But this released on the same day as the Wii version, which also released the same date as Bloodstone. Both versions of them, the home console and the DS version. So, get this, on the same day, across stores worldwide, there were 4 James Bond games released. That is frankly insane and unwise. I get that the Wii and PlayStation 3 owners were probably different audiences, but 2 James Bond games on the DS on the same day, who'd have thought that was a good idea? Which one do you buy, Bloodstone or GoldenEye? Well, let's face it, there was only one name that was recognizable and exciting. Even if you knew in the lead-up that it wasn't quite the GoldenEye you grew up with, you'd still be far more fascinated by what kind of game would it be on a dinky portable system. GoldenEye, on the go, that's not Tiger Electronics Handheld. That's like a wet dream for someone who grew up with GoldenEye on the Nintendo 64. Of course, it's not even close to living up to that dream, but it's a solid effort, I suppose. It's back to being a first-person shooter, and it is less painful to play than GoldenEye Rogue Agent, at least physically, but it might be more painful to play in terms of the actual gameplay. I'm still undecided about that. The first level is a truly rubbish intro. It's dark, you couldn't spot Jaws in this moody, rainy environment, and less cares were given to the enemy placement than possibly in any other Bond game. It takes the worst aspects of this more modern era of Bond by just throwing enemies at you willy-nilly and expects you to use the clunky controls to fend them off. Bond moves slow, oh boy does he move slow. And you use the stylus to aim, which you would think would be pretty accurate, but no, it is not. Because it tries to be realistic where automatic weapons or even semi-automatic weapons don't always hit the exact spot. There's a bit of spray, some RNG in the mix. And when you're squinting on a tiny DS screen at the pixelated point that's supposed to be the enemy, well, good luck. Even when the enemies are close to you, you're keeping your fingers crossed that the bullet will register with them. This is probably down to the level of feedback you get from the enemy. Like, it is amazing that this is such a step down from GoldenEye, the original, where every bullet, you knew exactly if your shot was on target. From the sounds, the grunts, the body animation, no matter what, they would react in some way. In this reimagining on the DS, they do react a little bit. But if you shoot them during that, reaction animation, it's almost like they have invincibility frames, which I don't know if they do, but it feels like it. Oh, and these bastards are bullet sponges. It's rare you have to take on more than 3 at a time, but when ammo clips are super low, fire rates are high, accuracy is questionable, and their reactions to being shot are limited, you know what, this can be a slightly difficult game. I played on the middle difficulty setting and I found myself getting killed more times than I'd like to admit, and one section in particular had me summoning my inner 15-year-old self, cursing that it's not fair. Once you get past the first section of the game, as you make your way through the dam, it does become a better experience. The stealth sections are okay, I suppose. They're very video gamey, by which I mean there's always a highlighted way past the guards in each section, like, here's the distraction, here's the explosive. And it's really the only way to go because you're easily taken down if spotted. For some reason, enemy weapons become extra lethal and extra accurate during these parts. I don't mind it, it's quaint, and who wouldn't admit that it's mildly satisfying to blow up 2 guards with a snowmobile? Oh, and I should say, while the story follows the same bastardization as the home console reimagining, the level designs are completely different. And I will say some of the designs kinda cool, like blowing up platforms, you can create a ramp down to the lower one. It's an interesting take on the facility level. I don't know if I prefer it to any other version, but I like that they thought of a different way to take it. I have already forgotten how they handle facility in the home console version, and yet this one has stuck with me much longer, so that has to say something. The production value is decent too. While it cheaps out in some cutscenes, there's some nice action pieces here and there that play out. There are some DS gimmicks here outside of just the stylus aiming. Many doors need key cards and you have to swipe the card in yourself and then input the code on the keyboard. Also, sticking in a USB stick is the peak of gaming and you know it. And there's also that grand old gimmick of closing the lid of your DS to do something. Made famous and perplexing by Phantom Hourglass, very few games as far as I remember took advantage of this gameplay mechanic, and I'm using that phrase very sarcastically. So there is a part you have to kick down a door. Bond is hanging onto something to give himself a bit of swing and momentum, and the game gives you a comically long explanation of what you're supposed to do. Sentence by sentence, it explains to you the process of what you're about to do and how you're going to do it. The explanation of closing the lid is at least 10 times as long as the actual event itself, which does take the wind out of it. If you have to explain it to such great lengths, just don't bother. Overall, I suppose this is an acceptable portable offering. I really wanted to like this a lot more than I did. I was rooting for the underdog once again. It's not a bad FPS on the system, it's okay. I think it could have been a lot better if the enemies were balanced correctly. Slow-moving controls mixed with your health depleting almost instantaneously makes it a frustrating experience at times. Compared to the other DS first-person shooter, Rogue Agent, I think I would say that GoldenEye has the higher highs, but also the lower lows. There are moments of real enjoyment here, where I was really into playing it, and yet there were moments where I felt like I was only playing it because I had to for this video. So take that how you want to. At the time of me making this video, 007 Legends was the latest Bond game on a proper console. There were a couple of mobile games later, but I'm not going over those as I've stated. So, as a proper game on a proper console, 007 Legends was it, at least until 2026. And I think it's rather charming that we've kind of come full circle here, because just like the very first Bond game on the Atari all those hours ago, Legends is another attempt at celebrating the franchise by being a best-of compilation. It is a first-person shooter that takes a sample of each Bond era, one movie from one actor, and represents them in an action set piece. So that means you have a bit of everyone. You have Goldfinger from the Connery era, you have On Her Majesty's Secret Service because whatever choice do you have, Lazenby, Moonraker for more, License to Kill from Tim, and the odd choice of Die Another Day from the Brosman. At least I thought it was odd when I pre-wrote that part until I realized that it is the only film of the Brosman that didn't get a video game adaptation, so it's actually an apt choice. Even if it is his worst movie. And I know what you're thinking, what about Daniel Craig? Well, 3 letters for you, sucker, DLC. Well, that's on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. If you were a troubled enough human to be picking up the Wii U version that released months later, that was included on the disc, the Skyfall level. And I am playing the Wii U version here, because I bought this game 10 years ago now? And I do regret it, because with the Wii U version, it is mandatory to use the gamepad as a controller. And considering I haven't used it in about 6 years, the analog sticks have not been holding up. Controlling this is an awful experience. This is a game that could be something decent in principle. It was designed to celebrate the franchise's 50th anniversary. Like, what a way to celebrate. However, even without knowing how it turned out, internally, I would be thinking, like, really? How on earth are you going to make that into one cohesive package that works and flows like a AAA FPS shooter? I think an arcade light gun game, that could be excellent, taking me back to a couple of Star Wars games that try to incorporate the original 3 movies into 3 gameplay levels. It's doable and would be fascinating. In a $60 console game, though, with massive expectations, it didn't seem like a sensible option. And it is totally not. 007 Legends is somehow a terrible game. Which I was told this since it first came out, but I'd always look at that to be the opinions of, internet extremists, people who lack nuance or clickbaiters. And I try to be as open-minded as possible. One man's trash is another man's mildly enjoyable romp. But no, it is pretty shite. Again, it was another case of Daniel Craig's Bond taking over from previous actors in their very own movies. It's not his fault, of course, but it's not cool, dude. It feels like we were being forced to like Craig's rendition of the character. How the frig can anyone take the game seriously when Daniel is prancing around in Goldfinger? Like, who does he think he is? To be fair, Daniel probably had no idea this was happening outside of the check that went into his bank account. I'd find it incredibly hard to believe he'd approve all of this, and I think the game would have scored a tad better, like instead of a 3 out of 10, it would have been a 4 out of 10, if each of the actors were fully rendered in this game, voicing new lines or rehashing movie lines where applicable. How friggin' cool would that have been to have Connery, Moore, Dalton, the Brosman, Craig, and even You Only Act Once Lazenby? Having them side by side, rendered in video game form for all eternity, that would have definitely given the game far more respect. But no, you're Craig stealing the limelight from those who came before. I don't think it's a licensing issue since all the supporting casts are rendered to the actors who played them. The villains, the Bond girls, well, aside from Jinx, Halle Berry was either too expensive or her agent could see the train wreck coming. She's now looking very different. I didn't even know it was her. Also, I think to add a sense of connection between the two of the movies included, Felix is in both. However, in each movie, he's played by a different guy. Obviously, the movies are like 20 years apart or something. So a compromise they had was to make him look different. And it appears Martin Brundle finished his F1 grid walk and went straight into the mocap studio at Eurocom. That is 100% the legend that is Martin Brundle. Maybe that's why the game is called Legends, because the game is not legendary. Martin Brundle is legendary. Again, this is a game born from the womb of Call of Duty when first-person shooters were entirely focused on online multiplayer and forgot how to construct memorable single-player campaigns. You can feel the stupidness of the industry increase as we've come along with this video. It's a generic first-person shooter with painfully bad gameplay, which is unbelievable. This is the same team that just made GoldenEye Reloaded, which, while not a masterpiece, is godlike in comparison to this. So how did it go so wrong? As a game critic, as someone who's been doing this on YouTube for various channels, what feels like the best part of a decade at this point, you'd think I'd be great at putting my finger on exactly why 007 Legends is arse gravy in comparison to GoldenEye Reloaded, but it's quite hard. Like, you put them side to side, they look very similar. Maybe it's the fact that stealth is completely broken. I literally just complimented GoldenEye for solid use of stealth, but here, it's like they try to ramp it up, escalate it, make it more nuanced, more complicated, but it obviously crumpled under its own weight, and they did not have the time to fix it. It's annoying when it's under normal circumstances, when you're trying to go through a normal level stealthily, and it gets ruined, but when there are stealth-required segments where if you are seen, it's game over, my lord, it is a true test of patience. To the point where it seems like some of the enemies can see you through walls to spot you. It's nuts. Stealth is barely an option in this game. Anytime you want to try something stealthily, it just won't work. At least not in the good way that video games should. The FPS action is just nauseating, it's just noise, it's glitchy, and the enemy AI is so dumb, it actually defies your expectations so much, it makes it feel like it's a genius. You don't expect enemies to run around like headless chickens, but they do, so they catch you off guard. You are not expecting it. As I said earlier, it's possible that it could be my Wii U gamepad, but the controls are just totally off. They're either too sensitive or they're too slow. There's no in-between, and I found it so difficult just to lay up a shot. There are more dead zones in this game than in Chernobyl. It would help if the plot was okay, but it's not. You're only getting bite-sized chunks of each movie, scenes that were quite short on the silver screen, but they've been stretched out into endless action scenes that feel like they go on forever, even if it's only like an hour at most. And it's not even faithful. Like, they only used the base of the movie scenes and premise, and then did whatever they wanted with it. And what they did was to make it into a generic FPS with endless radio chatter. I hate radio buddies. A shout out to GameSack for giving me the perfect phrase for it. I never knew what to call it, but yes, radio buddies, the absolute bane of my existence for modern games, where someone who's not actually there somehow knows every single thing that's going on and will explain to you every single thing you need to do and how you're supposed to do it. Like, shut up, let me get stuck, let me find my way, let me use my brain. The first level alone might be the worst example in gaming history. In fact, all of the scanning stuff and gimmicks with your phone might have been twice as interesting if you were allowed to figure it out yourself. Investigation segments, while neat on paper, are poorly implemented. You scan things with your phone once again, but this time you have 3 different options which do different things. One is to take photos, one is to interfere with electrical things like cameras or door switches, and the other is to find fingerprints. Once the game decides to grind to a halt, it will lock you in a room to find evidence using your phone, which sounds like a decent idea in principle, but in the end, it's really rote, and the fact that you walk insanely slow makes it feel like you just taken medication, and the world is slowing down around you. One of the criticisms I know the game is going to get will be the punch-out style minigames that come up when you're fighting a boss or some occasional normal baddies. They are QTEs, quick time events, but presented like punch-out, and I think they're pretty cool. I mean, they go on twice as long as they should, but in this case, it's a blessing because it means more time away from the painful FPS gameplay. Just give me this all day long in comparison. And I know this is one endless moan, but I cannot not say this. On-rail segments are a tradition in Bond games at this point, and Legends has one of the worst on-rail levels in gaming history. I say on rails, if in fact it were like a truly on-rail segment, it might actually be savable, but oh no, oh my lord, on Her Majesty's Secret Service, this game has ruined my opinion of you. It's a skiing level with terrible gunplay, endless amount of trees to dodge, and unresponsive gameplay, all the while your senses are getting annihilated by the visual avalanche that's figuratively and literally taking over the screen. You cannot truly understand what I'm talking about until you've played this segment yourself. I don't know how I had the will to persevere through it. As I'm sure you've seen in this video, the game performs horribly when it definitely shouldn't. Maybe the PS3 or Xbox 360 versions run better, but this on Wii U might be one of the shoddiest ports I've ever seen on the system. The gamepad implementation is rubbish too, like you choose your weapons with the touchscreen, but all the weapons have the same icon. And I can't believe the gamepad is necessary to play the game. Now this happened to be Activision's final James Bond game. Their agreement with the Bond license holders was terminated early, most suspect due to the poor reception of this game. No doubt the owners MGM and Eon didn't want their cash cow franchise to be given a bad reputation. However, instead of saying that, Activision looked towards the same excuse as EA, saying they didn't want to deal with licensed IPs as much anymore and instead focus on developing their own franchises. It was quite dramatic because this game came out in October 2012 and December 2012 on Wii U, but in January 2013, they lost the license and had to pull it from digital stores, which means it released and then disappeared within a couple of months. In fact, the Skyfall DLC for PlayStation 3 and Xbox is kind of one of the rarest pieces of DLCs to own actually legitly. It's rare. As weird as that sounds, thankfully the Wii U came with it on the disc, not that you'd want to play it. Eurocom, the developer known for tackling many Bond games and mostly doing pretty solid jobs with them, had to fire most of their staff immediately upon the game's release. But that still wasn't enough and they closed their doors entirely very soon after. This game killed them. It killed Activision's deal. In fact, it killed Bond games for over a decade. Yeah, there were a couple of mobile games that I'm not covering, but in terms of big budget Bond on a home console, this was it. That's how bad it is. Activision have done a lot of bad for the industry, but for Bond fans, it was truly catastrophic. A mixed bag of games before ending any hope of a proper game, of a new proper game for multiple console generations.
Hey, are you hurt? Stand by. There's something I want to investigate.
007 First Light is going to be the first proper James Bond video game in a long, long time. 007 Legends came out in 2012, and it is insane to me that aside from the mobile games, nothing else has been released since. Sure, 007 Legends was bad, but like a decade, come on now. We don't know exactly why, but the general theory is that the owners of the license didn't want Bond to be associated with an audience that is heavily geared towards kids. I'm not an expert, but it also appears around this time there was also a dearth in toys and such. They wanted Bond to be adult, serious, to be matched alongside luxury items that wouldn't look so good alongside a PlayStation and Nintendo. But that's just a theory. Personally, I think the exponential increase in video game development costs meant that publishers had to be far more choosy about their products, and they also wanted a guaranteed smash hit. Bond would have been successful to a degree, but not like the billions of dollars they needed. Plus, why share that billions of dollars when they could just keep it all themselves with their own IPs? And let's not forget, Bond would need a big budget. but finally they have someone willing to give it a go. IO Interactive, best known for their Hitman series, will be handling Bond's brand new AAA outing. It will be interesting to see how they do. I know the Hitman games are very popular and it seems like a gameplay style that would work. I just hope they don't overthink it, but the trailer that's been out so far has got me rather excited. It's releasing on PC, Xbox, PlayStation 5 and Nintendo Switch 2 in March 2026, probably not that long after me getting this video out. Well done, Bond fans, video game fans, retro fans, you survived this video. Do yourself a favor, hit that subscribe button. I know I don't make many videos on this channel, but when I do, they are an event. If you watched all the way through, please leave me an emoji that signifies Bond to you. I want to know who you are for watching all the way through because you are a legend, and I do appreciate that. And I hope you all have a fantastic day. Take care.